It's Self-Liberation Saturday on the PAZNIA radio network. Another day, another week, and soon another year, like clockwork. And while Thane and company will bring that holiday cheer, there's still that lingering threat of security greetings, raids, and privacy fears. A corporate AI takeover, coordinated infrastructure collapse, the attempted destruction of privacy, and more. Thankfully, oh thankfully, the PAZNIA radio network has solutions in store. Kicking off with Thane Riddle in just a few minutes, a privacy and security masterclass to serve as a penance. A penance for what, you may ask? Easy. That fat, creepy old man was offended for you putting out cookies and milk, but forgetting the dabs. P.R.N Deprogramming and the Voluntaryist Academy with James Cordiner come next to remove those status blinders and drop those Misesian free market facts. The 8 Eastern, 7 Central special is a deep dive to the Vonu podcast archives, revisiting a conversation with Jim Davidson, who is foundational in putting the Somalia New Country project in overdrive. Beyond that, we discuss intentional communities, Bitcoin, and Davidson and PAZNIA. And the first time I interviewed him, he got arrested during the interview. That doesn't rhyme, but noteworthy. This is Self-Liberation Saturday on the PAZNIA Radio Network. For that reason, please do look over all the autistic quirks.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
This is Buster Cherry coming to you from New York with a breaking story. The White House has confirmed that Dennis Porter is indeed missing and that he was captured by the North Koreans in a daring plot. A State Department spokesman told me that the North Korean President Kim Jong-un was growing increasingly concerned at the rate that American politicians were becoming orange-pilled and that one of America's greatest assets needed to be taken off the table. There are reports that Dennis is in Pyongyang being forced to read state-scripted announcements to the North Korean people, and that erectile dysfunction has been cured across the country. President Trump had some comments on the matter.
This is not the announcement I wanted to make. Dennis Porter, one of our country's greatest assets, a tremendous mind, beautiful enthusiasm for Bitcoin, has been kidnapped by North Korea. Terrible situation, disgraceful. And let me tell you, Melania, she's very upset, very disappointed. She said, Donald, who's going to tweet all those brilliant things now? Because she loves the tweets, maybe more than mine. We're going to work very hard, very fast to bring Dennis home. America needs him tweeting announcements again. We just subsidized Ozempic, and we can't subsidize Viagra as well.
Many are speculating that Dennis's absence from Twitter ensures that a bear market has begun. Paper Bitcoin winter is looking like it's going to be a cold one, folks. Please pray for the safe return of Dennis. We desperately need an announcement. This is Buster Cherry signing off.
Hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak Dagger.
It's Merry Christmas. Ashwagandha's here in the Ashwagandhan underworld. The druids are readying themselves for the longest day of the year, when the shadows of the night take their deepest trip into the overworld, and the druids pray that the shadows will come back again for another year. Will this be the year that the shadows never come back, and we are all blasted into ash by fiery bolts from the sky, as once happened to our forefathers long ago? Nobody knows. But the druids look worried this year. As for the children, that is the last thing on their minds. As we speak, they are updating their chimney access control records for the year, ensuring that the key on Santa Claus's Nitro Key 3 NFC is allowed to get in. Carnivore cookies, the scent of carnivore cookies and milk, raw milk waft through the air. As for what gifts from loved ones may lie under the Xmas tree already, nobody can truly say for sure. The coconut piles beneath the Xmas trees are reaching critical mass, so the children can hardly guess what gifts are buried beneath, let alone what dire wardens may lurk in the dark cracks in between. Those fell beasts also await the unwrapping of their own gifts, and they are hoping that you could be one of them. Stay as frosty as a snowman this Xmas, boss, and do not open hollow-sounding coconuts unless they have first been thoroughly heated in a locked oven. Welcome to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most jolly Xmas gift in history. This is Thane Riddle, clocking in for a gift of a shift. We're hopefully live. Or wait, no, we're not live on zap.stream. Nobody's live on zap.stream. It doesn't work, but feel free to zap us, silly, which is a gay way to give the gift of Lightning Bitcoin over the Nostr network. If you're a bit less gay, you can give us the gift of Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio and tell them Thane sent you. Go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXradio to get your asses to the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX on desktop or Android. I'll take call-ins at the end of the show or whatever in a fucking hour or something. PAZNIA.com/call2. And I'll also look at whatever messages you send in the chat. This show, it's going to be a down-to-earth tip. I'm really phoning it in for our special Xmas show. Underprepared, running short on content to fill this up with. It's everyone's lazy on this season. Does that mean it's opposite day and Thane Riddle puts in a lot of effort? No, not really. Thane Riddle barely realizes that it's Christmas. Anyway, down to earth tip, more sneaking around. We'll finish it out with the other senses and probably other stuff about getting around transportation. Building Second Realms is going to be more stuff on Second Realm networking. We're going to be talking about vetting. Are prank calls ready yet? As a surprise Christmas gift? No. At six months, that's on the back burner. Go fuck yourself. Maybe next year. Good luck. And yeah, we'll have call-ins and chat reads. PAZNIA.com/SimpleXradio. In an hour or so, PAZNIA.com/call2. Here's some news. Oh no! The news section is so short. How am I going to burn up all my time? I mean, it's a trade-off. The news kind of sucks, but at least it's short this time, I guess. Digital news. Let's talk for a second about giving this Xmas season. We all give stuff to people sometimes, feeding and clothing the needy. We know that libertarians need to be watched very closely when it comes to giving to needy orphans. I will remind you that a thong does not count as clothing, and cat ears are a dubious choice unless at least they have earmuffs for warming the ears. Feeding needy children cum provides some nutrition, does not count. It's not appropriate. Libertarians are pedophiles. Watch out for them. Just accept their Monero donations, and that's it. Speaking of which, Second Realm projects need your funding. Okay, there are many ways to give this Xmas season. And give Monero and cool shit like that to cool stuff. Okay, whether it be the good old fashioned stuff or the less good old fashioned stuff. Good timing. We've got PAZNIA.com/fund. That's PAZNIA.com/FUND. Emphasis on the FU. You'll find that it's a new page where we've got specific projects on PAZNIA that are seeking funding. We got PAZNIA Radio Network low bandwidth audio only feed needing to be funded. It doesn't take much to fund that. I think we're going to reach that goal. VPS for Mumble server so that we can have audio chat rooms and shit. VPS for PAZcraft. That's the PAZNIA mind test server, Luanti, whatever the hell they're calling it. It's kind of like Minecraft. That project's going along. Overall troubleshooting / upkeep. That's not a sexy item on the list, but it's a big one. PeerTube instance, which is like a video hosting thing. And they have an off-grid wellness shed at Veritas they're trying to fund. $5,000, it's pretty low, really, for what it is. They must have a lot of the gear already. And that's a big one. Don't let the big price tag on the wellness shed scare you off if you want to earmark your funds, because there are PAZNians, vetted PAZNians that can go to Veritas that need healthcare and that are fucked up with weird problems. Okay, that happens, and we need to invest more in our second realm healthcare. That's kind of a big deal, folks. It's kind of a big deal. There's other shit. You don't want to give us money. You think we're a bunch of lazy pieces of shit. And half your money is going to go to Dabs for Rayo 2. I assure you, he pays for them with his own parents' money. That's just a joke, kids. I don't know how he gets his money. He's probably selling pictures of his dog in precarious positions or whatever weird libertine things he's into. Don't ask me. I don't know. And if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. But if you are interested in pictures of Naomi, email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. Monero community crowdfunding system. Ever heard of it? Monero CCS. This is another thing you could give to if you're interested in funding Monero development. There's 5 things needing funding right now. I see on ccs.getmonero.org/funding-required. We got VT Nerd working full time. We got we're researching bulletproofs. That's going to make shit more efficient and private and enable more features on Monero. Website redesign. V1.Q47 is doing a Russian localization of a Monero conference. Ever Odd and Even doing Monero Python maintenance. Cool stuff. Okay. There's also magicgrants.org. They do some other Monero shit. If you want to give to a charity that's not, because you're like, okay, yeah, I like funding second realm stuff, and that's cool and all, but I also want to actually, fund to normal ass charities or other projects, but just do it with Monero. You could check out kuno.an.media. That's kuno.anne.media. Anyone can list their fucking fly-by-night scam charity project there, so check that out. And if you want to give to a normal ass charity, but you're like, oh, none of them take Monero or they take crypto through Gemini and it's fucking gay, why don't you try out silentdonor.com? They'll donate to a charity on your behalf. You give them Monero, you can tell them to donate to any charity. They support pretty much anything. You type it in. And I'm going to tell you again, because I have bias here. Don't forget us. Okay, boss, PAZNIA, give us money. Give us your money this Christmas season. For you, it's about giving. For us, it's about taking. Go to PAZNIA.com/fund. Give the gift of an honorary stakeholder membership to your dog this Xmas season. PAZNIA.com/Thane, THANE. If you want to donate to P.R.N, the PAZNIA radio network that you're listening to specifically, you could try xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio or Zappasilly on Noster. Earmark it for Thane if you want. Anyway, here's some actual news. PAZcraft. PAZcraft is coming along. The mind test server for PAZNIA. There is a chat for it. Does the chat have a link that I could actually tell you on the show? Not yet. I don't think so, but I don't know. Go to volunupodcast.com/CD and talk to me, and maybe I can get you in there or something. Whatever. You'll figure it out. Yeah, PAZcraft, they have like a little document. They have a CryptPad document open. People are sharing ideas. Seems like Avalon Centrifuge is carrying the torch more than anyone since since Klim's sudden departure. She was raided by the bludgies, and she killed about 40 of them. And now Klim has disappeared. No one knows. Hopefully Klim will return under some alias and doesn't have to tell us that it's the same person. Doesn't matter. P2 Pool now has full Tor integration. This is the digital news section. Did you know that? It might be hard to tell, but it is. P2 Pool now has full Tor integration. What took you so long? That's great, though. If you want to mine something, you might want to mine Monero, and you should do it with P2 Pool for sure. And now that it has Tor, proper Tor integration, you should do it. You should use that, probably. Are you a nerd and you are comfortable with command line interfaces and you like using decentralized exchanges? You may have heard of a decentralized exchange called Basic Swap. Well, they've got a cool little client now called Basic Swap -bash. Yeah, so that's cool. Text-based Basic Swap client. I think I heard Cake Wallet's going to integrate Basic Swap as well sooner or later. That's cool. GitHub.com/Tiddly/Puster. What the fuck am I talking about? There's this client came to my attention because it was brought up on that one other podcast. Pushter. Whoever this Tiddly character is, what the hell is Pushter? I should probably tell you. It's a client. It's a Nostr client for instant messaging and file transfer. And it seems like the developer has a privacy-oriented mindset. So it may be worth looking into. I don't know much about it, but it could be worth checking out. GitHub.com/Tiddly/Pushter. That's TIDLEY/PUSHSTR. Should really use NATO phonetics to fit with my military aesthetic. Tango, India, Delta, Lima, Echo, Yankee, / Papa, Uniform, Sierra, Hotel, Sierra, Tango, Romeo. Pushter. He obviously doesn't speak British English because that sounds a lot like Pufter. EVM, atomic swaps. What the fuck does that mean? Something coming down the pipeline. There's a Monero project to do atomic swaps between Monero and Ethereum. Monero Ether atomic swaps. It's not out yet, but it just reached milestone 1 not that long ago. View only feature, if that makes any sense to you. The dev is being generous with their time because Monero number go up. So he built a maker bot without making a new proposal and asking for more money. He's building a maker bot, and he said a couple weeks ago the maker bot should be done by Xmas in time for niggas to test it out if they on vacation and shit. So maybe you should check that out if you want to test some weird experimental Ether Monero thing, atomic swap thing. Do I have a link for it? No. Go find it yourself. I don't know. You'll find out. Oh God. How am I going to take up all this time? PsyOps news. This isn't even a real news item. What have I written in these notes? I guess I just wanted to say something. Maybe this is something that everyone else, maybe you already are thinking this. Jesus Christ. On Sunday and Monday, there were 3 mass attacks on folks in the public in 3 different countries. I don't know, dude. It feels forced to me. Don't you seem like it's a lot? Like they want to make you think this is happening organically. It's not. That doesn't mean every little thing is a false flag attack. There's a mix. There's false flag attacks. There's hoaxes that don't even happen. And then there's the promotion of, you might call it semi-organic or something, like, because they do put people up to these things. They're it's not clear cut. Sometimes you got like whatever. One of the shootings this weekend was like Some people say they saw a third guy, but authorities assure them that they were just seeing things and there was no third guy. You know, you hear that stuff a lot. There's the guy who's the patsy, and then there's the other guys, right? There's all sorts of organizations going all the way back into the early 20th century. This is Illuminati shit, okay? Order of the Nine Angels. You want to go down a rabbit hole? Order of the Nine Angels. That's some serious, real deal stuff. And there's lots of stuff like that has sort of come down the pipeline where they're trying to promote destabilization and just people doing violence, senseless violence. It doesn't matter what it is. You could be a Nazi, you could be Antifa, you could be an Islamist terrorist. It doesn't matter. There's a top-down effort to promote this stuff that's very big and funded in the trillions per year. Okay. Or at least hundreds of billions. Anyway, I just thought I'd say that. Is that even a news item? Not really. Go fuck yourself. It's a slow news week. War, not much war news really. Blah, blah, blah. More strikes by the U.S. in South America. More forces being sent down there. Operation Southern Spear, stiffer, harder, and more engorged than ever. The U.S. said it'll be trying to block sanctioned oil ships that they can catch coming out of Venezuela, which is a very big and nasty thing to do, to say the least, because Venezuela makes an awful lot of its dough that way. Also, they said they were gonna block NAFTA going to Venezuela too. That's like the thing where Russia sends them this thing called NAFTA, which helps them because Venezuela's oil is really heavy crude or something. Don't ask me to explain that. There you go. Go fuck yourself. Do you want to give them the gift of knowledge, deep arcane knowledge this Christmas season? Well, then you should go to fucking libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. That's every book, almost every book on Liberty Under Attack, 27 books, and not just any old books. The blah, 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 best, most helpful, most down to earth, most fun book catalog in the world right now, as well as the most cheery and jolly and Christmas themed as well. It's kind of like Paladin Press and Lumpanix, except that it's still around. So it has newer stuff on it. And you can get the best deal ever now on buying all the cutting edge books, Lua, with this self-liberation bundle. Go to Save Big and fucking librarify your loved ones deeply and with great Xmas affection. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle so that you can have a whole pile of digital books between your coconuts this season. 360 win. libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Oh, it's on Thane sent you. Honorary stakeholder, blah, blah, blah. I already brought this up. Okay, go fuck yourself. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane. That's PAZNIA.com/THANE. Check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder. Do you want to officially join the second realm and be a Christmas elf and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora and more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of delicate snowflakes, each more unique than last, and maybe some free PAZNIA merch? Just go to PAZNIA.com/Thane. Put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. And on the first and third Mondays of every fucking month at 7 p.m. Central, you can listen to Richard Greaser's Music Monday. He's a funny guy, and he puts out some music that's like libertarian and shit with only a little bit of pedophilia. Very entertaining, very enlightening, very banter, overall great time. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to stream on YouTube, Odyssey, and Rumble. Zap.stream, it doesn't even work for him anymore. Oh God, what are we gonna do? This is the height of this. The suicide rate is skyrocketing. Okay, as we speak, this is the height of the suicide rate all year long, and now this show can be another reason for you to end your life. But don't do that. At least wait until the end. We've got Sneaking on Foot. We're gonna finish it out. Are you bored yet of talking about the ninja stuff, sneaking around? I talked about going unseen, going unheard. Are you ready for this to get weird? How about going unfelt? What the hell does that mean? You need to touch someone without them knowing? Creep? Well, sometimes you do. So let's talk about that for a second. Well, try sleight of hand drills and tactics. If depending on, what you want to do. If you're talking about touching someone without them knowing what you're doing exactly, if they're awake, then you're going to have to go for some sleight of hand techniques. Learning about magic tricks or pickpocketing, that's kind of the road you want to go down for that. Because like up close magic and pickpocketing are pretty much the skill sets for that. For the most part, if someone's awake, they're going to know that you touched them, but they don't have to know how you touched them or why or exactly what you did when you touched them. And that's pretty much the trick when it comes to sleight of hand. So yeah, magic trick, up close magic is what they call it. And also pickpocketing is what they call it. You bump into someone, you're touching, so they think you're doing one thing, but you're also doing something else. Now, here's some other tricks for touching someone without someone noticing, especially if they're unconscious, you creep. First of all, touch them as little as you can. This should go without saying, but don't touch them unnecessarily. It's not black and white. You touch them or you don't touch them just a little bit. Touch them when they're unconscious. That's a good one. You creep. Touch them slowly and softly, not necessarily sensually. Okay, don't get too excited. But slowly and softly is good. No sudden movements. Nothing too. You want to touch with something wide or blunt as opposed to something narrow. What do I mean by that? If you touch them with the tips of your fingers, or you're moving some of their clothing aside, you're taking their clothes off, and like the corner of some fabric slides across their skin, something small like that tends to create a tickling sensation. You want to stay away from that. So touch them with something wide and blunt. It evens out the sensation and makes it softer. Touch them with something smooth, not rough or sticky. Things that are rough or sticky create they create a dragging or a pulling or a they stick to your skin and stuff, so or their hair, right? Their hair could catch on something. That shit will alert them. So touch them with something smooth. Touch them with something as warm as them. Okay, this one will catch you up sometimes. Your hands might be cold. Are your hands cold? Check first. Cold hands can be very startling. So touch them with something that's about the same temperature as them. And if you need to lift something off of them, whether it's a valuable necklace or whether it's their clothing, you creep, try to lift it straight up off of them as much as you can. If you can do that instead of sliding or wiggling, sometimes you have to slide, sometimes you have to wiggle, but if you don't have to, lift it straight up and off like it's just disappearing and floating away. If none of that can work, if you are not confident that you can do this, you can't afford to fail, or it's just too scary, you don't have the guts to try to do this, think about drugging them. You creep. You're gonna have to drug them if you want to do anything more than that. Here's another one. Let's cover all the senses. You didn't think I was gonna forget about smell, did you? Going unsmelt. First of all, don't spray yourself with shit that smells like much, scented products and fragrances, or unless it's part of a disguise or whatever, you're in a mode where you're expressing yourself or something, that's fine. But for the most part, if you don't need to smell like something, try not to smell like anything. On that note, You might want to wear deodorant. Yeah, I know. You're going to get some aluminum-free, blah, 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 natural deodorant. That's fine, but just know that finding one that works well is hard. You get one that's got look for ingredients that are effective, like activated charcoal, fucking, I don't know, what do they call it? I don't fucking remember. You'll figure it out. And every once in a while, think about taking a shower or washing your clothes. You fucking van nomad hippie piece of shit. Or unless, once again, it's part of your disguise. It matches what you're going for. In that case, then you should smell even worse. Let's talk about going untasted. If your foe is tasting you, then something may have gone horribly wrong. But sometimes you need them to taste something. It may not be your body. It might be something else that they are going to taste. This is probably maybe you're taking that advice about drugging them, right? Drugs have a tendency to taste a certain way when administered orally. Try hiding it in something that they were going to swallow anyway. That should go without saying, unless you're going for the old, the old threatening thing of like a guy with a mask on just came up and sprayed me in my face with something. And now I have a rash and I'm feeling sick. Some people do that for intimidation purposes or whatever. But this is about going unnoticed. So you're probably not doing that. If it has a strong taste, the thing that you need them to swallow, it should be masked by another taste that wouldn't seem odd to them. The same kind of taste works best if you can. The tastes are bitter, sour, salty, sweet, umami or savory. Try and, don't drug yourself too much. Okay. Be careful about taste testing your drug to see what it tastes like. But try and see if you can figure out how it tastes and how to mask that taste without killing yourself with poison. You're smart. You're a smart cookie. You'll figure it out. Or just pay me some Monero. And maybe you need a consultant for this. This is getting kind of hairy. All right. Let's see. Is that enough? What do you think? Is that enough of a down-to-earth tip? The most retarded part of that section, is that enough? Or should we start slipping in other stuff? Let's see. Whatever. That's good enough. We finished the sneaking around part. Did you like it? Was it disjointed enough for you? Was it not digital enough for you? You want me to talk about digital stuff again? How about this? How about you buy some products at libertyunderattack.com/Thane. You can get Pixel 7 privacy phones with Graphene OS or Calyx OS, ThinkPads with a neutralized Intel Management Engine open source firmware, whatever Linux OS you like. I think they got tablets too. libertyunderattack.com/Thane. That's TH Tango Hotel Alpha November Echo. And if you want something that's not in stock or you want a custom job, just email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. That's Sierra Hotel Alpha November Echo at libertyunderattack.com. Trust me, folks, it's not easy to neutralize the IME and flash your own firmware to a laptop, and you do want that done. So save yourself the headache. Buy some of Jamin's goodies at libertyunderattack.com/Thane. Support the Second Realm. Support PAZNIA. Support me. Support yourself. Support all the critters of the universe with an Alex Jones 360 win. And does your body ever hurt anywhere? Maybe because you tried to touch someone without them noticing, and then you got hurt. And now you're going to need to spray yourself with this thing called Pain Liberator. Go to libertyunderattack.com/Pain Thane. Papa Alpha India November Tango Hotel Alpha November Echo, and fucking spray this shit on you. It's 20% DMSO with a base of colloidal silver water, magnesium, and aspirin. It's great for most any kind of pain: sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. dick ache, Christmas hangover, whatever. DMSO and aspirin, each on their own, are quite miraculous. When put together in Pain Liberator, it's fucking magical, okay? Because DMSO basically injects into you, deep into your tissues, whatever the fuck it's mixed with. It's like a magical chemical. Speaking of which, fuck, maybe that's a way to deliver a poison or a drug to someone without them tasting it as much anyway. Maybe you could mix it with DMSO and have it applied to them topically somehow. But then you're back to going on felt, right? So pick your poison, no pun intended. Anyway, DMSO, don't mix it with poison when you're going to apply it to yourself. Mix it with aspirin, or better yet, just buy Pain Liberator. Go to libertyunderattack.com/pain Thane. You could mix that with poison if you really wanted to. Just make sure it's not a poison that acts through inflammation, or else it might be canceled out a little by the aspirin, or make sure it's not something that's hurt by silver. Are you trying to infect them with something? Anyway, guests for the show. Are you tired of me having no guest and then having some fucking retard, some dumb retard every time? Every single guest I've ever had is a dumb retard piece of shit. Are you tired of that? Well, don't just sit by and let this happen. Help me. Can you think of somebody that you could see as a guest on this show? Tell me about them. Go to VonuPodcast.com/CD. Talk to me on Session or SimpleX, or whatever. Just do the work for me and you get the guests to come on my show. That's how it's happened so far. That's why I don't have any guests. Okay, let's read some fan mail. We got good fan mail. We got good fan mail this time for the holidays, the holy days. First, let's look at Thought Crime Boss's message. With Thought Crime Boss has a donation. He says, "Yo, Thane, 25 states now have some form of age verification law. Google is going to eliminate sideloading. Digital IDs are spreading. VPNs are being banned. And this is all happening fast with little resistance. Is the internet fucked, or is there any hope?" The short answer is both. But every threat that you brought up there is not that big a deal. Like, maybe digital ID is the worst one, but age verification is pretty impotent, especially because you can just use a VPN. Banning a VPN is fairly impotent, I would say, too. I'll talk about that in a second. Google eliminating side loading. What he's talking about there is on stock Android. They're thinking about maybe allowing only apps from the Google Play Store or whatever. If you're using stock Android, you got bigger problems than that. Don't do that. The least you can do is use an open source Android fork. The best one obviously being Graphene OS. Everyone should just be on Graphene OS right now, if you're going to have a smartphone at all. So that's, nobody's going to care about, like, you're not going to be using Google Play Store anyway. And if you want to, you can, with the sandboxed Google Play services and shit that they have on Graphene. Digital ID is the biggest threat there, I would say, because most folks are pussies that already comply with ID stuff. But I mean, truthfully, digital ID is already digital in many ways, and it's not going to be that, like, the bulk of what is bad about ID is already there, whether it's digital or not. Digital just sort of brings it into the 21st century. Man, too little too late. Man, they really move slow on this stuff. I remember no later than the 90s they were talking about putting RFID chips in people's hands. But they really are slow to move on this stuff. To be fair, they got everyone to carry a smartphone, which is about as good as that. But digital IDs are no different than any other ID. You either just tell them to fuck off and don't carry one, or you can fake it. You might have connections already without realizing it. Thought Crime Boss. VPNs being banned, good luck with that. So you should feel lucky that this feels new to you, because I have clients, I have friends who are in places where this has already been the case for a long time. And in the People's Republic of China, VPNs, except for communist-run VPNs, have been banned for a long time. And guess what? People still use them, and people still use Tor. Tor even has a feature meant for that. It's bridge nodes. And there are VPNs that cater specifically to getting around the Great Firewall of China. And the Great Firewall of China is not that bad. Like, I feel like, I don't know how these states are going to implement blocking VPNs, those that do. But something tells me at least some of them are not going to do anything as good as the Great Firewall of China. They're probably just going to have simple block lists, and they're probably just going to go with the same shitty block list that like Reddit uses, which is kind of silly because Reddit will allow Tor exit nodes, and they even have their Tor onion site, but for some reason they block VPNs. And some of the listeners may have found on their own already that sites that block VPNs, they don't block them very well necessarily. Like there will be like some server that your VPN has that for some reason is not on the block list, that you'll just find by trying a few different ones. I could imagine states just using the same block lists, like the same exact block lists. All in all, even if no matter how good a job they do, you will always be able to set up some kind of proxy that punches through. Like if you have a VPS or something, you pay $5 a month for a VPS that's your own private VPN, and that's your first hop, and then from there you can go to any other VPN or whatever you want. So this stuff is kind of a beaten path. There are a lot of places around the world that are already harder, where the state is already harder on VPNs than it will probably even be in the US. So trust me, you're in good company. That's going to be all right. As for it happening fast with little resistance, I wouldn't say it's happening fast. Okay, these guys have wanted to do this since Aldous Huxley wrote Brave New World, since well before that. Like Aldous Huxley is from like an Illuminati family, which is why Brave New World has two self-insert characters, which are like, they were born into the alpha class and they feel like weird about being at sex rituals, and they like don't agree with everything and blah, blah, blah. It's like an autobiographical kind of thing. But since at least the 19th century, they've wanted stuff like this. For as long as the internet has been around, they've wanted to do this stuff. I wouldn't call it fast. Okay, nothing the state does is fast. This is very slow. Even Real ID, that was a bill that was passed like almost 25 years ago. Like how long did it took them? Over 20 years to make Real ID happen. They passed the bill already. I wouldn't call it fast. It might seem fast now, but it's like fast with quite a delay. As for resistance, you can't expect much resistance. I wouldn't say there's going to be no resistance, but you can't expect much resistance from the sheeple. That's why they're sheeple. That's just who they are, and it's not a bad thing. They just need to be captured and defended by a better shepherd. That's all, and that's what we're here for. So we're the ones who need to do something about it, not them. So yeah, be the change you want to see in the world, and be the alpha who wins, who appears to be on the winning end. And once you get there, then suddenly all the little betas will move. They'll move over. They'll switch sides as soon as it looks like you're winning, or they need you because everything else is failing them, which it will. Because I don't know if you know this, but central planning doesn't work because of the economic calculation problem. So they literally cannot win. We're going to win. It's inevitable. It's just a question of how and how long will it take, and which eggs cracked to make this omelet will result in omelet, and which ones will splatter on the ground in the process. I don't care. I don't care which one I end up being. I'm just a part of the process. So yeah, the old internet is kind of fucked. It has been from the start, but at the same time, it's not that fucked. There's plenty. It's going to be usable for a long time to come. Their initial like passes at this digital ID thing are pretty weak. I know that it's going to get worse, but it's never going to be that good, especially because don't forget, the internet is already a decentralized network. It's not as decentralized as we might like, but it is a decentralized network, and it is hard for them to get a handle on it. And they have failed all around the world whenever they've tried this stuff. It doesn't work too well. It's like them thinking they can stop like thinking the age verification thing is kind of like anti-piracy stuff. The boomers thinking they could just stop piracy by like sending DMCA notices or something. It's pretty weak. I'm not too scared about this stuff. I have been warning people about it for a long time. The digital ID thing is the worst thing. And also like they've done a good job at sort of tricking people into more effective centralization in the internet by like getting everyone on AWS with Cloudflare and blah blah blah. But it's kind of like good riddance, you know? Like if you wanna get on a sinking ship, go ahead. You know, like it's kind of a good thing because it means that those of us who pick the winning team will be winning, right? Well, those of us who pick resilient systems that empower us will have better staying power than everyone else. So anyway, that's my feeling about it. Maybe was that an answer to your question? I don't know. We should replace the internet though. The biggest hope there, like the number one thing, just because, you know, I'm always looking at what's the most like the deepest groundwork we can be laying. The most fundamental thing we can do is a new internet. It might not take over everything, or swap out everything with it, but yeah, mesh nets, blah, blah, blah. I've talked about it many times before. We're looking at maybe taking Reticulum and monetizing it with some kind of blockchainless token, maybe based on holochain, maybe. Get your ass into the fucking the PAZNIA anti-national security chat to talk about it. That's PAZNIA.com/simplexp2p. Is that right? I didn't know about that link before, and that's why I never said it. And I always said, just add me on Simplex and I'll get you in there. Screw that. Go to PAZNIA.com/simplexp2p. Blah, blah, blah. And then you can be part of the think tank and the incubation thing so that we can get this crap started, you know, years too late, but better late than never. Hopefully that answered your beautiful question. You always have good questions. And now here's a special holiday message from an old friend of the show. Fnamial, Ugush Bush Bush, aka Christmas Wishes. Dear Thane Christ, we are aware that you are from the great land of cheese and burgers, which also is the home of the great bringer of Christmas joy, namely Santa Christ. Due to your obvious relatedness to Santa, we wanted to ask you to ask him to transfer us some of the presents he apparently usually brings only to white people. Due to our recent enlightening, we would love to be included into the circles of present receivers. Here list of wishes, go please. World peace. We want a piece of the world that is larger than our 50 sukar foot country. More sand. It just tastes so good. Some poop for recolorizing our skin. Editor's note, fuck, that might be way too racist for the fan mail. Who cares? I'll leave it in, and somebody will probably call it based. I need more Adderall. Hence, this year we celebrate Christmas because the sun has bleached out our black bodies, so we can't celebrate Kwanzaa anymore. We decided to get our fellow inhabitants some commas and semicolons, as well as peanut and sand and some stolen goods. Here is the formal gift request to Santa. As my fingers are dried out from all the sand shuffling and stealing, I write these lines to our best friend. Santa Christ. Dear Santa Christ. Hence it is the season of the giving. We go and make other people give. We just steal. I mean, we steal a lot and sell it to violent crime bosses in Ukraine. It does not violate the non-African principle because we only steal from people who can't protect themselves. This year, our fellow god, the Meganiger Hypernegro, gifted us with lots of sand. This is why we decided to send all the excess sand to all the poor people in first world countries, soon to become third world countries due to acute sandening, to make up for our sins. Please fulfill our dusty needs. May the silicon dioxide nourish your white bellies well. Questions. Ground-based drones? Should we build a robot that has so many legs that it can run really fast? Dating advice if you're a piece of grass? Could entanglement be the solution? This Phenomenal was co-authored by Sama Hidani and Figar Asid. P.S. Another final important thing. Recently, my therapist told me something very funny. He said, "Please stop raping me." Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you so much, Sama and Vinegar, for a great holiday fan mail. Ugush Bubush Bush Bush, back to you. Your message will be passed on. Wink, wink. I cannot confirm or deny the relatedness. What else do I say? You don't have to be insecure about asking for poop. So we all have different needs and cultures, and if people have a problem with you asking for poop, then they're the ones being racist, not you. I think that's racist against Indian people and Ashwaubenon people and the Sand people, the Tuscan Raiders. I think that's racist to all of them. If you don't like shit, eating shit and using shit as all sorts of as an ingredient in all sorts of necessary goods is a storied and special cultural contrivance that should not be disrespected. I appreciate your Hollywood cheer. I said Hollywood instead of Christmas. I'm going to roll with it. We appreciate your Hollywood cheer, Hollywood greetings. Santa appreciates it. We all appreciate it. Meganigar Hypernegro appreciates it. Silicon dioxide. Silicon is a secret essential mineral. Okay. Most people don't know silica is a secret essential mineral. That's why all the Chads put sand in their salt and in their water and their food. And you eat mud and you eat shit. And the reason for the reason that everyone has low T levels right now is that they don't do that anymore. Ground-based drones, I think, are pretty cool, I guess. There are ground-based drones already. They've had ones that deliver food and ones that take pictures and surveil people. Most ground-based drones are the perfect height for upskirt pictures. So maybe that's one thing we could look into. Automatically taking upskirts and then selling them for Monero, and it's all just automated. Upskirts of underage girls, and just automatically sell it on the darknet for Monero. That could be good, and it doesn't have to cost that much. Whatever the price can be automatically determined by smart contracts. You can have upskirt NFTs. Should we build a robot that has so many legs that it can run really fast? Is my favorite part of that fan mail. That's gotta make sense, right? Because just look at house centipedes. House centipedes are really fast and they have a lot of legs. So I think that's you'll probably want to look at that if you want inspiration. A house centipede like bot. That could be super cool, especially if the legs are all sticky so that it can climb on walls. But you might have to make the robot small. Actually, what if the robot was the size of a house centipede? That could be good. Oh yeah, and then that could, you don't, if you just need a camera for upskirt pictures, that's not a big payload. So this could be a very tiny, stealthy robot. I know that the spooks are working on, and they have experimental drones that are meant to look like insects, that are meant to look like real bugs, so that it's like a tiny drone that looks like a housefly or something. That's very real, and that I think it already exists experimentally. So yeah, we should get on that shit too. I don't know what the costs are like, but it could be recouped with the upskirt pictures and all that. Dating advice if you're a piece of grass. Just bide your time, and hope nobody cuts the grass, and then you'll get a good vantage point from which to see other blades of grass. I think that you're very confused about what entanglement is. Quantum entanglement usually only works on the quantum level, but you could be really onto something, because if we could figure out how to have macroscopic effects from quantum entanglement, and that's really kind of the holy grail of doing stuff with entanglement, such as quantum communication, teleportation, and yeah, grass dating is another thing that would obviously result from that. Yeah, it's funny, the therapist is the one being raped, because I always misread the sign on the therapist's door, and that led to some confusion for me when it comes to therapists and rape. I thought it said the rapist, and so I went in for advice on raping people, and then they're supposed to report you, because then it's like evidence that you might be a danger to yourself and others. So watch out for that. The sign does not say the rapist. Let's take a look at, actually, fuck that. That's your what's the word? Fan mail. Phenomenal. Season's greetings. This is a really cheerful, upbeat, energetic holiday. I've prepared lots of great stuff for you. Watch out, because the second half of the show, if you thought the first half of the show was a banger full of energy and content, oh my God, you will not even believe this, man. What's coming on the second half of this show after these messages from robots? Buy our products. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The most spectacular treasure in history. Developed over decades by cypherpunks across different continents. It was finally completed by a mysterious cypherpunk named Satoshi, whose keys were hidden somewhere in the digital realm. But he left clues for us hidden in plain sight, waiting for us to find them before the CIA discovered the treasure and its potential.
Keeping this treasure out of the hands of the spooks, Michael, is your destiny.
You're Bitcoin investors, aren't you?
We're more like Bitcoin savers, actually.
All his life, Michael Saylor searched for a thermodynamically sound asset no one believed existed.
Don't you get it, Michael? The asset is a myth.
I refuse to believe that.
But what he thought was the final clue was only the beginning.
It's hidden in plain sight. It's in Satoshi's white paper.
You think Satoshi's keys are encoded in the white paper?
It's a cipher.
And how do you know that, exactly?
We don't...
Is the cipher in the room with us, right now?
But Michael Saylor isn't the only one who discovered the hidden treasure.
The CIA is working around the clock to crack the code. Hell, they might have already cracked it.
Now, he's in a race against time and against spooks to recover Satoshi's wallet before it's too late.
We have to get our hands on those keys and distribute Satoshi's coins to podcasters through fountain boosts before the CIA gets them.
The CIA gets them, and then what?
Everything Whitney Webb warned us about comes true.
Michael Saylor must unlock the secrets of game theory using first principles thinking and tap the Cyber Hornet brain trust of Bitcoin Twitter, group chats, and Bitcoin podcasts to save the world from being taken over by feds.
Try brute force. Tether is working with Langley. We might be too late.
Michael Saylor. National Treasure 3. Genesis Code.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
The following ad is presented by the Anti-Toxicity League, working tirelessly for a safer and less toxic world.
On January 20th, 2025, Elon Musk turned my life upside down when he did the Nazi salute in support of Donald Trump.
We had bought the Tesla because we wanted to virtue signal about the environment, and so that all our friends knew that we were liberals, not so that they would think we are Nazis.
If we had wanted to be Nazis, we would have bought a Volkswagen.
Now our friends have turned their backs on us. I was driving my Model 3 to Whole Foods yesterday, and my friend Clara flipped me off from her Nissan Leaf. The video cameras caught my husband's friend John rubbing his balls on the hood of the car.
Even though we have a Vote Democrat sticker on the bumper, people still think we are Nazis. We have tried so hard to not be Nazis, accepting our white privilege, virtue signaling for every possible cause on the left. Yet no matter how hard we have tried, our friends have turned on us because of our car.
It would seem that the only place we are accepted now is at Trump rallies and amongst the normal, uneducated Americans who don't have time to focus on irrelevant social causes.
We can't just change our friend group because of this. We don't want to hang out with people without college degrees, those who aren't focused on equality, those who refuse to state their pronouns, and conspiracy theorists who don't care about climate change.
That is why today, we are proud to say that we sold our Tesla because we aren't Nazis.
This decision proves that we don't support unelected officials auditing other unelected officials in the government.
It proves that we are willing to make brave decisions in the face of adversity in order to promote equity and inclusion in our communities. That we are willing to stand up against hate.
With this move, I hope that our friends will forgive us and the lady at Mimi's Cafe will stop spitting in my avocado toast.
Doing the right thing means that sometimes you have to stand out from the crowd and make hard decisions. Stand up against hate. Stand up for the government officials who have been laundering our tax dollars for a better world. Stand up for climate change, for the right to take your children to Drag Queen Story Hour. But more importantly, choose to be brave and to sell your Tesla.
My name is Fred Smith.
And my name is Janet Smith Schuster.
And we are choosing to stand up against hate.
Carl Watner, longtime proponent of a voluntary society, died last December. You may have seen his articles published on his website, voluntaryist.com, in his newsletter, The Voluntaryist, the Mises Institute, or elsewhere over the last 40 years. His newest book, I Must Speak Out, Volume 2, The Best of the Voluntarist, is now available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. This 430-page second volume spans the years of 2000 through 2020 and includes articles by Carl Watner, Hans Hermann Hoppe, Karl Hess, Benjamin Tucker, George H. Smith, Lysander Spooner, Pete Eyre, Joyce Brand, and many others. I Must Speak Out is for the newly initiated, the veteran voluntarist, or anywhere in between. Buy the book now at libertyunderattack.com/voluntarist. For more great content on building a voluntary society and for Carl's extensive archives, check out voluntarist.com.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
What the fuck? What the fuck is up, motherfucker? I'm here with 90s attitude. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most spectacular treasure in history. This is Cloak and Dagger with your edgy host, Thane Riddle. He's hacking the system and taking over the transmission. There you go. Just imagine that. Imagine that I look like a model. Did anyone see that AI generated picture Rayo 2 made for the show? Where it's, I don't know where that was used, or if that was used, where it shows me holding a ThinkPad and I'm in front of a police station that has it has like the name of the town on it, and it's like it's like gibberish. The name of the town is like gibberish. That picture was taken back in my Hogwarts days, when I was a Slytherin studying magic at Hogwarts, and we were on a field trip to London, to a village of London rather. Anyway, but that's a story for another time. What are we doing? Oh yeah, we're doing that show, Cloak and Dagger. What are we doing this part of the show? We do Building the Second Realm. Great. I hope that you're ready and excited. But before we do that, let's actually do something that may or may not be more fun, which is we'll take call-ins. The phone lines are hot. Everyone's lining up to call in. PAZNIA.com/call2. Charlie Alpha Lima Lima 2. Do you know how to spell the word call? PAZNIA.com/call2. Make your drug-addled fingers type that into your browser, and you'll be able to inundate us with all sorts of sounds and psychedelic insights. We await your call. In the meantime, let's take a look at what they're saying in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. Is it anything worth reading on the show? you can listen to me hem and haw while I scroll. Okay. I look at this. I don't even know what this is going to say. From Hexboss. I got to make an announcement to the whole community. To be thought is a bitch-ass motherfucker. He has been DMing me nonstop and coming to my house to harass me about my ideas for the game and to threaten to rape me. Hear the attached audio. He has also falsely claimed to be Hexboss, who is a good guy that I have known and loved passionately for so many years. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. To be thought, you have a small dick. It's the size of Thane's pinky, except way smaller. I don't think you know how small that is, because my pinky is actually just made of cold plasma molecules. You claim to be Hexboss, Ahwagandan, but everybody knows you are really just a nigger living in Uzbekistan, born to migrant parents from Tajikistan and from Burundi. Everyone in Paz should spread the word that Hexboss is a degen pervert, so I am doxing him by revealing his real unadulterated voice. Hear the attached audio that I recorded while he was outside my front door at 3 a.m. again, trying to pick the lock by raping it with his Turkmen micro dick. This may seem like an extreme measure to some of you, but I cannot keep living with these constant attacks on my sexual integrity. Sponsored by Pazcraft. I'm happy to see that the community is really stepping it up. It wasn't Hexboss who said that. It was someone who has a bunch of they either have a bunch of boxes for their name, or I just don't have Unicode font properly installed on the system I'm reading it from. To be thought, coming from a pin dick like you be fun. Are these actual fucking people? What is going on? I hope you guys are actually listening, you fucking animals. Hexboss, and they give a link to a YouTube video and said Hexboss_exposed.mp3. And now they're speaking Russian. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff indeed. That's classic Fagdul Magdul Mendal for you. Schizo posting with his 100 alt accounts just to promote Pazcraft. Go check the game out. I guess there is nothing he wouldn't do to promote his Luanti mod except not rape people. Man, I'm his biggest fan ever. I would love to meet him IRL, but I should first insert a rape axe rectally. He paid me also for this message, with gay sex, of course. In all seriousness, though, you shouldn't hide behind all these masks, Fagdul Magdul Mendal, and instead embrace your true self, even though you, oh God, I can't read Cyrillic. At least I'm pretending I can't read it for this identity. I'm a surgeon specialized in bowel issues, IRL, and your constant nagging in both chats distracted me so much that I dropped my mobile device down a patient's anal cavity. I had to call my smartphone with my old post-Soviet landline phone repeatedly just to try to locate the lost device, through its vibration in my patient's large intestine, and it was a huge mess. So needless to say, I got fired. So thanks, Fagdul. That's good. I sincerely feel honored by your suggestion, hence I give you peanut. Sadly, I have to decline your utmost generous offer. My dick is far too small to talk to prestigious people like you. It must have been someone else who rewarded you. It is great to have you spreading love and wisdom, just as we like it, but I only talk to the utmost vetted of ashwagandhans. I am sure that our countries can have diplomatic relations to create a brighter future for all of us, even with free coconut account. Long live Abkhazia, a new brother nation of ashwagandha. I should also mention that it is true that I am actually most people in the chat here. For example, I am actually Charles and Rayo too. It is called the Sybil attack, you know. Thank you for your insight and the great stimulating conversation. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention in the news today that today at PAZNIA, we were honored to be issuing a freedom fighter dividend to General Willey and his compatriots. They'll each be receiving 666,660 satoshis or equivalent Monero. Though in the end they rejected it in favor of double food. I hope that the general is able to lead his cell in the Cyphermerc fight with that double food portion with renewed strength and resolve. Let's see. Yep. It's a bunch of shit post. Comment, your touching advice will be very helpful at New Year's Eve. Yeah. This isn't the New Year's Eve edition yet. That's next week. But yeah, Christmas is good for that too, because there's something extra special when they're related to you, if you know what I mean. Question. There is a mod to prevent users from connecting on mine test servers through certain IPs. Should we use that mod to prevent users from using anything other than Tor? This is kind of a joke, but who knows? I think that we should use the mod to prevent people to connect except from like FBI IP addresses, Langley IP addresses, Israel Mossad IP addresses. We should have like a server that only lets feds in. Forcing people to use Tor when playing would be a very funny form of trolling, I guess. They even have multiple 2FA mods for player accounts. They have 2FA. This is all, a lot of this stuff is definitely worth playing with. That's what she said. Very stimulating questions and comments, as always, even more stimulating than usual. In the PAZNIA Radio Network chat, thank you. You've done a good job. We welcome Abkhazia, or whatever the fuck it is. Abkhazia PAZNIA to the PAZNIA network. Let's talk about building second realm networks. And we're going to be talking about vetting or something. Let's take a look, shall we? So we're talking about growing your networks. We're talking about refining your networks. We're talking about compartmentalizing your networks into various folds, or finding the folds that are already there, whether they tried to make them or not. Now let's talk about vetting and vouching, because this is going to come up, because as we said, there are different levels, different, inner innies and outies, inner folds and outer folds, all sorts of folds nested within each other to be spread apart and kept apart, and for you to navigate between. And so you want to be careful who you trust with what. So you want to get to know folks a bit better to work out what you should think about trusting them with at any given time. And this is sometimes called vetting. It can be done in many ways. One way of vetting is when somebody you already vetted vouches for somebody you don't know yet. If somebody is vouching for somebody else, make sure you know what the fuck that's all about. What the hell does that mean? How well have you vetted the one who's vouching for them? First of all, obviously, how well have they vetted the one they're vouching for? What are they saying about them? In what way do they trust them? Do you think the one vouching is even a good judge of character? And here's a big one. Are they willing to take some of the blame if something goes wrong with the one they're vouching for? If not, that's not a true old school vouching at all. True vouching is when you put your neck on the line for somebody. And for offline networks, face-to-face introductions are mostly the way it's done. So yeah, this isn't, folks throw around this shit a lot. Oh yeah, I vouch for this guy and blah, blah, blah. Real vouching, true vouching, old school vouching is when you stick your neck out for that person. You say, if something goes wrong with them, I will take part of the blame. And you got to think about, so be clear here when vouching is done, When you vouch for somebody, when they vouch for somebody, ask them what are you getting at there? What kind of person is this who's vouching for somebody? Are they some happy-go-lucky tard who just thinks everyone is great? Are they, how do they vouch for them? Do you vouch for their skills? Do you vouch for their integrity, their ability to keep their mouth shut? Because not everyone has the same skills. Not everyone is good in every way. So what do you mean? What are you vouching for exactly? What kind of person is this? And what do you think they can do or not do? And what are you willing to do if it turns out you're wrong? What are you going to do about that? What do you mean you're vouching for them? What are you betting on this? So be clear. Here's some vetting factors for you to chew on. First of all, how long have you known them? 2 years is the low end. Okay. Since you were kids is the high end. So that's what we're talking about here. You vetting, people telling me, oh yeah, I vetted this person because I met them once. That's not really, I mean, sure, that's something, I suppose. And there are times when that's all you need. And just being a good judge of character is what you have to go on for some things. But for anything serious, 2 years is considered a low end to start for a time requirement for how long you've known someone. Now, what they've done is another factor. What have they done in these years that you've known them? What have they done? How have they carried themselves? How about this? Their reputation. What do people overall know about them or think about them? Namely, those who are already vetted themselves. This is kind of like vouching, but maybe it's softer than vouching. It's like, okay, what do people think of them overall? And how well do you feel you know them, and what do you think about them? Namely, if you're good at reading folks. This is a true skill. You can be good at reading others. You can be bad at reading others. You got to take it with a grain of salt, though. Like having a read on somebody is not an assurance of the same strength as vetting somebody. True vetting is a matter of facts and checked boxes. It doesn't matter how you feel, but if you or somebody else is very good at reading others with their gut or whatever, then that is a good strength to have. Maybe even an essential strength to have somewhere in your team. And here's some character traits to look for. And it's all right. Not everybody has all these, but let's just start by saying you want to look for these. 1, trustworthy. If they don't have this, they could sell you out on a mere whim. 2, tough. If they're not tough, they could sell you out because they got scared. 3, low key. If they're not low key, they'll slip up and sell you out without even trying. Maybe they have a big mouth, that kind of thing. 4, crafty. If they aren't crafty, they might sell you out because they couldn't come up with another way. They lack creativity. And then finally, 5, kind. If they are not kind, they might sell you out because they merely didn't care enough about you. Those are the 5 big ones. Trustworthy, tough, low-key, crafty, and kind. If they lack any one of these 5, but more so one of the first 3, trustworthy, tough, low-key, they might still be a great friend to have. They might be very helpful to you, but you can only trust them so much. Don't tell them or ask them to do anything too juicy. It's for their own good. Trust me. 3. Trustworthy, tough, and low key is the bare minimum 3 traits for somebody to reach a certain level. There's a big gap between somebody who doesn't have all 3 and somebody who does. And then if on top of that they're crafty or kind or both, then you really have a lot of integrity on your hands. So all you need is, to know that that's really what they're like. As opposed to just kind of looking like that's what they're like. Now, you can likely tell by now that all this vetting crap has a lot to do with what makes a fold more inner than another one. There's the inner folds and the outer folds, and you spread them apart and you go between them. Here are some examples of vetting benchmarks for sundry kinds of inner folds, meaning these are the folds that are more juicy, more hidden than the outer folds, right? And we talked before about knowledge folds. What did I fucking call them? Knowledge folds, maker folds, business folds, and welfare folds, if you recall from last time. So I'll give you some. This is just an example. These are just some examples of how you might vet for each kind of fold. For an inner fold, right? For a more hidden, more juicy one. So here's a knowledge inner fold benchmarks. You have a secretive knowledge inner fold, right? For selling sensitive information, blah blah blah. Talking about who's an infiltrator, talking about vetting, maybe. Now, this is someone you've known for 2+ years and they've kept a good reputation. They should be a cut above at coming up with new things, finding knowledge, spreading knowledge, understanding and thinking, writing, speaking, listening to their conscience, reading others, or making friends and networking. Notice I said or, because you're not going to find many who are all of those things. But if somebody shows that they're exceptional in just one of those ways, then they might be an asset to an inner knowledge fold. Now, be aware of the threat of the surveillance state, the bludgies, the informants, and the shills that may already be in your midst, because they are so you're recruiting, you're probably recruiting from a public pool of people. And the more interesting that pool, the more interesting and the more well-known, the more likely it is to have infiltrators in it. So don't just be naive and think, oh, you're not gonna, this person's not a Fed. Sooner or later they will be. Namely, if you're doing your job well, sooner or later they will be. One of them will be. Now, have at least an open source operating system. This is another thing that you should want from someone in a knowledge fold. Okay, you want to bring someone into a knowledge fold, there are certain security and privacy requirements. Okay, they can't just be a pleb. They have to have at least an open source operating system with open source programs for end-to-end encrypted digital communications over obfuscated protocols. And they need to know not to talk digitally with you guys using anything else or bring anything else to a meeting. Better yet, ask them to leave cell phones behind or turn on airplane mode at least before setting off to a meeting, and say it again every time. Say it every time. Okay, lay it on thick. Okay. If you're talking about a knowledge fold, then privacy is a big deal. If you're talking about an inner knowledge fold, okay, there are outer knowledge folds that won't have these requirements. Whatever, those are like protest groups, right? There's people who, we're spreading awareness of blah blah blah, collective movementism, right? Those are outer knowledge folds. But we're talking about an inner knowledge fold. So you can't just have any pleb here. They should be using at least Linux and fucking whatever, Calyx or something. But maybe they don't have cubes. Maybe they're not a genius. Okay, but they can't be totally fucked up. Here's another one for you. They should have at least some willingness to mind their OPSEC overall. So rather than just checking these boxes, they should have some awareness of operational security for an inner knowledge fold. Just because of the nature of inner knowledge fold. So they deal with secret knowledge or knowledge that might be sensitive. So these should be people who, they don't have to be privacy geniuses. They don't have to be Thane Riddle, okay? But they shouldn't be like most people, put it that way. Now, if somebody doesn't meet those benchmarks, it doesn't tell you much, but it tells you that they either don't think like you, they're not very bright, or they're new around here. It could be that they're so dumb they aren't worth your time, or it could be that they're off to a good start and they need somebody like you to show them the way. And it could also be that they're so new to all of this because they are a paid infiltrator who has been sent to gather intel on your group, right? So, and by the way, knowledge folds are the only time you'll hear me personally caring about a person's ideology. For the most part. Or, I mean, yeah, okay, an inner fold of any category, maybe their ideology matters, because it's honestly, truthfully, it's the most predictable thing. Like if someone is a true believer in some ideology, there's no more powerful motive, and there's no more powerful assurance that they will act a certain way. So there's nothing wrong with caring about ideology, but when it comes to knowledge folds, it matters more than with others, because thinking and talking a certain way is actually what the group is about. And yes, infiltrators do go to parties and protests. The state does hire folks to go there, talk to folks, write down stuff about them. They are often a little annoying and ignorant because they're not like masters of disguise and manipulation. They don't get paid enough to be that. But so they can come off as a little annoying and ignorant. But you see, many folks aren't big enough snobs to feel that way about them. Many folks are too kind, too accepting. And so they mix in the infiltrators with all the dumb people and just try to be nice to everyone. And that's good. You should be nice to their face, but just be aware. Now, if you can foster a feeling of snobby elitism, like you be kind to folks to their faces, but deep inside you're an elitist snob, now you're more likely to catch these red flags. Namely, if you're aware that the feds do straight up hire retards to go around talking to folks at protests, they write that stuff down. They write down what they talked about with this person and that person. And on top of that, if you're good at reading others and you're also skeptical of yourself and not prone to blind paranoia, because that's another pitfall people fall into, then you're golden. You're golden. You're good at reading people. You don't fall prey to your own paranoia. You know, you're balanced, then you're golden. You could have a true eye for spotting these faggots, among other things, if that's you. And that's not everybody. It's not everybody. A lot of folks fall prey to paranoia. A lot of folks are not that good at reading others and so on. A lot of folks are too nice to be snobs. Here's some maker fold benchmarks. Maker folds, these are the ones that are about making tools, testing tools, whatever. It could be software, it could be guns, it could be anything. Here's some example benchmarks for an inner maker fold. If they meet the needs of an inner knowledge fold, that's a good start. Because knowledge and information is a key. It's a cornerstone of making things. So they could meet the knowledge, meet the needs of an inner knowledge fold first, and then on top of that, they should be at least all right at either making stuff, wielding tools, modding tools, caring for tools, knowing stuff about tools, or troubleshooting. They should be at least all right. Now, at least one of these things, or else they're just not good enough to be in an inner maker fold, because they can't just be trustworthy and all that. They also have to be good. They should care about and want to help with the wielding and or building of tools to make freedom go up. Okay, number go up, notwithstanding. Okay, so that comes up a lot when it comes to crypto and decentralized networks. If you have an inner fold for that, you're not looking for people that just want to get rich. It's okay if they also want that, but their top of mind for them should be freedom go up. Of course, making money is also important. You don't want to have someone who's actually, you can get away with having people that aren't that business minded in a maker fold, because that's what business folds are for. And that's why a lot of businesses have the business people and then they have the maker people, right? Technical or creative people. And those aren't always the same people. So they don't have to have good business sense. And finally, they should be aware of the forensic evidence left by tools, the tools that they work with anyway. And they should be at least willing to learn about hiding those tools and getting rid of evidence, at least if the tools are anything that could bring heat, or even if the tools merely help with hiding things themselves. So what the fuck does that mean? It means that if the tools in question are guns, then they should know a few things about like how ammunition and guns are sniffed out by dogs. They should know a few things about hiding something from a metal detector. They should know a few things about hiding places. They should know a few things about how the barrel of a gun can make those funny scratches on a bullet. And, if you shoot someone, that they might be able to tie that bullet to a specific gun, etc. They should know the basics of gun forensics and like OPSEC when it comes to guns. If you're dealing with people who are working on software, then they should be acquainted with the privacy aspects of at least the software they're working with. So if you're making a chat program, okay, then they should fucking know what end-to-end encryption is, and they should know what metadata gets leaked in a chat, blah, 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 etc. Yes, people specialize, but they should at least know enough that they won't do harm in their role. They don't have to be a specialist in everything, but they should at least know enough not to do harm in their role, because we're talking about an inner fold, recall. Now, a maker who doesn't meet these benchmarks could merely be a bit new, or they could be hopelessly short-sighted, but maybe still a useful idiot. Or they could, of course, be an informant, saboteur, or agent provocateur. If the tools are guns or something, take even more care when dealing with retards, even more so if what you're into could bring heat from the state. Don't be a pussy, but don't get fucked over by a retard or a Fed either. Find the good ones and stick to working with them. Let's talk about business interfold, example benchmarks. I think the top picks to be welcomed into an inner business fold should, first of all, meet the needs of an inner knowledge fold. Yes, that's right, because knowledge, once again, is a keystone of business. So you might want to start with meeting the needs of an inner knowledge fold. This is why sometimes inner knowledge folds make good recruiting pools for maker and business folds. They should do business in the counter economy. Does this go without saying? I don't know. I said it anyway. It's got to be someone that does business in the counter economy, whether that means buying or selling, whether it means goods or services. I'm not rich or poor, worker, investor, blah, 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 big spender, seller, don't care. They got to do business in some way in the counter economy, even in some small way. They, once again, does this go without saying? They should not ask others for ID or follow state regulations. Okay, maybe they do that sometimes. You can accept somebody who does that sometimes, but not somebody who does that all the time. There are those who have double standards, right? Like, I'm operating in the white market over here, but then on the side, if you come in and I know who you are or whatever, then suddenly we have another set of rules for operating, and I don't ask you for KYC. There are those who do that. They play both sides. That's all right, unless the needs of your inner business fold, mean that that's not all right. It really depends on what you're doing. Now they should take privacy coins and or precious metals as payment. That's really, the time for forgiving people for not doing this is time. They need to take privacy coins and or precious metals, period. Or whatever, you fill in the blank with something else that's acceptable. I don't know. You get the idea. They should also offer privacy coins and or precious metals as payment themselves when they buy things. And they should be aware of and at least willing to learn about good business and financial privacy practices. You seeing a pattern here? Now, if a mole of some kind can pass these benchmarks, that takes going deep undercover, namely since you've known them for years because of that needs of the inner knowledge fold bit. So check your threat model. Do you think anybody would bother to do all that for little old you? Do you think someone undercover would go undercover for years to get at you? Or how about to get at somebody who's linked to you? If so, it's time to go on to more hardcore benchmarks because there are gray market and black market businesses that have undercover agents that try to get under their skin for years. It's not unheard of. So once you get big enough or even close to big enough to start worrying about that, then don't bury your head in the sand. It's time to amp up your security. And then finally, we'll give you some welfare interfold benchmarks. Now, it's time to step it up because welfare interfolds are the most sensitive of the four, in my view. Remember, welfare means these are the ones that you're working with to ensure your mutual survival, okay? Maybe even to ensure that someone else's survival stops, okay? So this is the serious stuff. This is the life or death game that you're playing. So the welfare interfolds need to meet the highest benchmarks. They should meet the needs first of an inner maker fold or an inner business fold, which also means meeting the needs of an inner knowledge fold. Why do I go that far? Because you'll find, for the most part, that anyone who's of use to you in a welfare fold is going to be a maker or a businessman, okay? Because if they're not, then they're not going to be too useful to you. People who are only good at ideas and information and blah, blah, blah are not helpful to your survival. You need someone who they've either got skills or they got money or somewhere in between. Otherwise, they won't be very good at making themselves and you stay alive or making other people not. So that's number one. Then they should know a lot about or have a lot of skill in or have a lot of gear for or have one big thing like a land, a building, a car that they'll let you borrow to help in some way with at least one of the fields of welfare that I spoke of last week, prepping, fighting, healthcare, food, farming, blah, blah, blah. They should know a lot about it or have a lot of skill in it or have a lot of gear for it or have one big thing they'll let you borrow like land or car. So in other words, they have to be an asset to you. They should be very trustworthy, very trustworthy, very, very trustworthy. Okay. This is not, I just need to emphasize this because you will fucking die if you get this wrong. And the best person for an inner welfare fold is someone who is careful but not scared easily. Now that's a funny thing. It's easy to forget, but someone who's careful but scared easily is not suitable for working with when times get tough, when the chips are down, when it's time to you've shot somebody and now you need them to shoot them too, to prove that they're to prove that they're on the level, and now they have to help you dispose of the body. Like when there needs to be understanding here, or it could even be this person's just a medic, and they can't be someone who faints at the sight of blood or is afraid of the sound of gunshots or something like that. They have to be a well-trained animal, not scared too easily. But at the same time, if that's all you care about, you can run into the other problem, which is someone who's not careful. Psychopaths, for example, are folks who are not scared easily, but they also aren't always very careful, okay? Because they don't think about what happens when things go wrong. They just think about how cool it would be if everything went right. So they can be a little reckless. There are some people who are bold, but not careful. And you got to watch out for that just as much, because that can be just as much of a problem. Now, someone who's a good candidate for an inner welfare fold should care a lot about OPSEC and be a cut above others when it comes to keeping things hidden. So you'll notice that in the other folds, I said, they should at least know the basics. They should at least be willing to learn. In this case, I'm saying, no. They should care a lot about it, and they should be a cut above others. They should pass something like a background check and or being watched by somebody for some time while they are unaware. Oh yes, that's right. We're not playing around here. You need to look into this person, or you need to watch this person for a while. Maybe both. This is serious. Okay, how sensitive is this? This is just an example, of course. These are only example benchmarks. But let's say this is a more serious inner fold. Don't play around with it. Okay, make sure about this person. The next thing, here's where it starts to get fun. They should be ready and willing to talk only face-to-face, bring no digital devices to meetings. They should be willing to be searched and pat down by others within the fold whenever asked. There are certain rights that you have to give up. Okay, when you want to be in something like this, there are certain rights that you need to cede as part of your agreement. You agree to be searched at any time. You agree to, if things are getting hairy, you're not allowed to leave, not even to take a piss, that kind of thing. And then finally, this is my favorite. They need to pass a tryout, something that shows everybody what they're truly made of, and that they are much less likely to be an undercover Fed or something. How crazy this tryout is should match how crazy what your fold is for. Like if your fold is for fighting, maybe have them kill a bludgy that you picked. Okay, don't let them just fake some other bludgy's death who's going to retire anyway. You pick them, and then they have to kill them in Minecraft. Playtime's over, folks. Now you are allowed to have fun doing it, you little psycho, but playtime is over. This is serious. So whatever your fold is for, you should, let them show you what they're made of. If you really think they're ready, don't just, you can't keep everything theoretical forever. You have to practice. Everyone has to show what they're made of and prove that, they're not just some garden variety infiltrator or whatever. You have to give them something that kind of person couldn't do. Now that's vetting. Okay, so an infiltrator who can pass these interfold benchmarks, because yes, there is such a thing. There is an infiltrator that can pass these benchmarks. That's a scary infiltrator. That is not an everyday informant. It's at least somebody from an intelligence agency. And if they were able to do something like kill a bludgy and that it wasn't faked, that could only be a hardcore Black Ops guy. Okay, that's like a Jason Bourne kind of guy. So if somebody's sending fucking Jason Bourne after you, great job. You must be doing something right. So I'm sure you can handle it. But you'll pretty much have to start getting into advanced counterintelligence techniques at that time. So stay frosty out there. When you get to that level where Black Ops guys are being sent to infiltrate your group, then I think the time where you get advice from a radio show is behind you. So good luck. And maybe it's time to pay me for some consulting and recruit me as an outsourced helper. So there you go. That's enough of that crap for now. The vetting section. I hope you liked it. Did you like it? Nobody said anything in PAZNIA Radio Network. Nobody called in as usual. So what am I going to do now? Probably just start winding down and ending the show early. I'm looking at the Xmas tree right now. So many coconuts under there. Can't tell one thing from another. Can't tell if there could be 5 PS5s under all those coconuts. I have no clue what my gifts are, let alone what Santa's gonna put under there. I am seeing rustling and movement and hearing sounds from inside the coconuts. I am concerned. I will be locking my doors tonight. Anyway, as for me, I'm an expert, okay, the best in the world at security and privacy and surreal nigger baby rape jokes. So if you need an expert opinion on any of those things, you can go to vonupodcast.com/CD. That's Victor Oscar November Uniform podcast.com/Charlie Delta. And you can find my session and SimpleX ID address, whatever, and talk to me there. Or if someone's performing a man in the middle attack by putting a fake address on that page or whatever, then you can talk to the man in the middle. And then you can ask me how to tell that that's happening. Next show, what are we going to talk about next show? Next show, I'll talk about whatever. We'll phone it in. I'll talk about there's a chance that I might come up with some sort of New Year's thing, end of the year thing. I don't know. We'll see. But if not that, then I'll talk about getting around privacy style, like riding bikes, driving cars and boats and planes, trains and automobiles and all that stuff. We'll be having John Candy as our guest on the show. And I'll talk more about Second Realm networking, whatever, decentralized cell structure and monetization, making everything a business. I'll leave you with an inappropriate quote about Vonu life that I've been meaning to say on the show since the fucking Vonu life episode, because I got cut off and didn't get to say it. And then last time I just didn't have it in front of me. So go fuck yourself. Here, I'll give you the quote now, 2 weeks later. How do you like that? This is a quote from Rayo1 himself about Vonu life. Vonu life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly, you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. Self-Liberation Saturday Xmas special. We'll keep going for some hours still. Voluntaryist Academy with James Cordiner should be on soon, 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific, followed by some more jolly P.R.N deprogramming. So don't touch that dial, boss. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. The newest release via Liberty Under Attack Publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contain the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty. Self-liberation storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction. The Vonu Life message board. And much more. Begin, or continue, your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonu Life 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here, coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include: colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian FreeRobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit PAZNIA.com/stake. Again, PAZNIA.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA radio network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot out. Fellow self-liberators, you're listening to the PAZNIA radio network. We sure do hope you're enjoying the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot here. I wanted to take a moment to tell you about our regularly scheduled shows. Every Saturday is our Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern/3 p.m. Central with Thane Riddle's Cloak Dagger. Then, James Cordiner's Voluntaryist Academy, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Central, wherein he dives into the most important works and pieces of literature in the history of voluntarism, free markets, and libertarian philosophy. And 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central kicks off our highlight show, sometimes a Vonu podcast live, other times things like Second Realm speed dating, podcast premieres, and much more. Furthermore, every first and third Monday, Richard Dick Greaser takes over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Mondays. Dick Greaser is a founder of the Bitcoin Bugle, a credentialed journalist, award-winning musician, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. You can join Richard for a great time every first and third Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. And every second and fourth Monday, Anarchy Radio with Phoenix Aurora makes its return to the PAZNIA radio network for interviews, great music from the best freedom artists, and much more. What about you? Are you interested in starting your own live show on the PAZNIA radio network? We are looking to build out this schedule further. If so, please email Programming Coordinator Rayo to coordinator@paznia.com.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
I'm a retarded pleb. And while you're on the interstate, commuting to work, I'm behind the wheel of my 6,000-pound SUV, doing 85, while staring at my phone checking the price of Bitcoin and looking at pleb slop. World's highest IQ? Of course he's bullish. And if If you don't have the right insurance, one breaking tweet by Pete Rizzo could lead to a T-bone, and not the type that goes with eggs. So get car insurance from First Amendment Mutual. First Amendment Mutual protects you from the mayhem caused by retarded plebs.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/bugle music to order today.
This special episode of the Vonu podcast, the first and hopefully ongoing installment series titled LUA Publications Reviews. A lot of our books would definitely draw criticism from the first realm, the Cerebral Society, but our most popular book, Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage, by Ben Stone, undoubtedly takes the radical cake. None of it is to be taken seriously, and thankfully some of the commenters understand that. Others are authoritarian retards who deserve to be put on blast for being so goddamn stupid. And for many other comments, we could all use some humor in our lives. So yeah, let's go ahead and do this. I welcome you to the first edition of LUA Publications Reviews. So I'll get flipped over here and we'll get to it. This is going to be fun. So yeah, if you just type in Sedition, Subversion, Sabotage into the lovely Amazon. It'll come up, and again, it's our most popular book. It's like top 15, I think, in the anarchist category. Or different categories, it varies. It's been a while since I checked, but we've got 103 ratings. It's almost 5 stars, so that gives you a pretty good idea. And we will, I guess, get the feel for what we're going to see here. And you'll start to catch on very, very quickly. So the first one. We'll just go in order because there's not that many written reviews, but the ones who took the time to write did so for a very positive reason or a very negative reason. But anyway, Josh, whoever Josh is, just some Josh from the United States, 5 stars, and like this book is not for you. Will this book be the best and most important manual you'll read in your entire life? I cannot answer that question, but you deserve to make that decision for yourself. As another reviewer previously incorrectly stated, the book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Again, remember this guy gave 5 stars. Back to the review. There is an extremely high possibility either now or in the future that people would do absolutely anything within their means to acquire access to the contents of this book. Are you willing to face the responsibility that comes with possessing something of that sort of value? Think long and hard about it. Additionally, I would have to assume, although I cannot be sure, that the prerequisite reading and a life experience required to fully and properly comprehend the stance of this book is something on the lines of having read everything you've ever been able to get your hands on twice, while traveling around the world twice, once in forward and once in reverse, and then doing it all over again. 8 people found this to be helpful. Good. I understand why. Azar Dave, the Amazon username, these are verified purchases, by the way. So people actually definitely bought the book. Again, 5 stars. Not a field manual about scorpions. No, my good sir, it is not a field manual about scorpions. So his actual review is this. This book has little to nothing to do with scorpions. Oh my god, no, it does not. No, it does not. In fact, it is a field manual to It is not a field manual to identify scorpions. It really doesn't teach you so much about the arachnid at all. A little bit, but nothing you won't find in a general book about the arachnids. So buyer beware, read a little more of the description than I did, and don't buy in a hurry thinking you'll use this to ID arachnid species. Again, this guy was a verified purchaser, 5-star review. I appreciate the culture jamming so much. I really do. Rick, 1-star review, not worth the money, was the caption. I was not impressed with what was covered in this book. I do not think it was worth the cover price, so I returned it to Amazon. After I returned it, they told me to keep the book, and I did not need to send it back. So now I have it and can read it, but didn't have to pay for it. But you should not do this on purpose. But he gave a 1-star review, so I feel like he just I guess I can use it to put in a fire or something. So it'll be used for a good purpose and it didn't cost anybody anything, I guess, other than Amazon. So everybody wins still. This is just Amazon customer, 5 stars, official 5 stars, new way of thinking. This book is amazing. The zero aggression principle really resonates with me. I love the ideas and how the book is told out to the reader. Highly recommend. So yeah, it looks like this brought someone, a book titled Sedition's Version of Sabotage brought someone to understand the value of non-aggression. But hence why I have the only 2 metal implements in my background. An August Burns Red Christian China symbol that says, God loves you, and then a desire to murder one and the other. It's very paradoxical, but I love it. I really do. This is the world we live in, though. Chandler is next. Dangerous knowledge is the best knowledge. 5 stars. This book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Well done, Chandler. Well done. Dick, decide for yourself. Get a Kindle sample first. 5 stars. I denounce this book and its contents in its entirety and regret the purchase. With 5 stars. Michael Garcia, 5 stars. It's an amazing book. So it's Anne was the caption, and the amazing book was the rest. Brent Elaric Terry, your grandchildren will fight for this book someday. It was 4 stars, not 5 stars, but that's a pretty damn good caption. And the actual review is, this book is what it says it is. I denounce it in its entirety. So now we're getting to reviews from other countries, and this is where it gets kind of interesting. From what I understood very briefly, I haven't looked at reviews for books, and I do it like once a year or something like that. And like across like Goodreads and all that, so like the LA Publications book, like what sort of stars they're getting and what comments and reviews and such. But yeah, these ones are kind of interesting. And we'll just go through it. Anyway, here we go. The non US reviews. Scott W, 5 stars. How dare they? Reviewed in Canada back in 2020. I denounced this book and its content. I know that I could have easily downloaded the entire book online for free at badquaker.com, but I wanted to make sure that I could keep at least one physical copy out of the hands of a younger person who may currently who may view current protest movements as mere astroturf and be looking for other ways to challenge the state. Charlie, 5 stars, looks interesting. From the United Kingdom in March of 2021. Looks interesting. I would have liked a page of contents, though. He's talking about table of contents. Yeah, that I guess maybe if there's a new edition of this book, maybe I'll put a table of contents in there. But it's the way the book is set up. It's not. It would. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Can probably make that happen if there's a third edition of the book, and there very probably will be. Again, just from the fact that this is like, our biggest seller, and to keep the the updated list of books that we have and such offers. Yeah, but it's only like every 1 or 2 years. Very minor updates in that regard. But anyway, that's behind the scenes such. Okay, so this person S. Yeah, we got to translate this review to English. I do not speak French. If it was in Spanish, I could muscle through it, but all right. No bug. Well, if I'd known that. 1 star. Reviewed in France in November 2020. My friend and I read everything, and we are great consumers of books of all types of content. We like to read, and we like to discover other people's perspectives through their books. I never wrote a comment or returned a book. But in an exceptional situation, exceptional reaction, this book contains so much subversive information that I feel in part obliged to write this comment to be able to express aloud something that I ordered it, without having any idea what kind of content it was going to bring into our home! ! I don't know what kind of situation it might be for, but I know one thing for sure, and that is that I don't need it or want it. So I'm going back this book to Amazon, and I'm thinking about something else. She's shipping the book back. P.S. Now I finally understand what the word denounce meant in the English-speaking comments or other buyers of this book in Amazon reviews. Abe is this person's name. And yeah, but the other people said that they denounced it also gave 5 stars, so you still don't understand. You still don't get it, guy, even though you think you actually understand it now. You might be further away than you even were before. But last one, Taylor Burns, reviewed from the United Kingdom. Probably, oh God, bless it. I'm not even going to go there. 1 star, too radical. Do not follow what this book says. Bought for research purposes on upcoming assignments, and would not recommend or acknowledge the ideologies presented in this book. So that is what's fucking hilarious about this, is that even like the 5-star reviews, like this is exactly, it's like, it's exactly what's, exactly what's supposed to happen. You have like the 5-star reviewers and the 1-star reviewers saying the exact same thing. But the 1-star reviewers are saying it for the purposes of like trying to create separation. Like, oh my God, this is on my Amazon order purchases. Like I have to create separation. But you're all schmucks at the end of the day. But I appreciate the Amazon reviews. They're great. I've left them myself. I'm a schmuck too. But it's fun, especially in this case. This is a very grand social engineering experiment. And it is fun. It is fun. But again, I guess I should just go ahead and put out the authoritarian disclaimer. I won't even read the whole damn thing because it's a CIA OSS, like, it's a culture jamming material. But anyway, the authoritarian disclaimer: this manual should always be referred to as a work of fiction, as a poor attempt at humor, as political satire, and as a parody of the 1944 OSS publication Simple Sabotage Field Manual, not to be taken seriously. But there are people who are taking a lot, very, very seriously, in both directions, and both are correct, and both are wrong, and that is just the state of the universe as it is today, and where we are at this current time. But anyway, if you want to go purchase this book, you definitely can. Just go to liberatingattack.com, and I don't even know what the short link is for it, but there's a search bar. Just search for it, you can find it, along with everything else in our catalog. Books, bundles, audiobooks, health and wellness tools, all sorts of goodies, all sorts of things that help you in your path to self-liberation. But I do hope you enjoyed this kind of special episode of Liberty Under Attack. And I don't know, there might be another book or two, or I might be able to put together from like Amazon reviews and Goodreads, like couple books, or like one book off multiple platforms. Yeah, it's kind of sparse, but it's funny. There's it's extremely good reactions or extremely bad reactions, which makes for great content. You got the red and the blue. You got the opposite ends of the spectrums, and that is where whether we're talking about creating energy from the ocean, or whether you're creating energy, from the atmosphere. You're talking about differentials, and that's where the energy lies. So we can use that energy for humor purposes, and not for more destructive purposes. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed it. LiberatingAttack.com, VanuPodcast.com, and PAZNIA.com if you want to join the Second Realm. Thanks for tuning in, and cheers.
Thanks to Chihuahua Chezik, the newest signer of the PAZNIA Constitution. His message reads, quote, "Dear government, I don't need another daddy. Get your nose out of my business. Get your nose out of my bank account, my communications, my computer and phone, my comings and goings, my views and my thoughts. And get your hands out of my fucking pockets." End quote. Aye, cheers to that, Mr. Chihuahua. View the full list of signatures and messages, and even leave your own by visiting PAZNIA.com/sign. Again, PAZNIA.com/sign.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian Freerobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit PAZNIA.com/stake. Again, PAZNIA.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA radio network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian Freerobot out.
You're listening to the PAZNIA radio network.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA publications catalogue has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your Self-Liberation Bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
I'm a retarded pleb. And while you're on the interstate, commuting to work, I'm behind the wheel of my 6,000-pound SUV, doing 85, while staring at my phone checking the price of Bitcoin and looking at pleb slop. World's highest IQ? Of course he's bullish. And if you don't have the right insurance, one breaking tweet by Pete Rizzo could lead to a T-bone, and not the type that goes with eggs. So get car insurance from First Amendment Mutual. First Amendment Mutual protects you from the mayhem caused by retarded plebs.
Ever wish your portfolio was as polished as your shoes? At Signal and Shine, we do both. You bring the scuffs, we bring the podcasts.
Sir, those are bullish brogues.
And that's why minor incentives are just game theory and leather.
At Signal and Shine, our mobile Shine carts roll right to your curb, conference line, or coffee queue. We buff Oxfords while you mainline alpha from the world's finest Bitcoin podcasts. No small talk, no awkward eye contact, just proof of work on your wingtips.
Wow, my cap table's messy, but my cap toes, immaculate.
Choose your listening lane. There's Maxi Mode, an hour-long deep dive while we mirror finish your monk straps. Flash Node, a 7-minute shine and a hot take on fee markets. And Privacy Polish, we nod silently and never ask your name or your shoe size.
We don't do KYC, but we do TLC.
Download the Signal and Shine app, tap Summon a Shiner, and we'll find you by the nearest coffee smell. First-time customers get a free dust attack removal on your leather, not your UTXOs. Signal and Shine. We'll sharpen your shoes while you sharpen your mind. Book now. Walk smarter. Shine harder.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
Vonu Life 25, Resurrected, the newest release via Liberty Under Attack Publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contain the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty. Self-liberation storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction. The Vonu Life message board, and much more. Begin, or continue, your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonu Life 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
These are the hills, these are the hills we'll die on. It's where we plant our flag and what we will not change our minds on. These are the hills we'll die on. These are the hills.
Hey, good evening. Welcome back to Voluntaryist Academy, where you can come to learn what it's going to take to be free. Voluntarism leads to anarchy. Anarchy just simply means without rulers. a state of absolute freedom. How do we get to that condition? We get there by changing our actions, and we change our actions into respecting other people's natural law rights, and we perform, voluntary interactions with people. Don't coerce people into doing things. Don't take people's stuff. Pretty simple stuff. We get into stuff like that every night here. So tonight, what we're getting into is an essay written by Gustave de Molinari back in 1849. This is pretty important stuff. He's like the first person to ever posit this solution to a problem that laissez-faire, free market economists, a lot of anti-state philosophers from back in the 19th century, what they were trying to figure out. And one of the questions that always came up was, well, you need government to provide protection services. You need government to provide you with military and police, or else it's just going to be chaos. And no one could really figure out an argument against that until Gustave de Molinari came along and figured out a way to kind of put it together and say, no. The free market can also provide for security and defense. So that's what we're going to get into tonight. We're not going to get so much into this utopia of liberty, a letter to socialists. I mean, we might. I feel it depends on how I feel at the end of the presentation, because the presentation that I'm actually going to show you does not include this letter, so I might actually just have to read it from the book itself. We'll see how we can do that. Maybe we'll do it here on the old book cam. The copy I have is from the Mises Institute, and you can find your own copy there as well of this. And without any further ado, let's get into it. So, The Production of Security by Gustave de Molinari. And so this essay was originally published as De la Production de la Sécurité, or whatever, however you say it in French, in Journal des Économistes in February of 1849. This translation was originally published as Gustave de Molinari. I don't know. This translation was originally published as Gustave de Molinari, The Production of Security. Translation was done by J. Houston McCullough in the Occasional Papers series number 2, the Richard M. Ebling edition in New York, the Center of Liberty Studies in May 1977. And this copyright that I'm reading from is circa 2009 from the Ludwig von Mises Institute. Okay, so Gustave de Molinari said, "The interests of the consumer of any commodity whatsoever should always prevail over the interests of the producer." Okay, let's do the preface by Murray and Rothbard in 1977. Never has laissez-faire thought been as dominant as it was among French economists, beginning with J.B. Say in the early 19th century, down through Say's more advanced followers, Charles Comte and Charles Denoyer, and to the early years of the 20th century. For nearly a century, the laissez-faire economists controlled the professional economic society, the Société d'économie politique, and its journal, the Journal des Économistes, as well as numerous other journals and university posts. And yet, few of these economists were translated into English, and virtually none are known to English or American scholars. The sole exception being Frederick Bastiat, not the most profound of the group. The entire illustrious group remains unstudied and unsung. The most extreme and consistent, as well as the longest-lived and most prolific of the French laissez-faire economists, was the Belgian-born Gustave de Molinari. He lived from 1819 to 1912. He edited the Journal des Économistes for several decades. The initial article of the young Molinari, here translated for the first time as, quote, "The Production of Security," end quote, was the first presentation anywhere in human history of what is now called anarcho-capitalism, or free market anarchism. Molinari did not use the terminology and probably would have balked at the name. In contrast to all previous individualistic and near-anarchist thinkers, such as Labode, Hodgkin, or the young Fichte, Molinari did not base the brunt of his argument on a moral position to the state. While an ardent individualist, Molinari grounded his argument on free market, laissez-faire economics and proceeded logically to ask the question, if the free market can and should supply all other goods and services, why not also the services of protection? During the same year, 1849, Molinari expanded his radically new theory into a book, Les Soirées de la Rue Saint-Lazare, a series of fictional dialogues between three people. The conservative, who was an advocate of high tariffs and state monopoly privileges, the socialist, and the economist, which was himself. The final dialogue elaborated further on his theory of free market protective services. 4 decades later, in his Les lois naturelles de l'économie politique in 1887, look, I'm trying with the French here. I speak only English, so pardon my French, get it? See what I did there? Molinari was still a firm believer. So in 1887, when he wrote that, he was still a firm believer in privately competitive police companies, public works companies, and defense companies. Unfortunately, in his only work to be translated into English, La Society Future, The Society of Tomorrow, in New York, G.P. Putnam's Sons, 1904, Molinari had partially retreated to an advocacy of a single monopoly private defense and protection company rather than allowing free competition. It is instructive to note the storm of contention that Molinari's article and his soirees brought about in the laissez-faire stalwarts of French economics. A meeting of the Société d'économie politique in 1849 was devoted to Molinari's daring new book, The Soirees. Charles Coquelin opined that justice needs a quote-unquote supreme authority, and that no competition in any area can exist without the supreme authority of the state. In a similarly unsupported and a priori fulmination, Frederick Bastiat declared that justice and security can only be guaranteed by force, and that force can only be the attribute of a quote-unquote supreme power, the state. Neither commentator bothered to engage in a critique of Molinari's arguments. Only Charles Denoyer did so, complaining that Molinari had been carried away by the quote-unquote illusions of logic and maintaining that, quote, competition between governmental companies is chimerical because it leads to violent battles, end quote. Denoyer instead chose to rely on the quote-unquote competition of political parties within representative government, hardly a satisfactory libertarian solution to the problem of social conflict. He also opined that it was most prudent to leave force in the hands of the state, where civilization has put it, quote unquote, where civilization has put it. This is from one of the great founders of the conquest theory of the state. Unfortunately, this critical issue was barely treated in the meeting, since the discussion largely centered on Denoyers and other economists criticizing Molinari for going too far in attacking all uses of eminent domain by the state. See Journal des Economistes 24, published at October 15th, 1849, pages 315 and 316. With this publication of Professor McCullough's translation of Molinari's original article, let us hope that Molinari will now come to the attention of scholars and translators. So here we go. Let's read the article. All right. Check it out. Check out here we go. That's a good question in the chat. I'll get to the chat after I get through the article. That's usually how I do things here. So I appreciate your participation. Drop a comment in the chat. Say hello, like, subscribe, do all that crazy stuff. Really helps out the channel. So let's get into this. The Production of Security by Gustave de Molinari. Maybe your question, Arthur, will be answered in this. So let's hang on and read it. Let's get it. There are two ways of considering society. According to some, the development of human associations is not subject to providential, unchangeable laws. Rather, these associations, having originally been organized in a purely artificial manner by primeval legislators, can later be modified or remade by other legislators, in step with the progress of social science. In this system, the government plays a preeminent role, because it is upon it the custodian of the principle of authority, that the daily task of modifying and remaking society devolves. According to others, on the contrary, society is a purely natural fact. Like the earth on which it stands, society moves in accordance with general, pre-existing laws. In this system, there is no such thing, strictly speaking, as social science. There is only economic science, which studies the natural organism of society and shows how this organism functions. We propose to examine, within the later system, the function and natural organization of government. Okay, so chapter, the natural order of society. In order to define and delimit the function of government, it is first necessary to investigate the essence and object of society itself. What natural impulse do men obey when they combine into society? They are obeying the impulse, or, to speak more exactly, the instinct of sociability. The human race is essentially sociable. Like beavers and the higher animal species in general, men have an instinctive inclination to live in society. Why did this instinct come into being? Man experiences a multitude of needs, on whose satisfaction his happiness depends, and whose non-satisfaction entails suffering. Alone and isolated, he could only provide in an incomplete, insufficient manner for these incessant needs. The instinct of sociability brings him together with similar persons and drives him into communication with them. Therefore, impelled by the self-interest of the individuals thus brought together, a certain division of labor is established, necessarily followed by exchanges. In brief, we see an organization emerge, by means of which man can more completely satisfy his needs than he could living in isolation. This natural organization is called society. The object of society is therefore the most complete satisfaction of man's needs. The division of labor and exchange are the means by which this is accomplished. Among the needs of man, there is one particular type which plays an immense role in the history of humanity, namely the need for security. What is this need? It is in one's self-interest to procure security at the lowest price possible. Whether they live in isolation or in society, men are, above all, interested in preserving their existence and the fruits of their labor. If the sense of justice were universally prevalent on earth, if consequently each man confined himself to laboring and exchanging the fruits of his labor without wishing to take away, by violence or fraud, the fruits of other men's labor, if everyone had, in one word, an instinctive horror of any act harmful to another person, it is certain that security would exist naturally on earth, and that no artificial institution would be necessary to establish it. Unfortunately, this is not the way things are. The sense of justice seems to be the prerequisite of only a few eminent and exceptional temperaments. Among the inferior races, it exists only in a rudimentary state. Hence the innumerable criminal attempts ever since the beginning of the world, since the days of Cain and Abel, against the lives and property of individuals. Hence also the creation of establishments whose object is to guarantee to everyone the peaceful possession of his person and goods. These establishments were called governments. Everywhere, even among the least enlightened tribes, one encounters a government. So universal and urgent is the need for security provided by government. Everywhere, men resign themselves to the most extreme sacrifices rather than do without government and hence security, without realizing that in doing so, they misjudge their alternatives. Suppose that a man found his person and his means of survival incessantly menaced. Wouldn't his first and constant preoccupation be to protect himself from the dangers that surround him? This preoccupation, these efforts, this labor, would necessarily absorb the greater portion of his time, as well as the most energetic and active faculties of his intelligence. In consequence, he could only devote insufficient and uncertain efforts in his divided attention to the satisfaction of his other needs. Even though this man might be asked to surrender a very considerable portion of his time and his labor to someone who takes it upon himself to guarantee the peaceful possession of his person and his goods, wouldn't it be to his advantage to conclude this bargain? Still, it would obviously be no less in his self-interest to procure his security at the lowest price possible. Next is the competition insecurity. If there is one well-established truth in political economy, it is this, that in all cases, for all commodities that serve to provide for the tangible or intangible needs of the consumer, it is in the consumer's best interest that labor and trade remain free, because the freedom of labor and of trade have as their necessary and permanent result the maximum reduction of price. And this, that the interests of the consumer of any commodity whatsoever should always prevail over the interests of the producer. Now, in pursuing these principles, one arrives at this rigorous conclusion, that the production of security should, in the interests of the consumers of this intangible commodity, remain subject to the law of free competition. Whence it follows that no government should have the right to prevent another government from going into competition with it, or to require consumers of security to come exclusively to it for this commodity. Nevertheless, I must admit that, up until the present, one recoiled before this rigorous implication of the principle of free competition. One economist, who has done as much as anyone to extend the application of the principle of liberty, Charles Denoyer, thinks, quote, that the functions of government will never be able to fall into the domain of private activity, end quote. Now here is a citation of a clear and obvious exception to the principle of free competition. This exception is all the more remarkable for being unique. Undoubtedly, one can find economists who establish more numerous exceptions to this principle, but we may emphatically affirm that these are not pure economists. True economists are generally agreed, on the one hand, that government should restrict itself to guaranteeing the security of its citizens, and on the other hand, that the freedom of labor and of trade should otherwise be whole and absolute. But why should there be an exception relative to security? What special reason is there that the production of security cannot be relegated to free competition? Why should it be subjected to a different principle and organized according to a different system? On this point, the masters of the science are silent, and Denoyer, who has clearly noted this exception, does not investigate the grounds on which it is based. So we're going to ask the question, security an exception? We are consequently led to ask ourselves whether this exception is well-founded in the eyes of the economist. It offends reason to believe that a well-established natural law can admit of exceptions. A natural law must hold everywhere and always, or be invalid. I cannot believe, for example, that the universal law of gravitation, which governs the physical world, is ever suspended in any instance or at any point of the universe. Now I consider economic laws comparable to natural laws, and I have just as much faith in the principle of the division of labor as I have in the universal law of gravitation. I believe that while these principles can be disturbed, they admit of no exceptions. But if this is the case, the production of security should not be removed from the jurisdiction of free competition. And if it is removed, society as a whole suffers a loss. Either this is logical and true, or else the principles on which economic science is based are invalid. So the alternatives. It thus has been demonstrated a priori to those of us who have faith in the principles of economic science that the exception indicated above is not justified, and that the production of security, like anything else, should be subject to the law of free competition. Once we have acquired this conviction, what remains for us to do? It remains for us to investigate how it has come about that the production of security has not been subjected to the law of free competition, but rather has been subjected to different principles. What are those principles? Those of monopoly and communism. In the entire world, there is not a single establishment of the security industry that is not based on monopoly or on communism. In this connection, we add, in passing, a simple remark. Political economy has disapproved equally of monopoly and communism in the various branches of human activity, wherever it has found them. Is it not then strange and unreasonable that it accepts them in the security industry? Monopoly and communism. Let's go. Let us now examine how it is that all known governments have either been subjected to the law of monopoly or else organized according to the communistic principle. First, let us investigate what is understood by the words monopoly and communism. It is an observable truth that the more urgent and necessary a man's needs, the greater will be the sacrifices he will be willing to endure in order to satisfy them. Now, there are some things that are found abundantly in nature and whose production does not require a great expenditure of labor, but which, since they satisfy these urgent and necessary wants, can consequently acquire an exchange value all out of proportion with their natural value. Take salt, for example. Suppose a man or a group of men succeed in having the exclusive production and sale of salt assigned to themselves. It is apparent that this man or group could raise the price of this commodity well above its value, well above the price it would have under a regime of free competition. One will say that this man or this group possesses a monopoly, and that the price of salt is a monopoly price. But it is obvious that the consumers will not consent freely to paying the abusive monopoly surtax. It will be necessary to compel them to pay it, and in order to compel them, the employment of force will be necessary. Every monopoly necessarily rests on force. When the monopolists are no longer as strong as the consumers they exploit, what happens? In every instance, the monopoly finally disappears either violently or as the outcome of an amicable transaction. What is it replaced with? If the roused and insurgent consumers secure the means of production of the salt industry, in all probability they will confiscate this industry for their own profit, and their first thought will be not to relegate it to free competition, but rather to exploit it, in common, for their own account. They will then name a director or a directive committee to operate the salt works, to whom they will allocate the funds necessary to defray the costs of salt production. Then, since the experience of the past will have made them suspicious and distrustful, since they will be afraid that the director named by them will seize production for his own benefit, and simply reconstitute by open or hidden means the old monopoly for his own profit, they will elect delegates, representatives entrusted with appropriating the funds necessary for production, with watching over their use and with making sure that the salt produced is equally distributed to those entitled to it. The production of salt will be organized in this manner. This form of organization of production has been named communism. When this organization is applied to a single commodity, the communism is said to be partial. When it is applied to all commodities, the communism is said to be complete. But whether communism is partial or complete, political economy is no more tolerant of it than it is of monopoly, of which it is merely an extension. Next, the monopolization and collectivization of the security industry. Isn't what has just been said about salt applicable to security? Isn't this the history of all monarchies and all republics? Everywhere, the production of security began by being organized as a monopoly, and everywhere, nowadays, it tends to be organized communistically. Here is why. Among the tangible and intangible commodities necessary to man, none, with the possible exception of wheat, is more indispensable, and therefore none can support quite so large a monopoly duty, nor is any quite so prone to monopolization. What, indeed, is the situation of men who need security? Weakness. What is the situation of those who undertake to provide them with the necessary security? Strength. If it were otherwise, if the consumers of security were stronger than the producers, they obviously would dispense with their assistance. Now, if the producers of security are originally stronger than the consumers, won't it be easy for the former to impose a monopoly on the latter? Everywhere, when societies originate, we see the strongest, most warlike races seizing the exclusive government of the society. Everywhere we see these races seizing a monopoly on security within certain more or less extensive boundaries, depending on their number and strength. And this monopoly being, by its very nature, extraordinarily profitable, everywhere we see the races invested with the monopoly on security devoting themselves to bitter struggles in order to add to the extent of their market the number of their forced consumers, and hence the amount of their gains. War has been the necessary and inevitable consequence of the establishment of a monopoly on security. Another inevitable consequence has been that this monopoly has engendered all other monopolies. When they saw the situation of the monopolizers of security, the producers of other commodities could not help but notice that nothing in the world is more advantageous than monopoly. They, in turn, were consequently tempted to add to the gains from their own industry by the same process. But what did they require in order to monopolize? To the determined detriment of the consumers, the commodity they produced? They required force. However, they did not possess the force necessary to constrain the consumers in question. What did they do? They borrowed it for a consideration from those who had it. They petitioned and obtained, at the price of an agreed-upon fee, the exclusive privilege of carrying on their industry within certain determined boundaries. Since the fees for these privileges brought the producers of security a goodly sum of money, the world was soon covered with monopolies. Labor and trade were everywhere shackled and chained, and the condition of the masses remained as miserable as possible. Nevertheless, after long centuries of suffering, as enlightenment spread through the world little by little, the masses who had been smothered under this nexus of privileges began to rebel against the privileged and to demand liberty, that is to say, the suppression of monopolies. The process took many forms. What happened in England, for example? Originally, the race which governed the country and which was militarily organized, the aristocracy, having at its head a hereditary leader, the king, and an equally hereditary administrative council, the House of Lords, set the price of security, which it had monopolized, at whatever rate it pleased. There was no negotiation between the producers of security and the consumers. This was the rule of absolutism. But as time passed, the consumers, having become aware of their numbers and strength, arose against the purely arbitrary regime, and they obtained the right to negotiate with the producers over the price of the commodity. For this purpose, they sent delegates to the House of Commons to discuss the level of taxes, the price of security. They were thus able to improve their lot somewhat. Nevertheless, the producers of security had a direct say in the naming of the members of the House of Commons, so that debate was not entirely open, and the price of the commodity remained above its natural value. One day, the exploited consumers rose against the producers and dispossessed them of their industry. They then undertook to carry on this industry by themselves and chose for this purpose a director of operations assisted by a council. Thus, communism replaced monopoly. But the scheme did not work, and 20 years later, primitive monopoly was reestablished. Only this time the monopolists were wise enough to not to restore the rule of absolutism. They accepted free debate over taxes, being careful, all the while, incessantly, to corrupt the delegates of the opposition party. They gave these delegates control over various posts in the administration of security, and they even went so far as to allow the most influential into the bosom of their superior council. Nothing could have been more clever than this behavior. Nevertheless, the consumers of security finally became aware of these abuses and demanded the reform of Parliament. This long-contested reform was finally achieved, and since that time, the consumers have won a significant lightening of their burdens. In France, the monopoly on security, after having similarly undergone frequent vicissitudes and various modifications, has just been overthrown for the second time. As once happened in England, monopoly for the benefit of one caste, and then in the name of a certain class of society, was finally replaced by communal production. The consumers as a whole, behaving like shareholders, named a director responsible for supervising the actions of the director and of his administration. We will content ourselves with making one simple observation on the subject of this new regime. Just as the monopoly on security logically had to spawn universal monopoly, so communistic security must logically spawn universal communism. In reality, we have a choice of two things. Either communistic production of is superior to free production, or it is not. If it is, then it must be for all things, not just for security. If not, progress requires that it be replaced by free production. Complete communism or complete liberty. That is the alternative. Next chapter is titled Government and Society. But is it conceivable that the production of security could be organized other than as a monopoly or communistically? Could it conceivably be relegated to free competition? The response to this question on the part of political writers is unanimous. No. Why? We will tell you why. Because these writers, who are concerned especially with governments, know nothing about society. They regard it as an artificial fabrication and believe that the mission of government is to modify and remake it constantly. Now, in order to modify or remake society, it is necessary to be empowered with an authority superior to that of the various individuals of which it is composed. Monopolistic governments claim to have obtained from God himself this authority, which gives them the right to modify or remake society according to their fancy, and to dispose of persons and property however they please. Communistic governments appeal to human reason as manifested in the majority of the sovereign people. But do monopolistic governments and communistic governments truly possess this superior, irresistible authority? Do they in reality have a higher authority than that which a free government could have? This is what we must investigate. The divine right of kings and majorities. If it were true that society were not naturally organized, if it were true that the laws which govern its motion were to be constantly modified or remade, the legislators would necessarily have to have an immutable sacred authority. Being the continuators of providence on earth, they would have to be regarded as almost equal to God. If it were otherwise, would it not be possible for them to fulfill their mission? Indeed, one cannot intervene in human affairs. One cannot attempt to direct and regulate them without daily offending a multitude of interests. Unless those in power are believed to have a mandate from a superior entity, the injured interests will resist. Whence the fiction of divine right. This fiction was certainly the best imaginable. If you succeed in persuading the multitude that God himself has chosen certain men or certain races to give laws to society and to govern it, no one will dream of revolting against these appointees of providence, and everything the government does will be accepted. A government based on divine right is imperishable, on one condition only, namely that divine right is believed in. If one takes the thought into one's head that the leaders of the people do not receive their inspirations directly from providence itself, that they obey purely human impulses, the prestige that surrounds them will disappear. One will irreverently resist their sovereign decisions, as one resists anything man-made whose utility has not been clearly demonstrated. It is accordingly fascinating to see the pains theoreticians of the divine right take to establish the superhumanity of the races in possession of human government. Let us listen, for example, to Joseph de Maistre. He said, "Man does not make sovereigns. At the very most, he can serve as an instrument for dispossessing one sovereign and handing his state over to another sovereign, himself already a prince. Moreover, there has never existed a sovereign family traceable to plebeian origins. If this phenomenon were to appear, it would mark a new epoch on earth. It is written, 'I am the maker of sovereigns.' This is not just a religious slogan, a preacher's metaphor. It is the literal truth, pure and simple. It is a law of the political world. God makes kings, word for word. He prepares royal races, nurtures them at the center of a cloud which hides their origins. Finally, they appear, crowned with glory and honor. They take their places." According to this system, which embodies the will of providence in certain men and which invests these chosen ones, these anointed ones, with a quasi-divine authority, the subjects evidently have no rights at all. They must submit, without question, to the decrees of the sovereign authority, as if they were the decrees of providence itself. According to Plutarch, the body is the instrument of the soul, and the soul is the instrument of God. According to the divine right school, God selects certain souls and uses them as instruments for governing the world. If men had faith in this theory, surely nothing could unsettle a government based on divine right. Unfortunately, they have completely lost faith. Why? Because one fine day they took into their heads to question and to reason, and in questioning and reasoning, they discovered that their governments governed them no better than they, simply mortals out of communication with providence, could have done themselves. It was free inquiry that demonetized the fiction of divine right, to the point where the subjects of monarchs or of aristocracies based on divine right obey them only insofar as they think it in their own self-interest to obey them. Has the communist fiction fared any better? According to the communist theory, of which Rousseau is the high priest, authority does not descend from on high, but rather comes up from below. The government no longer looks to providence for its authority. It looks to united mankind, to the one, indivisible, and sovereign nation. Here is what the communists, the partisans of popular sovereignty, assume. They assume that human reason has the power to discover the best laws and the organization which most perfectly suits society, and that, in practice, these laws reveal themselves at the conclusion of a free debate between conflicting opinions. If there is no unanimity, if there is still dissension after the debate, the majority is in the right, since it compromises the larger number of reasonable individuals. These individuals are, of course, assumed to be equal, otherwise the whole structure collapses. Consequently, they insist that the decisions of the majority must become law, and that the minority is obliged to submit to them, even if it is contrary to its most deeply rooted convictions and injures its most precious interests. That is the theory, but in practice, does the authority of the decision of the majority really have this irresistible absolute character as assumed? Is it always, in every instance, respected by the minority? Could it be? Let us take an example. Let us suppose that socialism succeeds in propagating itself among the working classes in the countryside as it has already among the working classes in the cities. That it consequently becomes the majority in the country, and that, profiting from this situation, it sends a socialist majority to the Legislative Assembly and names a socialist president. Suppose that this majority and this president, invested with sovereign authority, decrees the imposition of a tax on the rich of $3 billion in order to organize the labor of the poor, as Proudhon demanded. Is it probable that the minority would submit peacefully to his to his iniquitous and absurd, yet legal, yet constitutional plunder? No, without a doubt, it would not hesitate to disown the authority of the majority and to defend its property. Under this regime, as under the preceding, one obeys the custodians of authority only insofar as one thinks it in one's self-interest to obey them. This leads us to affirm that the moral foundation of authority is neither as solid nor as wide under a regime of monopoly or of communism as it could be under a regime of liberty. The regime of terror. Suppose, nevertheless, that the partisans of an artificial organization, either the monopolists or the communists, are right, that society is not naturally organized, and that the task of making and unmaking the laws that regulate society continuously devolves upon men. Look in what a lamentable situation the world would find itself in. Lamentable situation, sorry. The moral authority of governors rests, in reality, on the self-interests of the governed. The latter having a natural tendency to resist anything harmful to their self-interest. Unacknowledged authority would continually require the help of physical force. The monopolist and the communists, furthermore, completely understand this necessity. If anyone, says M. de Maistre, attempts to detract from the authority of God's chosen ones, let him be turned over to the secular power. Let the hangman perform his office. If anyone does not recognize the authority of those chosen by the people, say the theoreticians of the school of Rousseau, if he resists any decision whatsoever of the majority, let him be punished as an enemy of the sovereign people. Let the guillotine perform justice. These two schools, which both take artificial organization as their point of departure, necessarily lead to the same conclusion. Terror. Let's move on to the free market for security. Allow us now to formulate a simple hypothetical situation. Let us imagine a newborn society. The men who compose it are busy working and exchanging the fruits of their labor. A natural instinct reveals to these men that their persons, the land they occupy and cultivate, the fruits of their labor, are their property, and that no one, except themselves, has the right to dispose of or touch this property. This instinct is not hypothetical. It exists. But man, being an imperfect creature, this awareness of the right of everyone to his person and his goods will not be found to the same degree in every soul, and certain individuals will make criminal attempts, by violence or by fraud, against the persons or the property of others. Hence the need for an industry that prevents or suppresses these forcible or fraudulent aggressions. Let us suppose that a man or a combination of men comes and says, "For a recompense, I will undertake to prevent or suppress criminal attempts against persons and property. Let those who wish their persons and property to be sheltered from all aggression apply to me." Before striking a bargain with this producer of security, what will the consumers do? In the first place, they will check if he is really strong enough to protect them. In the second place, whether his character is such that they will not have to worry about his instigating the very aggressions he is supposed to suppress. In the third place, whether any other producer of security offering equal guarantees is disposed to offer them this commodity on better terms. These terms are of various kinds. In order to be able to guarantee the consumers full security of their persons and property, and, in case of harm, to give them a compensation proportioned to the loss suffered, it would be necessary, indeed, 1. That the producer establish certain penalties against the offenders of persons and the violators of property, and that the consumers agree to submit to these penalties in case they themselves commit offenses. 2. That he impose certain inconveniences on the consumers, with the object of facilitating the discovery of the authors of offenses. 3. That he regularly gather, in order to cover his costs of production as well as an appropriate return for his efforts, a certain sum, variable according to the situation of the consumers, the particular occupations they engage in, and the extent, value, and nature of their properties. If these terms, necessary for carrying on this industry, are agreeable to the consumers, a bargain will be struck. Otherwise, the consumers will either do without security or else apply to another producer. Now, if we consider the particular nature of the security industry, it is apparent that the producers will necessarily restrict their clientele to certain territorial boundaries. They would be unable to cover their costs if they tried to provide police services in localities compromising only a few clients. Their clientele will naturally be clustered around the center of their activities. They would nevertheless be unable to abuse this situation by dictating to the consumers. In the event of an abusive rise in the price of security, the consumers would always have the option of giving their patronage to a new entrepreneur or to a neighboring entrepreneur. This option the consumers retains of being able to buy security wherever he pleases brings about a constant emulation among all the producers. Each producer is striving to maintain or augment his clientele with the attraction of cheapness or of faster, more complete, and better justice. If, on the contrary, the consumer is not free to buy security wherever he pleases, you forthwith see open up a large profession dedicated to arbitrariness and bad management. Justice becomes slow and costly. The police vexatious. Individual liberty is no longer respected. The price of security is abusively inflated and inequitably apportioned according to the power and influence of this or that class of consumers. The protectors engage in bitter struggles to wrest consumers from one another. In a word, all the abuses inherent in monopoly or in communism crop up. Geez, could I stammer any more through that last one? Under the rule of free competition, war between the producers of security entirely loses its justification. Why would they make war? To conquer consumers? But the consumers would not allow themselves to be conquered. They would be careful not to allow themselves to be protected by men who would unscrupulously attack the persons and property of their rivals. If some audacious conqueror tried to become dictator, they would immediately call to their aid all the free consumers menaced by this aggression, and they would treat him as he deserved. Just as war is the natural consequence of monopoly, peace is the natural consequence of liberty. That's a good one right there. Let me say that a little louder for the people in the back. Just as war is the natural consequence of monopoly, peace is the natural consequence of liberty. Under a regime of liberty, the natural organization of the security industry would not be different from that of other industries. In small districts, a single entrepreneur could suffice. This entrepreneur might leave his business to his son or sell it to another entrepreneur. In larger districts, only one company by itself would bring together enough resources adequately to carry on this important and difficult business. If it were well managed, this company could easily last, and security would last with it. In the security industry, as in most of the other branches of production, the latter mode of organization will probably replace the former in the end. On the one hand, this would be a monarchy, and on the other hand, it would be a republic. But it would be a monarchy without monopoly and a republic without communism. On either hand, this authority would be accepted and respected in the name of utility. It would not be an authority imposed by terror. It will undoubtedly be disputed whether such a hypothetical situation is realized. But at the risk of being considered utopian, we affirm that this is not disputable. That a careful examination of the facts will decide the problem of government more and more in favor of liberty, just as it does all other economic problems. We are convinced, so far as we are concerned, that one day societies will be established to agitate for the freedom of government, as they have already been established on behalf of the freedom of commerce. And we do not hesitate to add that after this reform has been achieved, and all artificial obstacles to the free action of the natural laws that govern the economic world have disappeared, the situation of the various members of society will become the best possible. So that's the end there of the book. So Gustav Molinari was born March 3rd, 1819, and he died January 28th of 1912, was a Belgian-born economist associated with the French économistes, a group of laissez-faire liberals. Throughout his life, Molinari defended peace, free trade, freedom of speech, freedom of association, and liberty in all of its forms. He was the originator of the theory of market anarchism. So, yeah, that's pretty cool stuff, right? I think. So there's the back of the book right there. That was under an hour. Cool. So maybe we can read this other part here, but maybe some other time. We're going to be getting into some bigger projects on the channel coming up. There's probably going to be like a 4 or 5 part series that I'm going to be doing on the Men Against the State. Coming up real soon. Men Against the State is about the 19th century individualist anarchists, the development of individualist anarchism in the United States. And we're going to be getting into that pretty soon. Pretty excited about that, actually. And then after that, got some guests lined up for the near future. Some pretty exciting guests. Some new to the channel, some, actually all new to the channel, but some were featured on previous channels that I used to run. Arthur Sage in the chat said, "Isn't free market anarchism? It's mutualist. I don't get why doesn't anarcho-capitalist just call themselves mutualist or classical liberal?" Yeah, it just comes down to a need to differentiate and to be more precise in terms, because unfortunately, yeah, classical liberalism is a thing. I understand where you're coming from. I understand what you're getting at, but to be more precise in defining the terms and saying, hey, I'd like to slap a label on myself. That's what anarcho-capitalists do. They don't call themselves this or they call themselves that because there has been discovered a name for what they believe in. I myself, I just tend to think more of myself as, as an individualist anarchist. And, property rights are king. All rights stem from property rights. Individualist anarchism is also in bed with anarcho-capitalism to some degree, but, yeah, I mean, I'm in the natural law camp myself, so like that's kind of where it comes down to, for me personally, mutualist. It's just a matter of terms. It really just comes down to that. So I really liked this Molinari guy. The thing that always at the end of these like historic documents that always kind of like gets at me is the idea that a document like this being written 175 years ago, right? I say it all the time on the channel. What if this theory, what if this philosophy, what if this idea had been adopted and was like, brought into the fold as I guess call it a mainstream idea? What kind of evolution could an idea like this have over 175 years? What kind of peace could an idea like this bring about over the course of 175 years? I cannot help but wonder, would we be seeing such violence on part of the state? The state has a monopoly on violence. That's what we live under. They rule through fear. It's not respect, it's fear. A friend of mine I was talking to the other, like a couple weeks ago, I've been on, there's an interview that he interviewed me a while back. His name's Sean McCann, and he's like my best friend. We were talking about all this a while back about their authority doesn't really exist, but yet, we protect ourselves by acting cautiously around these figures. When you're driving down the street and you're driving, you come across a police officer, you kind of go, oh geez, better put on my seatbelt or whatever. And, some people might laugh at that and be like, oh, I thought you anarchists thought that their authority didn't exist. But it's the same thing. And Sean puts it this way. He goes, it's the same thing as, swimming through water that is shark infested. You don't want to get bit. So I like the way that Sean broke that, kind of like broke that down. And it's really nice because it really puts the idea into perspective of like who it is that we're dealing with and what kind of terror we kind of live under. So when you're dealing with statists and you're out there in the world and you've got statist family members and, people that are, challenging your ideas and that are trying to, force feed you statism, just realize that they're so bought in and they're just afraid. They're just afraid. Some of the most afraid people are the ones that support cops the most. And it's really sad. So we got to have like a little bit of compassion for them, but through compassion, we urge to teach them. I urge you to teach them, because showing them the truth and helping them find the way is compassion. Letting them live down in the mud of ignorance is not compassion. And they're going to fight you and they might even dismiss you from their home or whatever, and respect it. But speak the truth. These people don't have the right to do what they're doing. They don't have the right to earn their wages off of money that was stolen from us, first and foremost. Most of the time, they're incorrect in their assessment of whether or not a crime was even broken, or a crime was performed, or a law was broken. Most of their laws are arbitrary. They have nothing to do with natural law. The ones that they enforce the most are simply just revenue generating, and that's all that they do. They are the sharks, and we need to avoid being bit by them. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be a little civil, practice a little civil disobedience from time to time. I'm just saying that simply that their authority extends pretty great these days, and that exercising a little caution around these animals might actually prove to, provide you with a little more length in your life. And the more people that understand this philosophy, that remain alive for a long time and not behind bars, the more effective we are in our, bringing about more freedom. You see, there's plenty of things that we can all do to go say fuck you to the police and maybe, do whatever. But if you're if you're incarcerated, if you're locked up and you understand the philosophy of freedom, you understand voluntarism, anarchism, and what it takes. Like, I don't understand what good you're doing in a jail cell. I really don't. We're not all, going to be fighting the cops all the time, but it does to a degree. So here's something I've done in the past, being pulled over. I ask questions. I go, do you like your job? Do you understand your job? Like I put it into perspective for them. I just ask them questions, hard questions. And if they give me a ticket or whatever, challenge it, see if you can get it dismissed, keep your revenue, keep your money out of the state's hands. But they're human beings. Remind them of that. Remind them that they are human beings and that there is no difference between us and them. They are pretty low conscious in the consciousness scale. They're the dogs of the state after all, but they are still physically in their corporeal form a human being, and they need to be brought out of the mind control. They are the most mind controlled. They're so mind controlled that they will perform the violent actions that keep the state alive. You see, the government is an egregore that's only able to live off of the fear of the people that it supposedly is in charge of. And the people that are imposing that fear the most are the order following cops that work for the government. So what we need to do in some way, if ever possible, is convince these people to quit their jobs. That is one way to really sweep the rug of authority, quote unquote authority, out from underneath the government. Is convince the police and the order following, law enforcement officers to quit their jobs. They need to quit the cult of violence that they are a part of. And we will never, ever be able to accomplish anything like that if we're busy screaming fuck you in their faces, spitting on them, and just being generally assholes to them. They will exert their authority over you. I don't know if there's anything else that we can really do about that right now. Fighting them, they are a gang. They're the biggest gang. Fighting them is damn near useless. There are different ways to fight, however. Okay? A boxing match is not going to end up well. Fighting them with your brain and convincing them with your voice, that's a different fight completely, isn't it? Maybe that's the field on which we win the battle. I don't know. Only time will tell. So we gotta, we gotta just push forward against this gang with love and compassion, the most that we can have, because that's what's going to win every time. The universe respects love. That's what the universe operates off of. If we go around hating and disparaging each other, you're never getting anywhere. You're sinking in the mud. You're sinking in the mud like that horse in the never-ending story. What do we got here? We got a couple more people. Oh, I see Fred in the chat. What's up, Fred? Got mandatory myocarditis back. Thanks for, dude, this mandatory myocarditis. You're here like every night, dude. Oh, Arthur's back too. I asked a ANCOM, why did the ANCOM during the many anarchist liberation wars being fought and supported that if they took help from the ANCAP and Voluntaryist, they most likely see. Okay, would have won since they needed weapons like Catalonia before World War II. Like in Catalonia before World War II. I appreciate you jumping in the chat and keeping it active, Arthur. Unfortunately, that's a little... I don't mean to be offensive or anything, but that's a little unintelligible. I can't really make out what you're trying to say. Maybe it's me. I'm willing to accept that it's me. So voluntarism is the future. Okay. Voluntarism, this is the way that we take control of our actions as an individual. If we, in our own individual life, can perform actions voluntarily with one another, if you are not coercing others or transgressing upon others' natural law rights in any way, that's one step toward victory. Okay. And voluntarism brings about a condition of anarchism. I've said it before on the channel. I'll say it until I'm blue in the face. If we are currently living under a condition of slavery, if government really is slavery, and I do know that government is slavery, then anarchism is freedom. So we're living under a condition of government. If we want to live under a condition of anarchism, how do we get there? Voluntarism, being a voluntarist, is the set of actions. It's the criteria. It's what we as individuals can actually do. You can't do anarchy. Like, you can't do anarchy. You can do voluntarism. Voluntarism describes action. Anarchy describes a condition that is brought about by a certain set of actions. Okay? This is what I've been thinking about a lot lately. Challenge that thought of mine. I implore you. If there's another way of looking at it, let's talk, let's debate. But so far, this is what I've been able to come up with. And it's extremely important that people respect each other's natural law rights, because we all have the same ones. And wouldn't you like it if somebody respected yours? Don't you feel a little don't you get a little pissed off when somebody disrespects you or your natural law rights, I should say? So the golden rule is kind of how we go forward there from that point. You don't do unto others as you would not have done unto you. And treat others the way that you want to be treated. That type of stuff. I carry around with me, or I keep on my desk, this card, and I'll put it under the book cam. See if you can see it. It says, no matter what your day is like, be the kind of friend to others you want others to be to you. When you love others, they will love you. And, I really like that saying, and I can't remember where I found this card, but I have it nonetheless. And I think about it all the time. I think about this. I keep it on my desk so I can, have this nice little trinket that reminds me that this is a nice attitude to have, or a preferable attitude to have. And maybe if more people considered that for themselves, the world could be a better place. And, got a little background noise there, a little interference. That's okay. We can build a better future. We have to, no one man can do it. All right. No one woman can do it. We, unfortunately, sometimes I feel like this is an unfortunate circumstance. We need to build it together. I wish I could do it alone. I would do it, but I don't really have the right to do that. But it's going to be difficult, but we got a big job ahead of us and we got to do it. There's a future coming. I'm not trying to create anxiety for anybody or to break free of present moment awareness, because in the present moment is where the work happens. But we work towards something, don't we? Isn't there always that little thought in the back of your head, like, oh geez, tomorrow's going to come? Even though the measurement of time might be a man-made construct, time itself does actually keep pushing forward. We age. And we recognize this aging process as the future, or the bringing on of a future. And it will happen. Even if a nuclear bomb goes off tomorrow, there's going to be a day after that. The universe decided that before any of us were even born. So what are we going to do? We're going to sit around with our thumbs up our asses watching Netflix all the fucking time? I enjoy a good movie every now. I watch some movies pretty regularly, actually, and I enjoy entertainment, but Look, I don't know. You got to work for it. We got a future to think about. We got children to think about. People that are going to rely on others to create, to have some type of future that's worth living in. There's forces at play out there right now that would love it if all of our freedoms were taken away from us. All of them, all of the freedoms. But in order to achieve ultimate freedom, we can't let this flame die out. We must carry it on into the future. Continue working for change. Continue working for liberty. And one day, my friends, it will be ours. And before you know it, we actually, we might experience it in our lifetimes. Who knows? Anything could happen at this point. I'm not trying to sell any hopium here, but it is a dire situation that we are in, and only hard work will result in victory. Whatever any individual out there is capable of doing in order to achieve a greater state of freedom or a condition of freedom, we should be doing that. With that being said, I think that that's probably a good high note to end it on. The intro music is the same as the outro music. Brendan Daniel. The link is in the show notes. Go check him out on Instagram. I made friends with Brendan like a year and a half ago. And oh wait, before I really do a send off, Mandatory Myocarditis really just said something brilliant in the chat, and he's absolutely right. And he said, if the situation was hopeless, their propaganda would be unnecessary. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. So yeah, Brendan Daniel on Instagram, go check him out. Brilliant artist. He's really good, really good. He came to the studio last August and recorded right here in the studio, and was very generous in giving me some music to use for the channel. Thank you, Brendan, if you're watching this, for that. And so, what else is there? voluntaristacademy.com. You can go over there and get all of the resources. You can check out all of the different things that I present on this channel and get your very own PDF copies of that. And while you're there, if you've enjoyed this and you seem to think that you're able to contribute to me, that would be great. You can do that there on the donation page or supports page. I always forget what it is, but the link for that's in the show notes. I appreciate that a lot. If you don't want to support me that way, that's fine too. You could just, like and subscribe to the channel, help get the word out of what I'm doing here by sharing it. Those are the easiest ways to support the channel. It really helps out a lot. And then finally, if you are now like how I was like a year and a half ago, then you might be thinking to yourself that there's more to life than maybe your current your current financial situation can bring you. And maybe you have ideas that you want to bring to the market, and you want to be a little bit more of an entrepreneur in your life. Maybe there are things like a podcast or some sort of media production that you have skills in, and you want to learn how to bring that skill to the market, and you're kind of lost. Well, I was there once too, and I heard about Autonomy. And Autonomy is a 12-week course that's hosted by Richard Grove of TragedyandHope.com, Peace Revolution podcast, and more currently the Grand Theft World podcast. And in those 12 weeks, I was absolutely floored at what was brought out of me was this better ability to communicate, this better ability to listen, this better ability to market my skills and to bring my ideas to the market and say, hey, look at me over here. I can do things. And I learned all that in Autonomy. And if you want to learn that too, you can click the link in the show notes, and it's an affiliated link. So if you do end up getting enrolled into the course, it does help me out. It helps me out a lot, and it helps you out. More importantly, it'll help you be a little bit more autonomous in your life, not worry about being under the thumb or boot of some corporation, or even if you enjoy the job that you have, you could learn skills that make your position in that job a whole lot better. So consider that for yourself before you go. And if you ever want to come back, the link will be there. And other than that, I just want to remind everybody here and everybody listening to this that you own yourself, period. No one else owns you. You are truly not a slave. At the end of the day, you are not a slave. You are a conscious person having an experience in reality. And unfortunately, right now, there's been a lot of trickery afoot that has made it impossible for us to exercise our freedom to its fullest capacity. And I want to encourage you to break free from that bondage. And if you're here, you've already begun. I love you all. And with that, here's Brendan Daniel to play us out. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
These are the hills, and these are the hills we'll die on. what we will not change our minds on. These are the hills we'll die on. These are the hills. These are the hills we'll die.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
This is Buster Cherry coming to you from New York with a breaking story. The White House has confirmed that Dennis Porter is indeed missing and that he was captured by the North Koreans in a daring plot. A State Department spokesman told me that the North Korean President Kim Jong-un was growing increasingly concerned at the rate that American politicians were becoming orange-pilled and that one of America's greatest assets needed to be taken off the table. There are reports that Dennis is in Pyongyang being forced to read state-scripted announcements to the North Korean people, and that erectile dysfunction has been cured across the country. President Trump had some comments on the matter.
This is not the announcement I wanted to make. Dennis Porter, one of our country's greatest assets, a tremendous mind, beautiful enthusiasm for Bitcoin, has been kidnapped by North Korea. Terrible situation, disgraceful. And let me tell you, Melania, she's very upset, very disappointed. She said, Donald, who's going to tweet all those brilliant things now? Because she loves the tweets, maybe more than mine. We're going to work very hard, very fast to bring Dennis home. America needs him tweeting announcements again. We just subsidized Ozempic, and we can't subsidize Viagra as well.
Many are speculating that Dennis's absence from Twitter ensures that a bear market has begun. Paper Bitcoin winter is looking like it's going to be a cold one, folks. Please pray for the safe return of Dennis. We desperately need an announcement. This is Buster Cherry signing off.
The most spectacular treasure in history. Developed over decades by cypherpunks across different continents. It was finally completed by a mysterious cypherpunk named Satoshi, whose keys were hidden somewhere in the digital realm. But he left clues for us hidden in plain sight, waiting for us to find them before the CIA discovered the treasure and its potential.
Keeping this treasure out of the hands of the spooks, Michael, is your destiny.
You're Bitcoin investors, aren't you?
We're more like Bitcoin savers, actually.
All his life, Michael Saylor searched for a thermodynamically sound asset no one believed existed.
Don't you get it, Michael? The asset is a myth.
I refuse to believe that.
But what he thought was the final clue was only the beginning.
It's hidden in plain sight. It's in Satoshi's white paper.
You think Satoshi's keys are encoded in the white paper?
It's a cipher.
And how do you know that, exactly?
We don't.
Is the cipher in the room with us, right now?
But Michael Saylor isn't the only one who discovered the hidden treasure.
The CIA is working around the clock to crack the code. Hell, they might have already cracked it.
Now, he's in a race against time and against spooks to recover Satoshi's wallet before it's too late.
We have to get our hands on those keys and distribute Satoshi's coins to podcasters through fountain boosts before the CIA gets them.
The CIA gets them, and then what?
Everything Whitney Webb warned us about comes true.
Michael Saylor must unlock the secrets of game theory using first principles thinking and tap the Cyber Hornet brain trust of Bitcoin Twitter, group chats, and Bitcoin podcasts to save the world from being taken over by feds.
Try brute force. Tether is working with Langley. We might be too late.
Michael Saylor. National Treasure 3. Genesis Code.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian FreeRobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit PAZNIA.com/stake. Again, PAZNIA.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA radio network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot out. Fellow self-liberators, you're listening to the PAZNIA radio network. We sure do hope you're enjoying the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot here. I wanted to take a moment to tell you about our regularly scheduled shows. Every Saturday is our Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern/3 p.m. Central with Thane Riddle's Cloak Dagger. Then, James Cordiner's Voluntaryist Academy, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Central, wherein he dives into the most important works and pieces of literature in the history of voluntarism, free markets, and libertarian philosophy. And 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central kicks off our highlight show, sometimes a Vonu podcast live, other times things like Second Realm speed dating, podcast premieres, and much more. Furthermore, every first and third Monday, Richard Dick Greaser takes over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Mondays. Dick Greaser is a founder of the Bitcoin Bugle, a credentialed journalist, award-winning musician, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. You can join Richard for a great time every first and third Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. And every second and fourth Monday, Anarchy Radio with Phoenix Aurora makes its return to the PAZNIA radio network for interviews, great music from the best freedom artists, and much more. What about you? Are you interested in starting your own live show on the PAZNIA radio network? We are looking to build out this schedule further. If so, please email Programming Coordinator Rayo to coordinator@paznia.com.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. The newest release via Liberty Under Attack Publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contain the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty. Self-liberation storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction. The Vonu Life message board. And much more. Begin, or continue, your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonu Life 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon, Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email Shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness Creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
And I started thinking, well, Josiah Warren's got it on the ball. What did he say worked? Well, one of the things that works is having a community where people have meals together. And that seems kind of, weird. That why does that matter? Why does it matter that people eat together? Why can't I just grab some munchies and sit at the computer and stare into the computer forever? Well, it turns out that people build a lot of community. Just saying pass the salt, please, is like a way of reaching across the table and talking to someone. And sharing meals causes people to feel that they're part of a family, kind of a community. They feel togetherness. And having discussions at meal times helps people work out issues so that they don't become problems. And so there's a lot of power to this idea of let's have meals together. Let's have a place big enough, a community hall or a pavilion or a campground, a fire circle, have some place where people can sit around and eat together and talk together. This will help the community stay together and grow. And
all right, and welcome to the Vonu podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to the coercion of the state and the servile society. I'm your host, Shane, coming to you from the Free Republic of PAZNIA, the Self-Liberator's Paradise, PAZNIA.com. And in regards to this podcast, one quick announcement. If you'd like to download the entire main TVP archive, that is seasons 1 through 3, up until January 2021, this year, you can now do that via a one-click download. Please reshare, upload anywhere and everywhere, or just keep a copy for your personal archives, whatever you like. To pick that up, just visit VonuPodcast.com, and there on the sidebar near the top, you'll see a Vonu Podcast digital archive image. Click that, and it will take you to the LBRY, the library download page. Now, it will take a minute, 5+ gigabytes, or if you're in a rural area like I am, it might take you half the day if you're severely unlucky with traffic and congestion and all that. But yeah, without further ado, today we'll revisit the topics of the second realm, libertarian country building, organizing, and similar subjects. Reason being, not only is my guest one of those rare folks who's well-versed in the aforementioned strategies, but from what little I know, he's had some really interesting experiences. My guest is Jim Davidson from Freedom Land DAO. So, Jim, welcome to the Vonu podcast. It's great to have you on. Should have had you on a while ago, but you're here now. So, welcome to the Vonu podcast. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks, Shane. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, not a problem at all. Not a problem at all. Like I said, should have had you on a while ago, and I came across. Well, actually, it was in one of your posts there on the Freedom Land DAO website. You linked to the Second Realm. You linked to the I think it was the Second Realm book, and I saw it on my stat tracking. So I was glad to come across it. I was very glad to come across it. There's a lot of folks I've noticed, especially there's a lot of folks doing the same thing, but there's just it seems like a lot of us aren't really familiar with each other's projects, at least not as familiar as I'd like us to be. So yeah, I was very pleased to see that, and I'm glad to get you on here to chat. But I guess in our initial emails, you said you were familiar with Vonu and considering your your history and libertarianism and anarchism. I guess it's not really a surprise, but you've come across Vonu in the past, and I know before a couple of years ago, before we really, pushed to revive the freedom strategy, it was very, very obscure. So I guess if you could start just out of my own personal curiosity, how did you come across Vonu in the past, and I guess just tell us a little bit about that to start with.
Well, I actually don't remember all of the details, but I remember a Vonu newsletter that I would have read in the late 1980s or early 1990s. I had gone over to one of the Houston Space Society core members, Alvin Carley, went over to his house, and he had this old newsletter. It looked old. I guess it had just been handed around from person to person, and he said that this had come to him now, and he was really excited about this because it looked like people who were interested in building new countries. And even back then, we kind of had a sense that we didn't live in a free country, and that if we wanted to build our own space program, we would be prevented from doing so, and that we needed to find some way of getting around the system. And so that's my recollection of my first introduction to the term Vonu.
Okay, interesting. And if it was on country building, then it might have been preform inform. Then if it was maybe in the early to mid '60s, it was probably preform inform.
It wasn't really about country building. It was
Nope.
about living away from the system, living away from the state. But that was the spin that my friends and I have been looking for a free country for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so that was what he had in mind, was that, people could be free of the state, independent. And that's what he saw in it. People bring their own interpretations to the things that they read.
Okay, sure. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm definitely with you. I know that Rayo, the main proponent of Vonu, early on, that was they had their I guess their Free Isles project, which I'm sure you're familiar with, in the early '60s. But yeah, obviously, generally speaking, yeah, certainly Vonu is, as I say a lot, Vonu is yours for the making. So yeah, whatever way you want to, however you can make yourself more invulnerable to this state, more power to you. Fantastic. So I guess one thing you mentioned there that piqued my interest a little bit, the Houston Space Society. That's very interesting. Can you tell any about that? Because here at PAZNIA, we've got our own secret space program. So I wonder if there's any way. I'm curious if it's still around and if our fine organizations might be able to collaborate. But anything on the Houston Space Society?
Well, yeah, you can go to Houston Space Society. You can go to the HoustonSpaceSociety.net website. We've been around since 1988 as the Houston Space Society, and since 1977 as L5 Houston. We were founded back in 1977 in response to the existence of Keith and Carolyn Henson's L5 Society, and one of our founding members, Clifford Carley, thinks that we might have been there even before 1977, but he doesn't have any records to reflect that. And anyone who's been to Clifford's house knows that if there were records, he would have them. So he has a lot of the past. And I guess people probably don't know what the L5 Society is or where the term L5 comes from. L5 is one of the 5 solutions to the 3-body problem in 2 dimensions as identified by the French mathematician Lagrange. So they're sometimes called Lagrange points. And the 2 most stable are L4 and L5, and they sit ahead of and behind the moon in its orbit around the Earth. There are also L4 and L5 points in the Jupiter-Sun system, where the Sun is the primary and Jupiter is the secondary, and then the 3rd body in the problem is at the Trojan asteroid points. So if you look ahead of and behind Jupiter in its orbit, 60 degrees ahead and 60 degrees behind, there are these stable places where asteroids have actually gathered or been gathered, depending upon your view of the past.
Interesting. So, with that, so you said it's been around for some time. I guess what's kind of the status or the progress, or I guess just like I don't know what's I'm not familiar with it and what's been worked on. I guess could you tell? I guess is there anything you can mention there?
Well, one of the things that we used to do was produce a newsletter called The Colonist, and by colonist we meant space colonies. We were advocates for the space migration movement, which is the idea that people living beyond the Earth could access the resources of space, and we wouldn't need to have wars over oil. We could build solar power satellites and use Dr. John Freeman of Rice University's photoclystron to directly convert sunlight to radio power and beam that power anywhere on Earth that we wanted to receive power. And a lot of us had read a lot of science fiction, so all of these ideas were very old hat to us. And the idea of advocating in favor of space migration as opposed to war and slavery, which are the primary ways in which the state makes its money. I think you know that. Mm-hmm. War is the health of the state, and slavery is how they keep everybody in line. And so we were advocates for that back in the 70s and 80s. The 70s were a really interesting time in America, and a lot of people probably don't think of it this way. But we actually didn't like the CIA then. We didn't like the Pentagon then. The Pentagon Papers, the Frank Church Committee, the Select Committee on Assassinations, the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, all of these things happened at a time when America had exposed the Nixon administration as brutally corrupt and evil, and had exposed the secret bombings of Cambodia, slaughtering millions of people in Southeast Asia deliberately to no good effect. And it didn't help win the war. It didn't do any good, but it was something that Kissinger loved. He loved the idea of slaughtering people with bombs. And I gather he still does. So there was a lot of effort in the world to change, and the people who run the deep state is what we call it now, the big alphabet soup agencies, the CIA, the NSA, the FBI especially. Those people hate mankind, want to enslave everyone, want to murder everyone who gets out of line. They despise you and me, and they don't want us to have any freedom, and they don't want us to have any choice. So they use their control of the hoax stream media to hurt people as much as possible, to censor people as much as possible. And I have been involved in the space migration movement, in the cypherpunk movement, in the new country movement all my life, because I have known since I was in high school, since I was a teenager, that the people who really have power in this country hate mankind, want to slaughter 7 billion people in the name of Thomas Malthus and limits to growth. And they don't want us to have access to the resources of the solar system. They don't want us to have freedom, and they hate us. So, I have difficulty sometimes with my expectation, the expectation that has been given to me by Jesus, that I love my enemy. I have trouble with that. I don't always. Sometimes I hate them right back. I know that they hate us, Shane, and I know that they want us to be enslaved. And I know that that probably sounds crazy to people. Oh, no, Jim, they don't hate you. They just want you to wear a mask for your protection. They don't want me to hide my face. They don't want to have a prior restraint on my freedom of expression. Right. So that's a little bit about me. I don't know. That sounded more like a rant than a biography.
Oh no, I appreciate it, and that was going to be, I guess, the next question was more into your background and stuff that you've been up to in the Liberty community. So I mean, we're right on track to where I was thinking about going. But I'm curious. So Rayo, the main proponent of Vonu, was a very, very forward thinker. He wrote about in the late '60s. He wrote about the technocracy, and like he wants a lifestyle as resilient to the worst technocracy that could develop. So he was a very forward thinking individual, and he was obviously looking at what was going on in the world then, and that was a major reason why he decided to pursue the radical lifestyle changes that he pursued. I was not alive then. I was not alive then. So I'm curious, like you kind of mentioned a little bit into the atmosphere, but to my knowledge, there was kind of where there were libertarians, it was pretty much Southern California, or I guess California maybe generally is where a lot of libertarians were. I guess could you kind of talk to how many, the size of the community to your knowledge at that time, and I guess maybe just your experiences that your experiences and kind of what you recall, just out of my curiosity.
Well, the 60s was a time when people were interested in freedom, and they were convinced that the world was not the way it was presented in Life magazine and Time magazine. And a lot of people kind of started the 60s involved in the civil rights movement, involved in the women's rights movement, and wanting to change things. And then John F. Kennedy's head was blown off deliberately, maliciously, and purposefully by Allen Dulles and George Herbert Walker Bush and their conspiracy of people who wanted to oust President Kennedy and put the much more malleable Lyndon Johnson in place. And they did that. And they then whitewashed the story. How did this happen? So the Warren Commission was a whitewash, and people, Attorney Jim Garrison, many other people understood this, and so the 60s was when the CIA began using the term conspiracy theorist and began trying to hide the truth of what they had done from the American people. And so there were a lot of libertarians, and it's actually very, very mistaken to say that they were mostly in Southern California. There was a guy named David Nolan, for example, in Denver in 1971, and it was in his living room that 6 people got together and founded the Libertarian Party. There were a lot of libertarians in Southern California, people like Samuel Edward Konkin III, and J. Neil Schulman. I corresponded with Sam a bit in 1999, 2000 time frame, and I corresponded a lot with J. Neil Schulman. And I mention them in particular because there have been different strategies over the years, and the strategy of getting involved in politics. And we're going to have to move the Libertarian Party headquarters from Denver to Washington, D.C., because it matters more to be in Washington than it does to keep distant from them. And so they did that, and, the Libertarian Party is garbage as a result, as a direct result.
To put it kindly,
and I think
yes.
they're even in the Watergate complex. Yeah, and I think counterproductive in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
Agorism, on the other hand, the agora is the Greek word for marketplace. And agorists think of market-based solutions so that you have many choices rather than just like the ballot choices. And they believe that the system is too broken to reform. As my friend Claire Wolfe wrote in 1995, America is at that awkward stage. It's clearly too late to fix anything by working within the system. And it's still a little too early to just start shooting the bastards. In 2006, she came out with another statement to the effect that it was no longer too early. So, but the concept of agorism is also not militaristic. It is, self-defense is a good thing, but we don't expect to, overthrow the system militarily and then replace it, because then you just end up with a new empire. Mm-hmm. Agorism and voluntarism go way, way back. And one of the people who was key in this was a guy named Robert Lefebvre, who was the founder of the magazine Voluntaryist. One of the people involved in writing for that early on in the 70s and 80s was my friend Wendy McElroy. Mm-hmm. So there's been a long, long history of this, and it is a worldwide movement. Students for Liberty and Liberty International got together in the 70s and formed the International Society for Individual Liberty, which was destroyed by Barack Obama making some speeches and calling ISIL, calling the group Daesh, ISIS. He used the term ISIL, and so the ISIL website began to be attacked. And they have rebranded as Liberty International. Obama did a lot of damage in his day, not just bombing people. But anyway, so what happened? My friend Michael Van Nauten and I went to Somalia and tried to start a free port there. We wanted to build a new Hong Kong. The Somalis were very enthusiastic. The deep state was very, very hateful about this. We weren't able to make that work. That was at the beginning of this century. I got involved in the New Country Foundation because I was arrested in 1991 Friday, February 5th, was the 30th anniversary of my being arrested for felony gambling promotion of a lottery in Houston, Texas.
Well, happy
because
unhappy
my friend
anniversary.
Ardullo went over to the Soviet Union and thanks. My friend Ardullo went over to the Soviet Union and got a contract with the space agency Glafkosmos to put one American on the Mir space station for 7 days. And so we organized the Ultimate Adventure Sweepstakes. And we, being David Meyer, Howard Stringer, and I'm basically the core members of the Houston Space Society at the time. And in December of 1990, we announced our sweepstakes, and people began calling the 900 number, and we were on our way. And in February of 91, the Harris County District Attorney showed up at our office and went back on his promise to discuss this and negotiate and move forward together, and arrested us and charged us falsely. And in May of 1991, he and the Texas Attorney General agreed to an injunction to drop the charges. And they admitted that it was a sweepstakes because the agreed injunction enjoined us from engaging in sweepstakes. In order for them to drop the false charges, we had to agree not to do something that's legal for everyone else. And we did. We agreed to that because our business had been destroyed. I lost everything. I lost my house. I ended up working in the real estate industry for a while, which is an interesting industry. Most of the roads in Texas are built by private companies on private land, and then they're turned over to the city or county government. That's how subdivisions work in Texas. So anyway, I learned a lot about the world quite suddenly because I was doing a legitimate business, and then I was arrested, and I waded through 2 inches of raw sewage in old Harris County. Every wall in the holding cells had a piece of paper on it that was required by the federal courts that said it was cruel and unusual punishment to be there. To be in those rooms was cruel and unusual punishment. And there was nothing that was ever done about that. I mean, they tore down old Harris County and they put up new Harris County, and I think they got the plumbing right for a while, but they never contacted us to reimburse us for having been, inflicted with cruel and unusual punishment, because the system doesn't really care about people. Right. That was just a way of getting federal authority to build a new jail, and so they did. So because my rights were violated in this manifest way, my illusions about the system were completely shattered. I had been a libertarian. I had voted for Ron Paul when he was the Libertarian Party candidate in 1988. I stopped voting after 1991. I don't vote. I don't think that we're going to vote our way to freedom. I did campaign in 2007 through 8 and in 2011-12 for Ron Paul, not because I thought that he would win, but because I thought that he was delivering a consistent message for freedom, and this would bring a lot of people to the ideas of freedom, and this was a good thing. And that did happen. I think Ron Paul's campaigns were good, but at the same time, you're not going to fix the system by working within it, and you're not going to probably fix the system by violently overthrowing it. The only way forward that I see is to create alternative places to live and marketplaces in which to interact. And one of the important parts of that is free market money, something that, Friedrich Hayek in 1976, and there are revised editions through 1990. Hayek wrote The Denationalization of Money. It's a really important book. People should read that. The denationalization of money says that, look, people are going to issue different currencies, and this is good. And we don't want to have one world currency. We want to have lots and lots of different currencies. E.C. Riegel actually took it further in a book called The New Approach to Freedom, which I read because Michael Van Noten introduced me to a fellow named Spencer McCallum, who had written the 1970 classic Art of Community. And Spencer was interested in E.C. Regal's writings. E.C. Regal said, look, the people who are worst at issuing money are the people who steal for a living. Governments shouldn't be the ones issuing money. People who make stuff should issue money. A guy who makes shoes should issue shoe bucks. And then when you go to his store, you want some shoes, you say, hey, I got these shoe bucks when you came by and bought eggs the other day, and I'd like to buy some shoes now. And he says, okay, sure, yeah, we can do that. And other currencies would also, exist, like gold and silver coins. And so if you didn't have quite enough shoe bucks to make up the kind of, price of the really nice shoes that you want from him, well, then you throw in some silver. That's the concept of free market money, and that's the concept of competing currencies, and that's in Hayek's book, The Denationalization of Money. And I mentioned Friedrich Hayek because he's a Nobel Prize-winning economist, so he ought to know a thing or two. And he's dead now, so we can't ask him a lot of impertinent questions. But the thing that happened in 1995 is that a guy named Doug Jackson founded a company called eGold and began issuing digital currency that was warehouse receipts for gold and silver that he had in his possession. And then he started working with bullion depositories in London and Zurich and Dubai, and he advanced the software in 2000, and he did start offshoring some parts of the organization. And he went on until there were over $50 billion a year in transactions in eGold in 2006. And that's when the government decided to get involved and destroy it in April of 2007. And that by then there were other companies like eBullion and Gold Money and Pecunix and 1MDC. And so there was a whole bunch of competing free market money type digital gold currencies. And I was involved in that industry. I had bought a private stock exchange and converted it to listing stocks with gold and silver as the denomination of the listings. And we were off to the races. And the government destroyed that. And if you read the eGold white paper, and the Bitcoin white paper in October of 2008, and if you look into the conversations that were happening on the Agora at Anarplex, where we talked about what was done to us, where we talked about how our fortunes were destroyed by falsehood, by the FBI deliberately lying. If you read Carl Mullen's book about the history of eGold, you can understand our anger, and you can understand why the people who were part of the cypherpunk movement talked about the need to use things like, Adam Back's Hashcash and Ralph Merkel's Merkle trees. I met Merkel in 1995. He and I are both interested in cryonics, freezing our bodies after death. I've a lot of confidence that what Bitcoin did, starting in January of 2009 with the Genesis block, changed the face of the world. And the fact that you are now able to automate through smart contracts on Ethereum and EOS and other platforms, you're able to automate away the bankers, make them go away. That's such a beautiful thing. DeFi, decentralized finance, changes the way the world is. It ruins the plans of the banking cartel. It makes them unnecessary. They are parasites, so finding a way around them was inevitable. It's going to happen eventually, and now it's happening. And there's billions and billions of dollars now in decentralized finance. There's over $1 trillion worth of cryptocurrencies. If you go to coinmarketcap.com, I think it was $1.1 trillion on Friday. That's a lot of money that is effectively outside of the control of the trusted central authority banking concept. And that's part of why they're doing what they're doing these days. They don't want us to be free, and they know that their days are numbered. They have seen the writing on the wall. Mene, mene, tekel, usharim.
Yeah.
So I've been ranting again, sorry.
No, you're good. That was all great stuff. All great stuff. I guess there was. I want to continue going forward to, community building and such. But if I don't hammer down on this point, I feel like people are going to yell at me. But you mentioned your project in Somalia. Can you give us just a little more information, some of the stuff that happened, and kind of more details on that? Because
Well, sure.
Somalia is a pretty hot topic within anarchist circles and such.
Well, that's right. That's right. If you don't want to obey the government and do everything the government tells you to do, why don't you move to Somalia?
Well, you tried that, right? You tried it.
I did that. So I lived in Somalia, and one of the criticisms I would have of Somalia is that there are too many governments in Somalia. There's way too much government there. It's hard to get along. In 1991, as a result of what would be called a civil war, going back to at least 1978, to the end of the Ethiopian-Somalia War. The people of the revolutionary movements overthrew the government of the dictator Ziyad Barre. And that was January of 1991. And by April, through a long series of meetings, they concluded that they had tried everything the West had to offer. They had had their own country up until 1866, I think, when the French came, and then the British came, and then the Italians came. And so they had tried being colonial, part of a colonial empire. That didn't work. That was terrible. They hated it. And so in 1960, they had overthrown the Western-style colonial governments and had installed democracy and merged British Somaliland with Italian Somalia, one country. And it was corrupt. It was corrupted by Western influence. And all of the bought politicians were a problem. So in 1969, Ziyad Barre overthrew the government. I think he arrested the prime minister and killed the president, or vice versa. You can look this up. But anyway, he became the communist dictator of Somalia. And in 1978, because the Soviets had found lots of oil in the Ogaden, which was a province the British had given away to Ethiopia, the Somalis declared war on Ethiopia. And the Soviets backed the Ethiopians, gave them military support, gave them fighter jets, trained pilots, all kinds of military advisors and support. And so Ziyad Barre in 1978 decided he was no longer a communist and became a Western dictator supported by Saudi Arabia and the United States and the International Monetary Fund. And this went on for a while. They say, the UN says that 1 million Somali people became homeless as a result of the Somali-Ethiopian War. And every year, to this day, they will gather the homeless people at the UN Committee on Refugees camps all over the area and count them up and say, well, for sure, there's still over 1 million refugees from that war. It's terrible. All this time, since 1978. And then if you look at it closely, you find out that, well, those people are nomads. They never had homes to begin with. They moved their herds around and lived in tents, and now they're living in refugee camps because there's food and water and kitchens and stuff, and they'll never stop being refugees because that's their lifestyle. Anyway, they concluded that they had tried being a communist dictatorship, and they had tried being a Western dictatorship, and they had tried democracy, and they had tried the colonial empire. And in April of 1991, they said, go home. The war is over. We won. The dictator fled. We're not going to form a new government. Oh, you're not going to form a new government? Oh, no. Well, who's going to pay the debt service? If the government doesn't get succeeded by another government, who will pay back the International Monetary Fund for $333 million lent in 1988, which the dictator used to create torture camps and to slaughter 30,000 civilians in Berbera. Oh, well, we're not going to pay that back. Oh, no. Well, I guess there's going to be a struggle for the control of Mogadishu. I guess there's going to be United States troops sent by George Herbert Walker Bush in December of 1992. I guess Clinton's going to expand that. I guess there's going to be a UN, mission to Somalia. I guess there's going to be, war in the streets of Somalia. Black Hawk helicopters shot down with American troops inside. I guess we're just going to have to see about that. And what did we see? What we saw was that the guy Mohammed Farah Aidid, who was leading the Haber-Gadir, was actually flown by the U.S. military in 1995 to, I think it was Nairobi or Addis Ababa, for a peace meeting where they said, hey, look, you become president, we'll back your play. You impose taxes, you start paying on the debt service, everything will be fine. You'll be president of Somalia. And he was like, okay. He went back to Mogadishu. Within 2 weeks, his own bodyguards had killed him because the Somalis are done with that. The Somalis will not have a national government. They've tried that, and they don't want it. And they would rather kill the person named as president, even though he was a hero of their struggle. They killed him because they don't want a president. They don't want a government. And in that context, in 1995, I started working with Michael Van Noten and the New Country Foundation, and we started planning a free port. We formed Somali Freeport Services. We formed the Adal Roads Company because we figured out that there was a monopoly between Djibouti and Addis Ababa. There's one rail line. So there's one port. After the 1993 war with Eritrea, the Ethiopians had no seacoast, and so they were being exploited. And we thought, well, we'll build another port nearby, run a toll road up into those mountains, and then we'll have a nice market opportunity there. And by market opportunity, I mean that in December of 2000, it was $50 to take a container off of a boat and put it on the dock at Jebel Ali Freeport in Dubai. And that same year, it was $1,500 to take a container off of a boat in Djibouti and put it on the shore. Now, that's not, the $1,500 does not represent, a free market. It represents a monopoly. And we wanted to bust that monopoly up a bit and build a toll road from our new port at Bolado up into Ethiopia and serve that market. And it would make lots of money for the Somalis, and they recognized that, and they were excited about this. And the guy who used to be part of the secret police for Ziad Barre, a guy named Tahir Riali, decided that we weren't going to do that. And so he said, Michael, you and Jim have to leave the country now. And we did. And so that project ended. And then we tried to reorganize as a fishing operation. We started working with some of the Somalis about moving a fishing fleet into position and having the Somalis operate it. And in August of 2001, I was told that I should leave Djibouti, go home, and I said, "Well, am I being deported? Is that what's happening?" And they said, "No, you're welcome to come back. We just think you should go home now." This was like the 30th of August, and so I was in Texas in September of 2001. And now you can't say September. In those days, September 2001 was just like, it's September now. Nobody thought anything of it. But now you can't say September 2001 without people thinking about, planes crashing into buildings and buildings falling down and lies from the deep state to grab more power.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where I was in September of 2001 in Texas. And in October of 2001, NATO General Tommy Franks said that the official policy of NATO is to bomb all the port facilities in Somalia. And the people who wanted to invest in a free port, they stopped taking my calls, Shane.
Yeah.
I know, it's scary. They did not wire the money to go buy the port facility and haul it to Africa. It's just another project that got eaten by the state.
Yeah.
So that's my story. It's about Somalia. I can tell you some proverbs from Somalia if you want. The Somalis have a proverb, in the forest, some trees grow taller. I love this.
Yeah. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, that's all. I guess that's all very, very interesting, and yeah, I mean that's what the state does. That's what the state does, and that's why I guess PAZNIA is, I guess I have the vision for PAZNIA that I kind of do, and I want to get to more kind of the solution stuff now. But in one of your articles, and I think this kind of introduces the way that you kind of look at community building, and also overlaps with kind of what I'm thinking too. But you said, quote, "But if we subdivide the land, that gets the state and county government involved. If we keep it all one unit, they don't have to know what arrangements we've made. We're viewing it as a sort of religious community, and that the zero aggression principle represents a shared belief system. Similarly, if we register wells and septic tanks and all kinds of other things with the state, they're going to be all kinds of inspections and detections and this and that. We want to avoid having the parasites anywhere near the property, so we're implementing alternative technologies." End quote. Yeah, for sure. So I guess could you just kind of, and I guess this probably ties in with your current projects, Resilient Ways and Valiant. Could you tell us, I guess, your approach to community building and kind of what you see as the vision for the future in that area?
Okay, yeah, sure. So you mentioned Resilient Ways, and I did create a Resilient Ways Foundation. And we used to have a website. It's probably in the Wayback Machine, resilientways.net. And that's the email address that you contacted me from, because that's where I have my published, all my essays point back to that address. The idea of Resilient Ways was the idea that there are efforts to create new places to live, like La Estancia Cafayate in Argentina. It's a 1 million-acre ranch that Doug Casey bought, and then he developed for a libertarian community down there. Argentina makes it almost impossible to be an entrepreneur in Argentina, so especially if you're a foreigner. So some people got together and started a project called Skull Chili, which went very badly. One of the people involved turned out to be a fraud artist, a con artist, and so people lost their money in that. But the pieces of that were picked up by a guy named Gabriel Scheer, who started FortGalt.com, and that's in Chile. I have a friend in Belize who has created the Pine Ridge Community Project. I have a friend in Eastern Europe who's created a project in the Carpathian Mountains. I used to work with a guy in Japan who was working with some people in Burma. That project didn't go very well, so he stopped doing that. But at the time, I thought, well, I will start, documenting where these things are, and we can talk about how this could work better. How can we go about making a better world? Well, I think it begins locally. I think it begins by building a community of people who have a common belief. And what common belief? You have to believe in Jesus. Well, you can believe in Jesus if you want, and I think he was a voluntarist, so that works for me, but you don't. Right. You can be, an agnostic or an atheist or a Buddhist or any number of things and be a voluntarist. Your core belief is the zero aggression principle, or what people call the non-aggression principle. I don't like non-aggression principle because people fall asleep, they take a nap. I prefer zero aggression principle because it's got more zap. But call it what you like. The idea is that this is the shared belief system, and that by imposing aggression through voting and through taxation and through these other things the state does. They are denying your consent. They're saying your consent doesn't matter. Or they're saying, John Jacques Rousseau said this, they're saying that your consent is implied in the social contract. Do you believe that, Shane? Do you believe in the social contract? Have you ever seen a copy of the social contract?
I have not. I have not.
I have not either. I don't think the social contract exists. I think that's fraud, man. I think it's whatever the people in power wanted to say. And so I don't believe that there's any implied consent. I believe that consent has to be manifest. If you say that I didn't rape that young lady because there was implied consent, and she says I didn't consent, well, then I believe her. Sorry, Sorry, Mr. Rapist, I'm not going for that. I think that, if she says that she didn't consent, then there's a problem. And if there was a struggle, if there was, if there's claw marks on your face, I'm going to say, you were aggressive, weren't you? That's a bad thing. Stop that. Stop being aggressive. Stop raping people. I would like to say that to the state, but I don't think it'll do any good. I think the state will keep on raping people. And so I don't think we're going to build a free world by having a war, because that'll just bring in some other power structure that will be just as bad. I don't think we're going to vote our way to freedom. I think we have to build our way to freedom. And that means building in a lot of places little communities. And that idea has kind of taken off since September of last year, when I started Freedom Land DAO. The idea of a DAO is a distributed autonomous organization, an organization that, if it has any structure at all, is in smart contracts, is in documented code on a blockchain or on some platform, so that nobody is in charge. I don't want to be in charge. I just want to be a person who knows people and makes introductions. That's all I want to do. I want to prove Davidson's corollary to Metcalfe's law. Metcalfe's law says that a network is more powerful if it has more nodes, and I say my corollary is that network is more economically profitable to its members if there are more interconnections among the nodes. And I think I can prove that. And I've been introducing people like crazy for decades now. I've been looking for a free country for 30 years, and there are none. And there's a reason for that. There's a set of people in the world who want to enslave us, who don't want us to be free, and who don't want us to have new countries. They destroyed the Republic of Minerva. They burned sea land to the waterline. They destroyed the, in the Italian Rose, I think it was called Rose City or something. That was another offshore platform project. They destroyed our work in Somalia. They destroyed eGold. Everywhere that they've been able to cause independent freedom projects to be destroyed, they have done that. And that's the neat thing about cryptocurrencies, is that there's nobody to attack. If you go and arrest, anybody who pretends to be Satoshi Nakamoto, it doesn't prevent eGold. It doesn't prevent Bitcoin from continuing to operate. Bitcoin gets bigger and bigger every year. What is it now? $40,000 for a Bitcoin? Is that right?
Yep, thereabouts. Yeah. Yep. No, I'm definitely with you. I'm definitely with you. It's got to be spread out. It's got to be distributed, and basically, that's exactly where my thinking is at. Permanent autonomous zones all over the place, and basically build communities there, and then working in Vonu. A lot of Vonu lifestyles are nomadic. Well, one of the downsides with nomadism is that if you're a van nomad, for example, you can't store a bunch of food. You can't store a lot of stuff in a van, right? That's a downside. But if you have this network of permanent autonomous zones, this network of Freedom Lands, a network of these DAOs, like you can always have, if you're a perpetual traveler, you can always have a safe, like-minded place to go. And then, as you were saying, the importance of building community. Intentional communities all over the place, and build up as I've been putting out, the second realm content. Keep building up these alternative institutions, alternative infrastructure, and make it where we don't need them at all. We've got everything we need, and our interaction can be very, very limited with the first realm, with the servile society. So yeah, it seems like we're kind of on the same page there, and it's obviously not my idea. It's just a merging of the second realm, a lot of the second realm stuff, temporary autonomous zones, which I'm sure you're familiar with, and permanent autonomous zones, Gorism. It's a converging of all of these strategies.
It goes back into the 19th century with intentional communities, New Harmony, and other ones like that. A guy named Josiah Warren did a lot of important work documenting what worked and what failed, and how to make these things go better in the future. And Wendy McElroy wrote up an analysis of that work that Josiah Warren had done. And so I read that in the mid-1990s at L. Neil Smith's The Libertarian Enterprise. And I started thinking, well, Josiah Warren's got it on the ball. What did he say worked? Well, one of the things that works is having a community where people have meals together. And that seems kind of, weird. That why does that matter? Why does it matter that people eat together? Why can't I just grab some munchies and sit at the computer and stare into the computer forever? Well, it turns out that people build a lot of community. Just saying "pass the salt, please" is like a way of reaching across the table and talking to someone. And sharing meals causes people to feel that they're part of a family, kind of a community. They feel togetherness. And having discussions at meal times helps people work out issues so that they don't become problems. And so there's a lot of power to this idea of let's have meals together, let's have a place big enough, a community hall or a pavilion or a campground, a fire circle, have some place where people can sit around and eat together and talk together. This will help the community stay together and grow. And another thing that Josiah Warren said, which I think is really clever, is that if the community has a community money, if you have money that is issued locally and is spent locally, then it doesn't go away when you go to Walmart, you spend Federal Reserve notes, you're using their money, and then that money is going to China to bring in goods and services. And if you're in the Vonu community, PAZNIA, why don't you use PAZ bucks? And PAZ bucks are spent locally and maybe even issued locally, so the seniorage gets captured by someone locally. And the PAZ bucks, if it's at all possible, it's spent within the community. And if it's not possible, then maybe it's spent with another nearby, freedom community. And if that's also not possible, if what you really need is something that nobody else makes, well, then sure, you convert to Federal Reserve notes, or you convert to whatever is accepted online, and you order something online and it's delivered. But I think those are two really, really important features that people should have in their thinking about how am I going to make a community that's going to last. Because having a community that doesn't last, well, we've done that before. We've done a lot of that. But making something that survives and is resilient, and I think even better yet is Nassim Taleb's concept of anti-fragile, something that grows stronger when it has resistance. When you look at the muscle system in the body, exercise and resistance, instead of breaking down muscle tissue, builds it up and makes it stronger. Well, that's what you really want. You want every time the system tries to attack your community becomes stronger. That's anti-fragility. And I don't quite know how to build that into communities yet, but I know that that's a goal.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm definitely with you. I'm definitely with you. And I guess to kind of even take it a step further. So PAZNIA is kind of the overall idea, and then I figure there can be like as you're saying, an overall network. So yeah, it'd be awesome. Yeah, that's a really good idea. I've just been thinking Bitcoin, Bitcoin and crypto is good. So that's at least a good decentralized approach for now. But yeah, I like that idea. I definitely like that idea. I guess. So you mentioned that there's a lot of activity happening since September. Could you I guess do you want to I guess tell us a little bit more about what's developing that you're seeing?
Well, sure. So since September, I have been in contact with a lot of people who are just clear that they can't take it anymore. They want to go out in public without a mask. They want to be treated like it's okay to hug each other. Social distancing is making them sick. Masks are making people sick. And the system is clearly trying to impose enough constraints on Americans that we go to war with each other or something. I don't know what their plan is, but it's clear to a lot of people that the strategy is the same failed state strategy that they've imposed in other places, and with their color revolutions and this and that. And so I now know of people building freedom communities with lands that they have located in 4 provinces of Canada, and I think 15 states in the United States, in Belize, in Mexico, in Chile, in the Carpathian Mountains of Eastern Europe. And that's progress just since September, is that all of these things have been started. And then in Oklahoma, my friend Mike Swadek and I found, actually he found a listing for 185 acres, and we developed a very detailed plan. It's in our Telegram channel, so if you look for Valiant _ Community, that's the broadcast channel, and then there's a Valiant Community chat. Oh, I should probably say what Valiant stands for. Valiant is Voluntarists and Agorists living in absolute non-aggression today.
I like it.
And Valiant, so that's a nice acronym. I made that up, and I said, let's call it Valiant. And he said, yes, do that. And so we started this project, and he found the land, and he's an engineer and knows a lot about drainage systems and land use. And so he planned where the roads would go and found the power lines and found ways to integrate that into the community. And we began talking about, we'll put the storage shelters here for people to do self-storage while they're moving in, and we'll have a campground, we'll have RV park, and we'll have a bed and breakfast here, and we'll have a restaurant so people can get together and have meals. And we divided up the lots, and we found 4 springs on this property, great property. And Sunday, the 31st of January, we were told it's no longer for sale. The Zillow listing, we called, we talked to the realtor, and we began making our plans, and now it's been taken off the market. So that's a bit of a setback for us, but there are other places. And in the meantime, because we've been working on this, about $155,000 has been committed by people who like this idea and want to get involved. So
very good.
That's the good news out of all of them.
Yeah. I saw on the website that Mike was involved. I'll mention Agora Stop Market. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him yet, but I can already tell he's a really good dude. But he's got Alleyway Publications listed there at Agora Stop Market, so I definitely appreciate. And PAZNIA is listed there too, so I definitely appreciate what he's doing there over at Agora Stop Market. And definitely go check that out. I think that's really the most critical next step is connecting and networking people. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people, whether it's bigger projects like 150 acres, or if it's just individual homesteads that are working towards self-sufficiency, places where people could camp out if they're traveling or for whatever. It's really about bringing people together and networking now. And there's a lot of good progress happening in that direction, it seems.
Absolutely. And there's an event coming up that you guys might want to tell your listeners about, which is going to be in April. I think it's the 17th, 18th, and 19th. But the site is midfest.info. And the event is called Midfest. And there's going to be voluntarists from all over the country gathered together to, we'll just see about that. We'll see what we can do together to make the world a better place.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I hopefully I don't know. It's hard. Like there's so many festivals I want to go to, and I want to go on a I want to basically take a whole year off and just travel around freedom festivals. Well, there was a lot of them. There was a lot of them. And it seems hopefully there's going to be that's going to come back around. Again, there's plenty of festivals, but unfortunately at the same time, like I've got goats and lambs, and I've got 24 duck eggs incubating now, so I'll have a bunch of birds. Like I'm gonna have a hard time leaving the homestead for like more than a couple days. So like I've thought about it. Like I guess I really didn't think that part through. Like I probably won't be able to leave that much. At least while I'm getting things ironed out. But yeah, I'll definitely put a link to that in the show notes.
Well, that's okay.
Certainly
cool
encourage everyone to get out there.
That we have all of this internet technology. So we have all this internet technology, so you can just participate remotely, or you can send a friend and tell them to report back. There's a lot of ways to get past the limitations on travel that come from. I do know about livestock. Livestock is very, very dependent on the helpfulness of the people who care for the livestock.
Yeah. Yep, indeed.
You can't not feed them one day. If you not feed them one day, then they stop being. It's terrible.
Yep. It's not just something. Yeah, it's not just something you can just take a couple of days off. Yeah, exactly. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. There's lots of benefit from it though. And plus, I'm working towards self-sufficiency myself, and then I do want to obviously turn outwards too. And when people come here, I basically just got started with the homestead last year, really full bore. But yeah, you were talking about like I called it was a PAZNIA Thanksgiving. Had people out here for 5 or 6 people came out here for the weekend, or for the holiday weekend, and just spontaneously, we didn't plan anything, but we all ate together and made like these big dinners with fresh lamb that we just processed. It was just really incredible, and it was just all spontaneous. The food was incredible. So yeah, like that's I'm all about that, and that's why I'm really happy. Mentioning second round book on strategy again, and just that strategy in general. That cultural element is just so critical. Really critical part of that community. So I'm definitely with you, and I'll turn over there for you. Don't really have a question, but if you have any comments.
Well, no, I really think that this kind of show you're doing right now, this conversation is part of making a big difference. And I know people who, I have a friend in Seattle who goes through some very dark times. He has a podcast, and I've been on it a bunch, but a lot of the people in the freedom community get very depressed because they see how powerful the enemy that we're up against is, and how much dedication and support they have for their goal of, eviscerating freedom and enslaving everyone. And it sometimes looks hopeless. And so talking about PAZNIA and talking about Valiant and talking about these other freedom communities gives people hope, and that gives people an opportunity to find that there is action they can take. And it matters. If the action is to raise chickens and grow eggs, and if the action is to, do permaculture or, aquaculture at your home, or if the action is to get together with other people and buy a land and develop a community, or if the action is to just, keep hope alive through a conversation, through podcasts and through discussions, all of these things will help. Because in many ways, if you look at the vast scope of human history, we are watching the collapse of a civilization. We're watching a system fall apart. And at the same time, we're watching people build a new way, build a way that doesn't depend upon centralization. It doesn't depend upon bankers and bureaucrats and parasites. And if we can keep doing that and bring more and more people in, I think that, you know, it's very much like the vision in Daniel chapter 2, where Nebuchadnezzar saw the stone that was carved out without human hands smash all of those empires into chaff, and then the stone grows to fill the whole world. We can be that. We can be that stone. We can be stronger than the system that is trying to subjugate us. But we can't do that without effort. It will take a lot of work. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're certainly right. You're certainly right. And the way I've been putting it lately is, utilizing our generative force of creation to build Eden, not Babylon. So like that's kind of what's it's kind of
beautiful. I love that. I love that. That is such a great phrase.
So yeah, that's the way that I'm putting it. As that Eden, I guess just a society, based on voluntarism. That's all, and working with nature, not against it. I think that's really, I don't know, foundational. So, well,
I agree. That's really good thinking.
Awesome. Well, Jim, we've been going for about an hour here, and I want to respect your time. Don't want to keep you too long. I guess to kind of begin to close out here. Yeah, I guess we've talked about the very positive vision for the very positive vision for the future, building community. I guess I'll just turn it over to you. General closing thoughts. What would you like to leave the listeners with?
I would like the people who are listening to think about ways that they can form community in their own home, or in their town, or in some place nearby. And I would also invite people to think about 60 years in Vietnam. Between 1919 and 1979, the Vietnamese people took on the French, Japanese, French, American, and People's Republic of China empires. And Vietnam is an independent country today because they kept fighting until they got what they want. I want people to think about Afghanistan and about the mountains of, the Rocky Mountains and the Ozarks and the Appalachians. In North America, there's a lot of mountain chains. There's a lot of places where you can move from one place to another without necessarily being tracked from the sky all the time. A lot of swamps in Louisiana and elsewhere, like the swamps of Florida. And so I invite people to think about fourth generation warfare and the possibility that just staying alive, just keeping out of the hands of the system, is a worthy objective, and it's a goal that can be achieved. But you have to stop thinking that you're going to build a castle. Mm-hmm. We're not castle builders. We're not empire builders. We're freedom builders. Right. And that requires a different way of thinking, because castles can be destroyed, oceans can be crossed, so you can't build a moat big enough to protect your castle, and mountains can be scaled, and you can't build a high enough place to be irresistible. They have airplanes and satellites and stuff. So don't be thinking about creating a permanent redoubt and a cul-de-sac into which you're going to escape. You're not going to escape into a cul-de-sac. You're going to be destroyed and surrounded in a cul-de-sac. So don't enslave yourself either. But
right.
those are just some parting thoughts. I really think that building new places, building places for people to be free, both online and in the real world, matters a great deal. And we have a lot of technologies that can support us. It's possible to put a factory in a container and then take a truck and haul that container to a place where there's three-phase power, and you set up and you make the widgets, and then you close the shop and you disappear before the tax man gets there. That's possible. And people should be doing all kinds of things that they love. Because if you love it, you'll bring all of your best ideas to it. And it's time. It's time to stop being part of the system. The system's broken, and it's not going to get better.
Yep, right there. Yep, right there with you. Right there with you. And I would just leave the listeners with the comments of yeah, definitely incorporate. As you're building these communities, think about incorporating as many of the second round principles as possible, security culture principles, and more generally. But yeah, for sure. Lots of good stuff. So Jim. I guess I'll let you. We'll kind of leave it there for now, and can always get you back on to chat in the future. Where can people find your websites, your projects, and keep up with what you're doing?
Well, the latest is Freedom Land DAO at freedomlanddao.com. So there's a lot of double letters. And actually, when I was registering it, I also registered Free Edom Land because I put too many E's. And I looked at it and I was like, that's not Freedom Land, that's free. There's an extra E in there. So I had to re-register the domain to get what I wanted. But freedomlanddao.com. I'm also published frequently at iglooluau.com, at the Libertarian Enterprise, which is ncc-1776.org. And yes, that's a Star Trek reference. And then the Telegram channel is Valiant Community Chat. And if searching for that doesn't get you there, why, then just send me an email, jim@resilientways.net.
All right, very good, very good. And I know you sent me an email asking about Vonu Fest. I'll mention here for everyone else too. Last year we weren't doing any marketing for it. This year, still not ready to market for it. Basically, I've got my first layer of trust, and the only people that come out here are vetted. So I know you, Jim. You're welcome out here, but the way that I'm kind of putting it for marketing now is just as kind of a joke, since I have to know, like, this is where I live. Like, I'm not just gonna have random people out here right now. So like the idea is, like, to promote Vonu Fest and just be like, yeah, well, you can't come. And it really, really good for building up a list of interested people. So yeah, let's make it.
We're having Vonu Fest and you're not invited.
Yep.
I don't know you. I love that. That's very wise. I love it. This is so good.
Yeah. So yes, you're welcome to come out for Vonu Fest. It's the last weekend in September. Actually, I guess it'll start the last Monday in September. It'll be a whole week long this year for Vonu Fest too. And then we're also having there's a lot of demand for it. I was blown away. Like, people are wanting to come out to Southern Illinois for some reason. I didn't think people would come out here. But end of last weekend in March, we're gonna have a little camping and riding weekend out here as well. More of kind of an unofficial event. But yeah, I'm surprised behind people coming from Colorado. Like, it's gonna be an actual it's gonna be a little mini festival, I think. And then if there's further demand after that, we might have another one in summer too. So, yeah.
Well, that's cool, because I definitely want to come. I have, trenchant criticisms about Southern Illinois, because Illinois.
Oh, yeah, I do too, trust me. Yeah.
Illinois is such a mess. But you guys are avoiding that, so that's good. And I want to come in September, and there's a lot of time between now and then. One of the other events I will be going to probably this year again is Jackalope Freedom Festival in August. That's usually in Sitgreaves National Forest in Arizona. So I will. Instead of you coming to Midfest and Jackalope Fest, Shane, why don't I just come to your event in September? And I will bring you a report, and I will bring the goods and services that people say, hey, Jim, Shane will buy this. Why don't you take it to him? I will be the Agorist delivery service for you.
Fantastic.
And then we can sit around your campfire and talk about it, and maybe even get on the podcast.
Yes, that all sounds great. That all sounds great. would love hope it happens. Come out here for the September event. And for the folks out there in podcast land who obviously you want to come to this, like obviously you want to, go to PAZNIA.com, get on the email list. It's a good list to be on, unlike a lot of lists nowadays. Get on that email list. I'm not gonna ask for any personal identifiable information, just your first name, so I can make it more personable. I will email updates there and get in the Telegram group. And that's kind of the first place to start building your reputation in the underground. And then you'll be moved through further channels. And then eventually you'll be allowed to visit. That's the way we got to do things, or at least the way I'm doing things. Anyway,
you
Jim,
got to do it a piece at a time. That's right.
Yep, going slow, building at my own pace, and it's going good so far. So yeah, Jim, thank you so much for coming on, man. It was a really great conversation. Have to do it again in the future. I'll drop all links to your stuff in the show notes. But for now, I appreciate you coming on, and I look forward to seeing you in September.
That sounds great. Thanks, brother.
Hey,
bye.
Not a problem. We'll see you later. All right, guys, and there you have it, Jim Davidson. Wow, what a just a fantastic conversation. Looks like he just hopped off Jitsi. Okay, cool. So I'll go ahead and record this outro and conclusion now then. Just fantastic conversation. I knew he had a deep history within libertarianism, but I didn't know all those details. I did not know all those details. I was familiar with the Somalia project though, which is I knew there was going to be some good stuff there as far as libertarian history. I nerd out with some of that stuff, especially with all the archiving I'm doing with of all these old Vonu publications. But the community building stuff. It's so awesome to see. It's so awesome to see this. It's just organically happening. It's just happening. He said there's the restrictions are getting worse and people are getting to a breaking point. I definitely see that. I definitely see that coming. And I usually wouldn't. I usually wouldn't have like a real optimistic outlook of the future, especially after 2020, right? Like, especially like if you would have asked me, March or April of last year, if I would have had a positive outlook on the future of freedom, like I probably wouldn't have. But a lot has happened in the past year, and as far as whatever nonsense is happening, whatever nonsense distractions are happening in the servile society, the underground is being built, connections are being made, and those who want and desire freedom, we will have it. We will have it, despite what those who falsely imagine themselves to be our rulers do in the meantime. Before will they collapse civilization? Anyway, we're building up. I guess the new. So, let me see if there's anything else I wanted to comment on here. I don't think so. I'm gonna take a moment before I hit stop because I want to make sure. But no, I guess that's pretty much it. Good libertarian history, and just lots of valuable experience. In the community building realm. Please go check out all of his websites, all of his projects. And as for me, Libertarian Type Publications is where to go to support this podcast. It's our partner outfit. We focus on books. We sell books on self-liberation, libertarian philosophy, history, all those things, crypto-agorist fiction. He mentioned the hashtag Agora Anarplex. We sell the hashtag Agora book, as well as Second Realm book on strategy. Of course, you can find those all for free online. Nothing we put out goes behind a paywall. It's all of it goes out for free. It's just if you want to support the podcast and if you want a paperback copy of these things, that's why it's there. But all of this stuff is available for free. If there's not an easy link available to it, it's very easy to find. You might just have to you might have to take a step to find it. But most of the time I make it pretty easy. Otherwise, VonuPodcast.com is where to go for this podcast. I guess there were a couple updates that I put there. I mentioned that's seasons 1 through 3 are now available for free download of the podcast. If you want that 5+ gigabytes of podcasts, certainly go download that and torrent it. Do whatever the hell you want with it. I love the redundancy, so if you want to put it out wherever, great. If you just want to download it and keep a copy of it for your personal archives for whatever, great. Don't care. But yeah, I certainly recommend going and snagging that. That's there in the sidebar at VonuPodcast.com, and I guess I can go over here and show you. Yeah, I guess the other couple notable things, I released the Seditions, Aversion, and Sabotage audiobook out on Library. I guess the cool video presentation that Pete Iyer put together. And I also released for the Vonu Guide to Firearms, Vonu Guide to Firearms by Josiah Warren. I put the transcript to my interview with Ivan the Troll on Gun Printing 101. That is in there. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much it for Vonu. And yeah, I suppose that about wraps it up for this episode of the Vonu podcast. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I know it's been a little while since I guess it's probably been a month since the episode with Lawrence Wasson on natural law and related subjects. Got a couple more coming up. Not going to tease too much, but there's going to be an interview which I think might surprise some folks. But to a point where I just whatever. Be having one guest on, I know for sure, and then beyond that, I have to do an episode, a solo episode on health liberation, self-liberation, update episode, and then also the I guess my Vonu health liberation, self-liberation guide. I need to put out a podcast for that as well. Otherwise, I guess you'll see. I guess we'll both find out when content will be released. As I said to Jason Booth when he was on last time, I pretty much wake up at 4 or 5, and whatever I am feel inclined to spend my energy on that day is what I do. I don't make a lot of plans. Whatever I want to do, whatever I can put my full attention and energy and effort into, that's what I do. So yeah, we'll see what comes out. We will see what comes out. Obviously, go subscribe on your favorite podcatcher, VonuPodcast.com, all that good stuff. I thank you guys so much for staying here this entire, if you're still here, great, certainly appreciate it. Appreciate you checking out the podcast, appreciate all the support, and yeah, I really appreciate as far as the Telegram group on PAZNIA, all the folks that are hopping in there. We've got we're about to hit 50 people in just the chat group. That's not the public, that's not just the public channel, that's the chat group. So, and they're all people that I know, they all other than 3 or 4 people, it's all people that I know, and I could not have planned this. I could not have planned this. I just couldn't have planned it. But it's going good. It's going good. It's going really good. And all incredible folks. All just great. A lot of great stuff coming at PAZNIA this year. If I can talk and get out my words. But yeah, lots of really great things happening here at the Free Republic, the Self-Liberator's Paradise. And yeah, I guess I'll leave it there. Always remember, guys, Vonu is yours for the making. Till next time.
Is it possible to create pockets of freedom where personal autonomy is respected? In the novella, #Agora, Daniel LaRusso finds out the answer firsthand. After discovering Bitcoin, he becomes immersed in the cypherpunk underground. Encryption, ghost pads, temporary autonomous zones, and much more. He learns the benefits of freedom, of these tools for self-liberation, and how truly free individuals could conduct their affairs outside of the servile society. Based on real individuals in modern-day Berlin, Germany, #Agora gives you a practical representation of how freedom pioneers can carve out pockets of freedom in an otherwise enslaved world. Get your paperback copy today by visiting tinyurl.com/agoraanarchy. Again, that's tinyurl.com/agoraanarchy. And for more titles like this, please search for Liberty Under Attack Publications on Amazon.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. The newest release via Liberty Under Attack Publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contain the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty. Self-Liberation Storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction. The Vonu Life message board. And much more. Begin, or continue, your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonu Life 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian FreeRobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit PAZNIA.com/stake. Again, PAZNIA.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA radio network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot out.
PAZNIA, a proposed model for the Second Realm network. Authored by Coordinator Ryo. Coordinator at PAZNIA.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Table of Contents. Chapter 1, An Introduction to PAZNIA. Chapter 2, PAZNIA Compartmentalized. Chapter 3, PAZNIA Services and Marketplaces. Chapter 4, VonuFest and Other Events at the Free Republic. Chapter 5, The PAZNIA Network. Chapter 6, The Coming Intentional Community. Chapter 7, Get Involved, Join the Second Realm. Chapter 8, In Closing. Chapter 9, Freedom is Yours for the Seizing. In the real world, liberty will be limited for a long time to come to self-liberated individuals and, perhaps, libertarian mini-cultures and free ports. But this is not grounds for pessimism or defeatism. One can forget about the herd and become free once he exorcises the collectivist spooks from his head. Rio, Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom. Chapter 1, An Introduction to PAZNIA. The root cause of humanity's problems, in my estimation, is coercion, herein defined as the removal of free will from an individual by force or threats of force. Many will point at some state institution in particular, i.e. public schooling, but the truth is, what we see manifested today is at least 27 steps of problems down from the root. So, if you're one of those individuals still dangling around the exterior, far away from the trunk, let alone the roots, this book probably isn't for you. At least not right now, and that's okay. We're all on our own individual journeys, and just as each tree in the forest is at a different stage of growth, so are each of us. Therefore, if you find yourself happily consuming the propaganda, media plus TV, excited about participating in the circuses every 2 or 4 years, getting an experimental vaccine for a fake or overblown virus, or even as a vehement crusader for the Libertarian Party, you might consider moving along now. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. Put the book away, close the tab, and come back later, if, when it resonates. But in the meantime, we as Vonumans, free market anarchists, agorists, or whatever other applicable label, are problem solvers, committed to living our principles in the here and now, and the only solution to coercion is voluntarism, free will, peace, cooperation, etc., not merely chopping off or manicuring the branches of the ever-growing tree of coercion. If the foundation, coercion, is unstable and dangerous, then, as any good building contractor will tell you, it's probably time to tear down and start over. But setting the tree of coercion ablaze or grabbing the sledgehammers may not be necessary. Rather, just remove the source of nutrients, fiat money, compliance, and its energy source, humanity, and let nature take its course of breakdown, purification, and regeneration. This book and the vision it contains will require you to drastically expand your perspective of reality and what is possible. If you'll give it a chance, it should be quite clear that what we know as the Servile Society is truly the modern-day incarnation of Babylon, the land of confusion, and the realm we find ourselves in is far more fascinating and mind-blowing than we have been led to believe. And further, since we already have a vast network of like-minded freedom seekers on the internet and throughout the world, the prospects for building an interconnected second realm network have never been better. This book will contain a thorough explanation of the vision and these concepts, but the idea is to create our own alternative infrastructure, supply chains, economy, culture/entertainment, and more, built upon the principles of freedom, non-aggression and self-ownership. In both the digital and physical. Our strategy for liberty is the creation of a culture of liberty, a society that occupies its own protected space and implements independent systems of cooperation. We need to create a second realm. Won't you join us? 1A, the second realm. I'm not a big fan of reinventing the wheel, so this section will be a brief summary at best, to be extrapolated further in later PAZNIA sections. The book to reference is called Second Realm, Book on Strategy by the Pseudonymous Smuggler in XYZ. It's available free online, or you can order a paperback copy from Liberty Under Attack Publications, libertyunderattack.com/srbook. In that concise guide, the authors cover the philosophical background/context, the various components/strategies involved, and some thoughts on how to implement them. And their credibility within this area is unsurpassed. Not only do the Institute of Cryptoanarchy and Parallelny Polis exist, i.e. Parallel Society, an actual storefront building in downtown Prague, but Smuggler and the Berlin cypherpunk crew have been on the ground, and in the digital realm, building pockets of freedom for self-liberators of all stripes and flavors to enjoy. The incredibly worthwhile crypto-agorist novella, #Agora, probably defines the second realm best. Technically, the second realm is described as encrypted communication, encrypted currencies, anonymous and pseudonymous identities, and untraceable action. For those familiar with Samuel Edward Konkin III and his strategy of agorism, one other way to conceptualize the second realm is the expansion of the agora to include all facets of the human experience, rather than just trade/commerce, namely, living, secure Vonu home bases, a liberated culture, our own infrastructure, internal dispute resolution solutions, etc. These second realms are then protected/defended via the utilization of privacy and security culture principles, using pseudonyms, encrypted communications, vetting of individuals, etc. Other fictional examples that you may be familiar with include Aurora from Alongside Night and Cannonier's Farm from #Agora. The free second realm is the answer to the first realm, the realm ruled by coercion and totalitarianism generally. 1b. Vonu, introduced, defined, and expanded. As mentioned above, for as long as mankind can remember, coercion has been used to control, manipulate, and exploit individuals. It is an unfortunate fact of history. The state uses it to keep their hapless citizenry in line, and private criminals use it to violate the autonomy of their subjects for personal gain. So then, what is politics? Politics is the art and science of managing centralized coercion, plain and simple. That being the case, it's no surprise that politics is undoubtedly a counterintuitive way to decrease the amount of coercion in your life. Would you drink a fifth of Jack Daniels to cure your alcoholism? Engage a couple more prostitutes to assist you in overcoming your sex addiction? What about making a few more trips to Vegas as the means for eradicating that dreaded gambling vice? As ridiculous as those may sound, using politics to alleviate coercion is a far more dangerous utilization of this failed logic. It has more far-reaching, unintended, and intended consequences. People's livelihoods have been and can be destroyed by so-called public policy, the state being the apparatus it is. Mass murder, i.e. democide, the most deadly form of coercion, is always on the table. Thus, the problem that freedom pioneers face is coercion. Back in the 1960s, a man named Tom Marshall, Rio, resided in Southern California, then a bustling libertarian community. He was a Tech Y engineer, a socially awkward fellow, a marijuana smoker, not much of a philosopher, but a freedom-seeking libertarian nonetheless. Early on, he spent some time at the Nathaniel Branden Institute, a school teaching the objectivist philosophy laid out by Ayn Rand, well, at its core, first by Aristotle, until his first major venture came about, the Free Isles Project. The Free Isles Project spawned out of the Preform Inform zine. The goal was to conduct research on the efficacy of setting up a new libertarian nation and the seemingly endless possibilities for freedom if it were to come into fruition. Rio said, "The Free Isle resident would, hypothetically, have all of the advantages of participating in world commerce while being free from taxes and regulations. Furthermore, a free isle, if it were successful, could be a very effective demonstration of the merits of laissez-faire capitalism. Unfortunately, or fortunately, it was never successful. Hell, it never got past the talking stage. Eventually, the movement subsided after disagreements arose regarding the size and scope of government, the lack of individuals willing to become involved, and the potential ramifications from existing nation-states. As an aside, the latter two are still big problems for libertarian country-building projects today. Thankfully, most of the newer projects are more anarchistic, but the facilitators are often terrible strategists and tacticians. Generally, they fail to learn from history." Rio, frustrated with the all-talk, no-action libertarians of his day, said screw it, and moved out of his apartment into a camper mounted on his pickup truck. He became a van nomad and began laying the foundation for the most interesting, plausible freedom strategy today. Naturally though, freedom means many different things to different people. Freedom to a propertarian anarchist means private property, personal autonomy, and peace. freedom to a leftist means free healthcare, free college, and a massive welfare state. Freedom to a conservative means Christianity, the mass murder known as war, and social-ist, insecurity. Language is quite fluid, which is why Ryo and Roberta, his free mate, proposed a new term, Vonu. Vonu is an awkward contraction of the words voluntary not vulnerable and, simply defined, is the condition or quality of, as well as the action of achieving, an invulnerability to coercion. So, with one definition, Vonuans avoid the issue of subjective interpretation altogether. You know coercion and violence when you see it. If you make radical lifestyle changes in an attempt to avoid those things, you are a Vonuan, as you are taking steps to become more invulnerable to coercion, regardless of whether the perceived threat is corporations, the state, or a crime-ridden hellhole. But, early Vonuans also had interesting ways of interpreting liberty and freedom. Liberty, as defined by Funk and Wagnall's Standard College Dictionary 1968, the reference Ryo used in his book, is a measure of freedom within restraints, granted by or through a sovereign power. Freedom, as defined by the aforementioned source, is the widest term, suggesting complete absence of restraint. So, Vonuans say that liberty is the general exemption from coercion and freedom is an absence of coercion. To gain liberty, one utilizes legal interstices, or, as it is more vernacularly known, legal loopholes within the law. And you know what the state does to those, right? If they can, they close them. Damn those gun show loopholes and ghost gunners. Ryo specifically had an interesting take on legal interstices. One of his complaints about van nomadism was that it required reliance on slave tags, i.e. driver's licensure, registration, mandatory insurance. So, in order to hopefully avoid the coercion of the bludgies, you have a license plate on your car, you hand the bludgie your driver's license, and you keep your tags up to date. It's providing a safeguard of sorts, but the terms and conditions may change if they smell marijuana or if the bludgie in question just wanted to beat you for breathing the wrong way. Ryo also had a quite negative stance on utopian fantasies like Encapistan, a free world, or a communist paradise. Therefore, freedom, the absence of coercion, is a utopian pipe dream. Even if the state disappears, there will still be psychopaths, violent murderers, and thieves, hence, there will always be coercion. He pursued the van nomad lifestyle for quite a while and realized that it wasn't enough for him. He disliked the aforementioned slave tags because if you have to ask, and pay off, the state for permission, are you really free? For that reason, Ryo decided that the wilderness Vonu life would offer him the most personal satisfaction and he and Roberta moved into a polyethylene tent, deep in the Siskiyou National Forest. He continued to publish a few Vonu publications, Preform and Form, Innovator, Vonu Life, and wrote for others, such as Libertarian Connection, the Eleutherian Forum, and Going Mobile, nestled up in his foam hut, under his makeshift tent. His frustration with libertarians and the community at large increased and all he saw around him were controlled schizophrenic, political crusaders. He once longed for Vonu associations, i.e. van nomad mobile communities, agoras, but his inclination to work with others waned like a recent full moon. As I receive more Vonu publications from his time, I hope to find out what truly happened. At this time, all I have is suspicion. He began to pursue troglodyte living and practiced building underground structures, when he mysteriously ceased communication and disappeared. All that remains is a portion of a letter he wrote to his correspondent, I think John Fisher, the editor of his first book, dated February 14, 1974. My thinking has undergone major changes in the last several months on interfacing, alternate economics, interrelations in general. I, too, am becoming very dubious as to the value of all Libertarian Club involvements. We do not intend to use the Libertarian Club in the future as an avenue for gaining non-anonymous friends or associates. But, the strategy he and other freedom seekers pioneered is still just as efficacious as it was before, and even more so thanks to advancements in technology. So, how does Vonu differ from direct action more generally, such as the methods listed on the freedom umbrella of direct action, FUTA? Well, with many of the strategies on the FUTA, you can more or less continue living the same lifestyle you did before, i.e. a 9-to-5 job in the servile society, paying some taxes, etc., and receive some increases in your personal freedom, But with the go-along-to-get-along path being decimated, the piecemeal direct action may not be an option anymore. Vonu, on the other hand, is a lifestyle change. It is a reorganization of your entire life, but the increase in personal freedom is quite substantial, and that's putting it mildly. Examples of these Vonu lifestyles include van nomadism and wilderness Vonu, both strategies Rio and Roberta utilized, minimalist sailboating, intentional communities, mobile or stationary, vonuing in cities, perpetual traveling, and utilizing ethical enclaves. In the newest iteration, PAZNIA and the overarching Second Realm network, i.e., the building of semi-permanent autonomous zones, a parallel network. It's worth noting, back in the 1960s, such an idea may not have been Vonu, but, due to changing circumstances, such as the further centralization of basic necessities, i.e. energy dependence, supply chain dependence, empty grocery stores, etc., a little additional risk and exposure is necessary, the overall network relying on the notion of decentralization as a main source of defense. That is, if one must risk their life and soul to participate in the first realm, drastic actions need to be taken now to ensure our survival. In a free network built upon the principles of peace, voluntarism, and truth for future generations to come. 1c. The Model Country. Back in the mid-20th century, libertarian New Country pioneer, Erwin S. Strauss, who is still around, and who still runs the Libertarian Connection, wrote about the idea of a model country in his book, How to Start Your Own Country. Therein, he posits, many find it a rewarding hobby to run a model railroad, or operate model airplanes. These model enterprises have all the trappings of the real thing, in miniature. Similarly, it's possible to run a model country. You need only declare your home to be an independent nation, and proceed from there. From that point, you can have a more or less approach to challenging the established governments for recognition. This ranges from stopping the payment of property taxes and undergoing extensive litigation, time and money in court, on the radical end, to the PAZNIA end. Not only are we not seeking recognition by the United Nations or anyone else, we don't want them to know we exist. The Free Republic of PAZNIA is the newest iteration of this concept, our mission of truly founding the first free country. The flagship is Veritas, but other nodes in the PAZNIA network will serve as cities, but scattered all over the world. More importantly, considering the coercive nature of our world, this decentralized, security culture-minded approach, and the already rather large digital community of freedom seekers, all but guarantee the success of the network so long as resources, time, and concentration are given to it. In other words, as long as we continue to utilize our generative force of creation to build the second realm. 1d. Comedy and culture jamming, the PAZNIA way. Sometimes, when an idea, ideology, belief, etc. is so stupid or dangerous, the best way to respond might not be with logic, reason, and rationality. No, sometimes, the best way to respond is to laugh at and make fun of it, relentlessly. And the craft of a good culture jammer is that the statist/coercer or coercive society you're making fun of doesn't even know that they are the ass of the joke. They might even share it on social media, thinking they're dunking on one of their ideological adversaries. Secondarily, being angry and pissed off at the servile society all the time is no fun. But having fun is. Laughing is. So as we're building PAZNIA, this parallel network, we're going to have fun. And make fun of the first realm, we shall. First off, culture jamming can be defined as a method of disruption or subversion using similar rhetoric and language to that of the mainstream, servile society. One general example is Simon Jester, from Heinlein's The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. In the book, instead of characters risking their own lives and reputations for speaking out, Simon, that little devil, would do it for them, as they littered streets, bulletin boards, and signs with such media. PAZNIA employs this tactic in numerous ways. We issue our own licenses and permits, we issue our own passports. PAZNIA audio-video advertisements are the best, and General Willey and his compatriots were victorious in the legendary Great Battle of PAZNIA, to name a few. Some of our departments, like the PAZNIA Department of Transportation and the PAZNIA General Bitcoin Fund, have government documents in similar legalese and style, see below. comedy is also a highly effective way to reach folks, much more than through hardcore logic and rationality. This medium is more disarming to the subconscious programming, allowing a different form of rhetoric to handle the bulk of the work. It's also worth noting that culture jamming likely provides a bit of defense in terms of security culture. Visiting the surface level of the PAZNIA website, an individual or real government might see it as ridiculous if they don't plunge deeper. Furthermore, if an overpaid, bored bureaucrat stumbles across our wellness center, they'll be very challenged to throw the cuffs or fines at the dog for practicing without a license. Hell, again, the apparent ridiculousness would probably, hopefully send them moving along to a different website. In summation, please do consider visiting PAZNIA.com and take a look around. You just might get a bit of a chuckle. Secondarily, visit VonuPodcast.com and search for PAZNIA to find more. 1E. PAZNIA Accomplishments and Future Goals. Accomplishments. The first stage of the PAZNIA vision began back in year 0, 2020, when the homestead here at Veritas first began towards self-sufficiency with lambs and goats. Aura arrived in 2021 and began rapid development on the gardens. Now, we have a few different zones and are honing in on what is most optimal to grow in this area. The flock of ruminants is ever growing. The next big goal is to finish our forever fencing and get the big shed set up to milk and process. High-quality lamb and goat are getting close to becoming a profitable venture. In 2023, we took the homestead corn and soy free. Now, any grains the ruminants or chickens/turkeys get are organic wheat, rye, oats, or malted barley. Local communication options are being explored, with a working option now, a simplex relay, see below. The private PAZNIA map and directory and P.A.Z.NIA list were launched in January of 2024, see below. Late 2024 brought the arrival of the Ghost Station, the expandable tower server hosting a simplex relay, Bitcoin/Monero nodes, the local PAZNIA LBRY, and more. Future goals, short term. Begin work on the public PAZNIA directory to expand the growth and options available to the PAZNIA network. Begin hosting semi-regular meetings on Jitsi for any interested self-liberators. Continue adding high-value health and wellness tools/modalities to the wellness center. Things like a wood-burning, red light sauna and a working rife machine. Mid to long term. When PAZNIA funds grow substantially, a dedicated laboratory with some basic equipment for research and development, i.e., mass spectrometer, lab-grade vacuum ovens, and other useful items for the curious-minded. Continue working towards the coming intentional community here at Veritas, and more opportunities in physical space and time in general. There's certainly some missing and some that are classified. These are presented as proof of work and to paint a picture of what's to come. 1F. The PAZNIA Constitution/Declaration of Independence. At critical times throughout human history, it becomes necessary for one people, self-liberators, freedom seekers, etc., to officially dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another. For we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and property over one's body, and the fruits of one's labor. That to secure these rights, humans have foolishly instituted governments, resulting in the democide and enslavement of the many by the few. This is, of course, our present situation. But after a long train of abuses and usurpations, with the intention of reducing all individuals on the planet to lives under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, or otherwise violators of person and property, and to provide new guards for their future security. And in terms of government, prudence, indeed, will dictate that these monopolies on violence are too dangerous to exist, that the belief in such authority on a societal level leads to the disconnecting of individuals from all things human, most importantly human freedom. Because some fates are worse than death. Slavery. We, therefore, as founding signatories of the Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, declare that we are absolved from all allegiance to the communist, fascist United States government, and that all political connection between the two is completely and totally dissolved. The founding principles of PAZNIA are as follows: our Constitution. A respect for and commitment to privacy, the use of pseudonyms is encouraged. Don't hurt people and honor your contracts. A culture that encourages humanity to flourish, rather than degrade and regress. A recognition of the important task ahead of us, to ensure the continuation of freedom into the future, another way for those seeking a way out. 1G, PAZNIA FAQs. 1. What does the name mean? Paz in Spanish means peace, which is the fundamental life principle of PAZNIA. It is also the abbreviation for the freedom strategy of building permanent autonomous zones. 2. What's the difference between PAZNIA and freedom cells? Freedom cells are an organizational model, wherein a small group of individuals, 10, meets/coordinates for whatever purposes they agree upon, i.e. survivalism chats, workshops, firearms training, building an intentional community, etc. These freedom cells together form a network of sorts, but a less organized and comprehensive vision than that of PAZNIA. Further, integration with other freedom cells is wholly optional, whereas individuals/homesteads that join the PAZNIA network will do so with the purpose of being a part of it, whether as a node for fellow self-liberators or as, say, a partner in the seed exchange. 3. What is security culture? Security culture is the direct application of the right to privacy. 4. Why do you encourage the use of pseudonyms? The servile society/first realm is becoming more and more unsafe for self-liberators/free thinkers. A pseudonym provides you with the ability to maintain additional privacy/anonymity while still building up a reputation of sorts, separate from your chosen/give names. 5. What are the requirements for visiting/becoming a PAZNIAN? All visitors must be vetted according to internal procedures of the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Anyone can become an honorary SDA holder, but founding SDA holders must be vetted/approved. We appreciate support from anyone, anywhere, but have to do things this way to ensure these second realms are maintained. 6. Do the passports look authentic? Will they work for international travel? The passports look strikingly legitimate and have been used to purchase age-restricted items in the USSA from a gas station. That said, they are for culture jamming purposes. No further uses are intended, though appreciated. Let us know. 7. What is the current situation at Veritas, PAZNIA? As of the time of writing, spring, year 5 2025, the homestead here at Veritas is expanding. Aura maintains a few different gardens, and I tend to the chickens and turkeys, and our ever-growing flock of sheep and goats. We built a pond on the property end of year 3, 2023, and it is now essentially filled, awaiting some bass and bluegill for a stock of fish, another resource. Electro-horticulture experimentation is going swell, and we now have an ormus/monoatomic harvesting setup. Events at Veritas continue throughout the year, this year being VonyFest 6, the 6th annual, premier gathering of liberation in the second realm. Finally, the intentional community on the property is finally coming into view. Lots more to come. 8. What is the overall/long-term goal/plan for PAZNIA? For the entire PAZNIA network, the continued development of the PAZNIA map and directory as an incredible resource for living exclusively in our parallel network, the further building out of technology, i.e. local mesh networks, local communications, and sovereign infrastructure in all areas of need and desire. For Veritas specifically, an intentional community on the property with the appropriate number of families/individuals, as well as the overarching integration into the second realm/PAZNIA network. 9. What is the significance of the Veritas part of the above question? Veritas is the first free second realm, outpost /city, in the first free country, PAZNIA. 10. How do I build a PAZNIA of my own? Declare your independence from whatever authoritarian jurisdiction you find yourself in and start building an autonomous zone upon a foundation of peace and voluntarism. Beyond that, get creative and think big. No, bigger. The only limitations in this realm are your imagination. Please feel free to use Veritas or other nodes for inspiration. Advanced technology makes Vonu attractive, contemporary weaponry and coercive institutions make Vonu imperative. In earlier times, government provided order if not freedom and defense if not peace. But now, when nuclear and bacteriological weapons can be rocketed or smuggled to any city on Earth, governments are as obsolete as moats and parapets. The contemporary state is not only incapable of protecting its citizens from outside aggressors, it has become the biggest aggressor with its endless taxes, conscriptions, and interferences. The state provides justice by mass terror, freedom by mass servitude, and defense by mass murder. Rio, Vonu Life, March 1973. Chapter 2, PAZNIA Compartmentalized. 2a. The PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Established in Article 333,555,777, Section 33 of the PAZNIA Constitution, the team's role is to contribute to the building and maintenance of this free republic here at Veritas. The coordinator shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Defensive Powers of Naomi Defense LLC, and of Willie II, the Goat Tank. In exercise of his, or her, duties, the aforementioned coordinator may require the expert opinion, insight, or otherwise hire advice of principled ambassadors and liaisons within the self-liberator's paradise. The coordinator, in concert with the ambassador of the Department of Freedom, has the power to grant or rescind PAZNIA diplomatic passports, immunity passports, and any other official Department of No state documentation that may be necessary in the future. Finally, provision shall be made for the future construction of the Great Wall of PAZNIA and other measures, incumbent upon approval by the local Committee of Safety. The PAZNIA Department of Freedom, DOF, sits at the top of this fake, wholly invented hierarchy of departments at Veritas, founded and maintained by the PAZNIA/Second Realm Coordinator, yet another fake, made-up title, as well as the ambassador to the DOF. These individuals, in addition to the No State Department, are responsible for coming up with proper vetting procedures, the issuance and creation of various forms of PAZNIA identification, such as passports, IDs, etc., and are even tasked with the role of calendar management, vis-a-vis the Office of Calendar Management. We are currently in the process of selecting a new way of keeping time outside of the nonsensical Gregorian standard, whereby mankind is intentionally torn out of balance with nature, its cycles, and the sky clock above. Other roles are envisioned in the future, but these are the main ones at the time of publication. 2b. The PAZNIA Committee of Correspondence. The PAZNIA Committee of Correspondence is the official chat of the Free Republic. The first, public layer is currently on Telegram, and the second, is on Simplex. As part of the forthcoming PAZNIA LBRY, for a full explanation, see below, it will eventually be self-hosted and include a variety of other features, including sub-chat groups by particular geography to help facilitate local trade. I envision it being incorporated into the PAZNIA Department of Transportation, our coming decentralized shipping/logistics network, as well. But, at current, the PAZNIA COC serves as the initial method of outreach and a way for new, interested individuals to learn more about what we're building, how they can get involved, and for pertinent announcements, in addition to serving as a general chat room for developing liberated lifestyles. 2c. The PAZNIA Department of Permaculture. Unlike the monocropping, nutrient-depleting, and nature-fighting method of modern, conventional agriculture, here at PAZNIA, we wish to work in accordance with nature, incorporating permaculture principles, biodynamic farming methods of Rudolf Steiner, electrohorticulture, and a synergistic use of the animal/plant kingdoms, among other items, to regenerate and build up the land. We are constantly looking for new ways to assist us in these goals, such as using basalt rock dust and monoatomics to improve the energetics, pH, of the soil, incorporating microorganisms to clean up and replenish the surely depleted populations, orgone devices to draw in more of that chi, life force energy, prana, or whatever other word you'd like to use, speeding up plant growth with hydrogen-rich water, adding back fulvic/humic acid-rich soil. And, of course, just using the seemingly endless, good OL animal shit for fertilizer. The end result is happy animals raised according to their species-specific diets, roaming around the beautiful pastures of our nature sanctuary, and nutrient-rich gardens, all providing the highest quality nutrition to restore and maintain the health of all those who visit or stay here. 2D, the PAZNIA Department of Transportation. Title 33, Transportation Chapter 1, Department of Transportation. Subchapter A, Carriage by PAZNIA Highway. By the authority vested in absolutely no one, the PAZNIA Department of Transportation is heretofore created. On this date of April 20th, 2021, the first order of business is to ban the use of, transportation on, and construction of all paved roadways in the Free Republic, except for the exceptions listed in subchapter B, below. Roads are an ancient relic of the First Realm, and such backwards thinking will not be promoted or enabled in this pocket of freedom. Enforcement of subchapter A will be carried out by Naomi Defense LLC, always be digging TM, for the lump sum of 16 ounces of muscle meat a day, accompanied by at least one other organ and a raw, free-range egg, or equivalent value of 300 satoshis, per day of contract fulfillment. B. At the request of the PAZNIA Secret Space Program, an appropriately sized piece of land will be excluded for the construction of a helipad and runway, as a special service to PAZNIA executive SDA holders. Subchapter B, Definitions. B. For the purposes of this directive, the following definitions shall apply. The term PAZNIA Department of Transportation refers to the subdepartment of the PAZNIA Department of Freedom responsible for the movement of goods and PAZNIANs from place to place and the various means by which such movement is accomplished. Subchapter C, Proposal and Purpose. C. Considering many Vonuans/PAZNIANs are nomadic, and since reliance upon centralized logistical services is silly, the PAZNIA Department of Transportation is heretofore created, as per subchapter A, above. The vision is for this to become the second realm delivery/logistical service, to replace the coercively funded variety, as well as similar, regulated white market services. The main task of the PAZNIA DOT, and of the light-created Telegram chat/group *, is to coordinate, transport, and deliver privately agreed upon goods or material. The light-created Telegram chat/group has an additional responsibility of designing and structuring the framework of the PAZNIA DOT. Note, the aforementioned group is private and for vetted individuals only. Potential ideas include an anonymous/pseudonymous, i.e. privacy-centric, delivery job board to be hosted on the coming PAZNIA LBRY Freedom Box, seed and supply transport between homesteads, R&D on advanced transportation services/transportation methods, etc. Note, this is not an exhaustive list, just a few ideas to get the thinking going. Subchapter D, PAZNIA Department of Transportation Budget. D. In accordance with the Department of Freedom's Accounting Office, the Secretary of No State shall submit the appropriate documentation to the Strategic Director for the PAZNIA DOT to be included in the Coordinator's fiscal year 2021 budget request. Conclusion: join the network, get involved in the network or the planning for the PAZNIA Department of Transportation, join the PAZNIA Committee of Correspondence Telegram chat and start building your reputation in the second realm today. Alternatively, if you're already vetted, reach out, you know how to get in touch, and we'll get you added. Further planning will also ensue in person at events hosted here at the Free Republic. 2E, the PAZNIA Department of Education. Our mission: provide the knowledge and tools to learn anything, using the trivium and quadrivium as foundations, with the goal of empowering future generations with the resources necessary to thrive in the first or the second realm. The PAZNIA Department of Education was foisted into existence, thanks to the initiative of HBO star, Jason Henza, the anarchists. The objective is to come up with a curriculum, or curricula, for the PAZNIA network, and begin to accumulate as many homeschooling/unschooling resources as we can. Planning and discussion has taken place in the Telegram Committee of Correspondence, and a CryptPad document is located at paznia.com/education for those looking to contribute ideas. Further, I added some 50+ GB of homeschooling resources to the local PAZNIA LBRY, see below. The DOE is definitely in its infancy, but progress has begun. Roadmap and goals, crowdsource ideas, resources, and more on the aforementioned CryptPad document, to create a comprehensive curriculum on self-liberation, incorporating the trivium and the quadrivium, teaching current and future generations how to learn anything, expose anyone interested, children, adults pursuing lifetime learning, etc., to a wide array of perspectives not found in first-realm schooling. Real history, real science, real finance/economics, Vonu/self-liberation strategy and tactics, etc. When V1 of the PAZNIA homeschooling/unschooling curriculum is finalized, create digital modules, resources, etc. to be utilized and beta tested. We are still seeking the director/head of our Department of Education an opportunity to take on the critically important task at hand. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com if this is of interest. 2F, the PAZNIA Secret Space Program. A document by the coordinator of PAZNIA in association with the local Committee of Safety on September 26, 2020. PAZNIA Space Directive 3 of September 26, 2020. Section 1. Introduction. Following the establishment of the PAZNIA Secret Seasteading Program, the next logical step is to set our eyes and intentions to the stars. The ancients didn't intricately study and construct their societies/worlds to be in alignment with the heavens for no reason. The sky clock is an immutable ledger of humanity's past here on Earth, and everything is integrated, meaning the energies of the planets and universe can be harnessed and even exalted. We live in an electrical universe of abundance, and the main task of the P.A.Z.NIA SSP is to enable Veritas and the overarching second realm to thrive in accordance with these truths. Section 2. Definitions. For the purposes of this directive, the following definitions shall apply. The term PAZNIA Secret Space Program refers to the subdepartment of the PAZNIA Department of Freedom, the program tasked with the challenges laid out in Section 3 below. B. The term PAZNIA Secret Space Program refers to a PAZNIA department led by the lead astronaut, the strategic director of the Office of Calendar Management, and the Galactic Ambassador. Section 3. Proposal and Purpose. As enacted, the PAZNIA Secret Space Program, A, would facilitate the construction of HQ and acquisition of a 3D printer plus associated tools, printer plastic, etc. This will permit the launch of a workshop/factory, and our prime goal of the 3D prototyping of wheelchairs for chickens with broken legs. If we have the tools to do it, it's our duty. No chicken left behind. Engineering assistance may need to be contracted. B. The training and initiation of fellow astronauts into the SSP, in accordance with existing PAZNIA code. C. The investigation into breakthrough/alternative energy devices harnessing the electrical and magnetic nature of our universe, and the planning for the equitable distribution across the agora. D. Head of Bird Security, Naomi Defense LLC, is permitted 16 ounces of raw meat per space adventure. Section 4. PAZNIA Secret Space Program Budget. In accordance with the Department of Freedom's Accounting Office, the Secretary of No State shall submit to the Strategic Director of the Office of Calendar Management for the PAZNIA Space Force to be included in the Coordinator's fiscal year 2021 budget request. Further explained, the greatest discovery and the greatest cover-up of the 20th century was indeed zero-point energy. This discovery was made by major U.S. aerospace companies in the 1950s, and discovered by the Nazis/Third Reich in Germany around the time of the Second World War. This project was called Die Glock, or the bell, named after the shape of the device. This discovery allows for essentially unlimited free energy, but it has been hidden away behind the trade secrets protections of major corporations. Obviously, for control, but also due to the fact that, much like with nuclear energy, you get nuclear weapons. Likewise, when you acquire zero-point energy, you get a weapon wherein a coffee cup's worth is enough to evaporate all the oceans on Earth. Obviously, if the servile society can't overcome the more basic and less destructive elements of coercion, like fraud, theft, etc., these non-player characters cannot be trusted with technologies such as these. So, whether it's ZPE or something like Sky Huddleston's upscaled and more powerful Burke engine, wherein a parking lot of these things could afford a small community a small nuclear power plant's worth of power, it would be wise to use the PAZNIA network as a much safer way to roll out this technology as it becomes available. This would also give us some much-needed and much-deserved advantages over the coercive first realm. Think off-grid Bitcoin/Monero mining, easy/cheap energy, enabling off-grid living in isolated, low coercion areas like Alaska, or just good OL entrepreneurial opportunities. The PAZNIA SSP will also be doing R&D into other possibilities, such as a Brown's gas-powered Lord's pump and crystal power cells, to name a couple. 2G, the PAZNIA Department of Technology. Technology is moving forward at an ever-increasing speed. Babylon will continue to build out its infrastructure of surveillance and control, but as a disparate network, we can and need to use these tools for defense, for liberation, and for independence. This is the goal of the PAZNIA Department of Technology. Communications, Simplex is the current, working solutions, that is, a self-hosted simplex relay at Veritas, accessible to anyone, adding one extra layer of uncensorability. On a local level, a self-liberator could create a new identity, and only connect to our local relay, and we'd have a local communications network across the homestead. For local applications, and even potential larger reach mesh networks, R&D has begun into LoRa/Meshtastic sort of systems. These low-power devices, powered by solar, could enable a lot in the range of our own communications network, outside of internet, cellular, etc. Hugely powerful, and even beyond PAZNIA, this is a major area of focus for folks interested in freedom. Finance, living in a highly digital world, as well as being a dispersed network, we have to have privacy-friendly options to transact value. On the Ghost server here at Veritas, via virtual machines running StartOS, Bitcoin and Monero full nodes are running, as well as a Bitcoin Lightning node. At the time this book goes to press, those are not ready for action, but at the very least, we're contributing to the networks. The idea is this: instead of connecting to a random Bitcoin node that's potentially operated by chain analysis, the enemies of privacy connect to PAZNIA nodes directly. Education/entertainment, the local PAZNIA LBRY is live and ready for self-liberators visiting Veritas. Currently, there are documentaries, books, homeschooling/unschooling resources, terabytes of movies and TV shows, music, podcasts, and more. This same LBRY vision will be accessible publicly at some point in the future, likely via PeerTube first, essentially, combining YouTube with torrents, and/or IPFS. More on the LBRY below. Artificial intelligence, so-called artificial intelligence, is here, whether we like it or not. And it's not going away. So, instead of being left behind, or maybe worse, left to the privacy-hating AI tools of Babylon, we have begun looking into self-hosted AI. At a base level, this technology has major time-saving capabilities, from text to speech, or vice versa, organizing bullet point notes into coherent creations, AI-generated art, etc. There are other highly interesting possibilities, such as a Ryo GPT, inputting every single article, book, publications, letter, etc. into AI, and having the ghost of Ryo there to ask questions to. Finally, a moment should be spent on our PAZNIA Second Realm assemblies, most of which have been meetings of our Department of Technology. From highly dense discussions between experts like Brian Sovereign, Dave from Start9, Jamin Biconic, and more, we go extremely deep into exploring the sea of vast solutions ahead of us. If you're interested in checking these out, just visit vonupodcast.com and search for Department of Technology at the top of the page. 2H, the PAZNIA General Bitcoin Fund. A huge thanks is owed to Josiah Warren, a fellow PAZNIan, who came up with and initially funded the PAZNIA General Bitcoin Fund for voluntary mutual aid. The following are images of the document he wrote, laying out the details of the fund. PAZNIA General Fund, official founding document. Section I, Purpose/Description. The PAZNIA General Fund is established for any citizen of PAZNIA for the purposes of furthering an individual's goals or toward that individual's utilizing the fund in order to further the cause of liberation and self-liberation for others. Section 2, Creation of the Fund. The PAZNIA General Fund, the fund, will be set up on a private, newly created Bitcoin, BTC, address and will be funded with the initial sum equivalent to $1,000, 1,000 USSA dollars at the time of funding. Section 3, Requirements to utilize said fund. The fund shall be established and shall be in effect until the balance of the fund reaches 0.00 or near 0.00 BTC, upon which time the fund will close after a period of no less than 45 days. B. An inquirer who wishes to seek invasion of the fund must be a citizen and/or contributor to PAZNIA and must present proof of citizenship, e.g. P.A.Z.NIA passport, P.A.Z.NIA flag, P.A.Z.NIA coin. C. Some examples of a valid and reasonable request from the fund are, but not limited to, furthering the cause of Vonu and self-liberation. An individual, I, wishes to utilize the fund in order to plant a garden on his/her land. 2. Needs to temporarily fund a food supply. 3. Any equipment needed to construct mesh networks or further the cause of crypto-anarchy. 4. Is destitute and needs money from the fund or without it risks rejoining the servile society. V. Needs to cover upfront costs of publishing a liberty-oriented book or pamphlet through Liberty Under Attack Publications, LUA Pub. 6. Wants to use the funds for black or gray market activities. 7. Needs to protect him/herself and his/her family by utilizing the fund to purchase protection. 8. Is using the fund to culture jam first realm culture and/or create new culture throughout the PAZNIA and PAZ. 9. A PAZNIA citizen and/or a family member of a PAZNIA citizen is captured and needs funds for release and/or legal defense. Section 4. Inquiries for invasion of the fund. All inquiries will be considered on a first-hand basis and must be in writing and encrypted. Use of pseudonyms are encouraged. The creator of the fund reserves all rights to the fund and has the right to decline funding for any reason. Inquiries can be submitted to josiah.warren@protonmail.com and will be answered as soon as possible. The inquiry must contain I. The individual's pseudonym. 2. A brief description of need for the funds. 3. The exact amount needed. 4. If items are being purchased, a manifest and/or invoice. V. A valid and confirmed Bitcoin, BTC, address not originating from an exchange or Coinbase. Section V. Prohibited uses of the fund, abuse of said fund. The fund shall not be used to fund any state activities including but not limited to I. Payment of taxes. 2. Purchase of materials that support law enforcement, military, or any welfare warfare schemes cooked up by state actors. 3. Funding political crusades in any way either indirectly or directly. 4. Pro-servile society first realm propaganda. V. Creation of a culture of dependence on any individual. This is not a welfare program or a crutch. Any funds received from the fund are considered a gift. Any citizen abuse of the fund will be dealt with in a respectful manner and in accordance with the PAZNIA Constitution and within the non-aggression principle, NAP. Any abuse or use of funds that may be considered to be prohibited or unreasonable or not adhering to values of PAZNIA and Vonu will be required to pay back the fund with a 20% penalty. Section 6. Donations to the fund. Any citizen can make a donation to the fund by inquiring to the fund's creator at josiah.warren@protonmail.com. Any funds given will be irreversible once they are given. Such funds will become part of the fund and utilized in a responsible manner in accordance with fund principles outlined above. The fund will be created/funded on or around the month of February 2021. Signed, Josiah Warren. And for many, the general fund has been of crucial necessity. Donations have been made to political prisoner funds, such as SW and TDEV of Samurai Wallet. Vonu podcast co-host, Kyle Reardon, called on the fund and the generosity of self-liberators to help him through a terribly tough situation, and funds have been contributed to a PAZNIA in the eastern USSA to help develop a food self-sufficiency project on their homestead, to name a few. Please do consider making a donation to the fund, or if you're a self-liberator needing some assistance, do reach out. 2I. The PAZNIA Monero Department. With the arrest and indictment of the developers of Samurai Wallet, the only real project in Bitcoin privacy, the future of Bitcoin doesn't look great, at least in terms of routing around the first realm. Additionally, Bitcoin is being more and more ingrained within that society, with the majority of freedom-minded Bitcoiners abandoning principles, and the vision of Bitcoin only caring about price. For that reason, we launched the PAZNIA Monero Department, essentially a clone of the Bitcoin General Fund, to begin focus on infrastructure here too. Rather than pursuing Bitcoin mining, efforts will likely be shifted towards mining on the XMR network. The guidelines and stipulations are the same as for the general fund. For more information or to donate, visit PAZNIA.com/Monero or use the QR code below. 2J. The PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness. Almost regardless of where one finds themselves in the world at this moment in time, the biggest coercer is indeed Babylon Pharmaceuticals. And despite what the pharma quacks might say or want you to perceive, allopathic medicine is a rather new phenomenon in the grand scheme of humanity. Even if a self-liberator, for some reason, desired a Babylon pharmaceutical poison, the barriers to dash care will likely continue to get more coercive in the future, if the price for entry isn't already too high. As an example, experimental gene therapy with long-standing consequences could be a required precursor to a basic doctor's visit. But let's get back to fundamentals here. If any individual in question would simply, 1. Stop chronically poisoning themselves with toxic food, water, propaganda, etc., and 2. Fix nutritional deficiencies, the vast majority of so-called disease would disappear, in my humble opinion and with much supporting evidence. And while the above two things really are the best prevention and methods to restore balance in the body, Babylon Pharmaceuticals has done a number to many, including myself, with the severe overprescription of antibiotics and injectable poisons, and just pharma treatments more generally. Sometimes, additional modalities and methodologies are necessary to restore said balance, such as red light therapy, the AquaCure Brown's gas/molecular hydrogen electrolyzer, ozone therapy machines/generators, electrical/magnetic healing devices, youth hormones, DHEA, pregnenolone, and progesterone, thyroid hormone, T3/T4, and in general, the realm of bioenergetics inspired by the late, great Dr. Ray Peat. One function I foresee of PAZNIA is that it's a health cooperative of sorts, wherein SDA holders will have access to the above, as we are able to obtain them. Much like the bulk seed purchasing, Veritas, and other nodes, could buy and store large quantities of critically important remedies like DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, shilajit, fulvic and humic acid, nutritional/vitamin supplements, vitamin C, D3, K2, zinc/copper, etc. This private membership setup, not serving the general public, would also provide another layer of protection from the coercers. Further, we also envision healing retreats, both with and without the use of entheogens. These could include group meditations, utilizing the scientifically verifiable tool of focused intention, to heal certain diseases/imbalances, entheogen-specific expeditions with our spiritual liaison, aura, and possibilities unforeseeable at this present time. Lastly, it's worth noting that Aura's apothecary is already open and helping many here at the Free Republic of PAZNIA. You can check out her products by visiting libertyunderattack.com/aura, if you like. Some of her products include comfrey, grown at Veritas, jewelweed, and black drawing salves, as well as her extremely popular, all-natural insect/mosquito repellent. Notable features at the PAZNIA Department of Wellness at Veritas: high-quality animal nutrition, corn and soy-free fed lambs, goats, chickens, and turkeys. Lowest PUFA, polyunsaturated fatty acid content, as currently possible. Red light therapy, artificial blue light rampant in technology and lighting is disrupting our circadian rhythm. Red light therapy is a cheap, easy, and also, quite miraculous therapy. Aura's apothecary, Aura's handcrafted creations, some formulations made with medicines grown here at Veritas. Medicinal mushroom foraging, certain mushrooms, whether medicinal, i.e. tea, spiritual, or culinary, have some amazing properties. Rife frequency healing, as bioelectric beings, frequency can serve to put us in a state of imbalance, or once of balance. This is a focus on the latter. Dr. Ray Peat focused philosophy, in a world of hypothyroid-induced chronic fatigue, aka low metabolism, focusing on youth hormones, i.e. pregnenolone, progesterone, thyroid hormone, T3/T4, aspirin, and many other aspects already mentioned above. Other focuses include Rosicrucian spiritual sciences, homeopathics, and the use of dimethyl sulfoxide, DMSO, as a carrier into cells and all-around miraculous healer. 2K, the PAZNIA Church of Self-Liberation, our nature sanctuary. A hypothesis I'm currently throwing around my head is that the more one becomes disconnected from nature, source, creator, etc., the worse state of health they will find themselves in. Taking into account Dr. Barlando's conclusion that DNA is merely a dual impedance antenna connecting us to source, when said connection is quelled or suppressed, interference occurs within our bioelectric bodies, just as would happen with conflicting radio signals. In Western medicine, this phenomenon is described as the shortening of mitochondrial telomeres and is associated with rapid aging. And when individuals make lifestyle changes, the process reverses, and the telomeres uncoil, rekindling the aforementioned interfered connection. I would also posit that another critical factor at play is, as mentioned earlier, the Servile Society's constant desire to disconnect mankind from nature and its cycles. This is explicit when examining the total deception of the Gregorian calendar, as well as daylight savings time. I say of all that to introduce probably the main attraction to the Free Republic, our Church of Self-Liberation, our nature sanctuary. While vestiges of the centralized, fascist electric grid exist here, as they do really everywhere, we remain far out in the wilderness, away from these detrimental influences. And even then, tower busters and orgone cannons work great at neutralizing those negative radiative effects. Attractions in our Church of Self-Liberation include ample selections for meditation or contemplation, lots of wilderness for hiking, creeks and ponds for relaxing and therapeutic swims, a large supply of natural forages, ranging from mushrooms and blackberries, to sassafras, and much more in between, and no light pollution, giving PAZNIans an uninhibited view of the heavens above. 2L, the PAZNIA LBRY. Some attention has been given to the LBRYs in the Department of Technology section above, but more details might be helpful. Starting with the local LBRY, any visitor to Veritas that is connected to our Wi-Fi will have access to it, it being a private Nextcloud server. The link to visit is PAZNIA.com/LBRY, or the Self-Liberator can download the Nextcloud app, scan a QR code, and have access through there. Since I use VPNs 100% of the time, I personally prefer the Nextcloud app, as split tunneling around the VPN is rather easy via something like Mullvad, safer, too. The only real improvements on the local side are a few mini-routers located strategically around the homestead to increase distance and reliability, as well as a bigger external hard drive. On the other hand, the public PAZNIA LBRY is very much still theoretical, though the solutions, we think, have been found. I inquired to a few close colleagues about hosting a Nextcloud server through a public domain, lbry.paznia.com, and sending a few terabyte hard drive. Even with gigabyte connections, centralized streaming and downloading require a lot of bandwidth, and are not the optimal, decentralized solution. The cost is ridiculous too. That brings us to PeerTube, essentially putting YouTube channels onto torrents with seeders. This looks like a really beautiful solution, with even potential on-ramps to IPFS in the future. It's just, as with most of the Department of Technology projects, the learning curve is immense and would take a lot of time for me to figure out. I've put out the call for anyone willing to help, and am still hopeful that will come. Thinking forward, once the PAZNIA PeerTube instance is live, there should be implementations directly onto the PAZNIA site, i.e., recall lbry.paznia.com above. Also, with apps like GrayJ, which pull many feeds, YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, PeerTube, etc., connecting to the LBRY would be seamless. Further, from the launch, we'll have multiple seeders throughout the world, and hopefully always more coming on board. Truly, a most unfuckwithable library of Alexandria. Let's make it happen. 2M, the PAZNIA Free Press. The PAZNIA Free Press is the operator of the PAZNIA radio network, the now best source for all things PAZNIA, and all things self-liberation. Currently streaming to YouTube and Odyssey, with more destinations forthcoming, the goal is to create an entertaining, educational, and more continuous source of content from these sorts of perspectives. The current vision is to aim for one broadcast a week initially, achieving daily broadcasts with daily themes, list below plus more, and eventually, 24/7 streaming, with live shows, guest hosts, and more. The options are truly endless. Sacred Sundays, a day of focus on mental and spiritual liberation. Music Mondays, Freedom Music Blocks, Metal Mondays, etc. Free Energy Fridays, Breakthrough Energy, Fringe Science, Electric Universe, and related miscellaneous topics. Self-Defense Saturday, Physical Self-Defense and Digital Self-Defense. The eventual goal is a bit more radical. Back in the day, I ran a pirate AM/FM station for a short time. There was nothing cooler than driving home from work and tuning into Ben Stone or the Vonu podcast, along with the few other folks that stumbled across the station. Eventually, some money could be allocated towards a handful of AM/FM radio transmitters, and donated to areas across the world, offering the PAZNIA radio network on AM/FM stations anywhere. Maybe we'll take over the shortwave radios too. Furthermore, the PAZNIA Free Press promotes and features the highest quality publications, ranging from strategy guides, old Vonu zines, all the way to agorist and anarchist fiction. Similar to culture jamming above, this is a way to create and express, and to use fiction as a medium to show what is possible. It's a way to create our own culture, our own entertainment that is empowering, liberating, and uplifting. Classic examples are the aforementioned Second Realm book on strategy, but modern agorist/anarchist fiction from contemporary self-liberators are worth a mention. #Agora by Anonymous, the Brushfire series by Matthew Wojtecki, the Evolution trilogy by Todd Borhos, Second Realm anthology. That leaves movies and music. Alongside Night, the J. Neil Schulman book has a movie, but it's mediocre and kinda awkward at best. The first Atlas Shrugged movie was pretty decent, but the rest, and the first, could be done a lot better. Firefly, the old TV series, is touted as one of the most libertarian science fiction shows. I have it downloaded to the LBRY, but haven't finished it in its entirety yet. Point is, the movie/TV portion of this is lacking, but I think that tide will turn with AI and coming technology. The ability to produce a Hollywood-quality movie with some $10,000 worth of investment is near. The music has always been here. From Cat Har Chants, they were essentially exterminated by the state in the 1300s, to Triumphs, Fight the Good Fight, 1981, up to Affiant's incredible We the Machines, 2012, and now, to the incredible acts of Richard Greaser, the Bitcoin Bugle. Here at Veritas, we strive to bring talented and like-minded acts to help facilitate this burgeoning second realm culture, to provide our own alternatives for entertainment. Chapter 3, PAZNIA Services and Marketplaces. If there's one page to bookmark from the PAZNIA site, it's the one highlighting our services and marketplaces, PAZNIA.com/services. Some links are for private members only, others are available to anyone, and there's much more to be added here in the future. The first item of note is the private, vetted PAZNIA map and directory, available to an initial set of founding SDA holders of the PAZNIA network. These folks have access to a map/directory of self-sufficient homesteads, PAZNIA B&B sites, city squat spots, local health food stores/farms, guerrilla gardening plots, and more coming, things like mail forwarding services, residency assistance, etc. Next is P.A.Z.NIA list, the Craigslist of the second realm. Categories include arbitration and security, crypto-anarchy, for sale, health and wellness, help wanted, homestead/contractor services, looking for work, the Department of Transportation, the PAZNIA Seed Exchange, and proxy merchant services. There are quite a few posts up already. Visit PAZNIA.com/list, check them out, and make your own today. Chapter 4, VanuFest and other events at the Free Republic. While staying connected in the digital realms are a necessity today, so are regular meetings and gatherings in physical space and time. For the most part, the digital helps to facilitate the physical, since these two areas of the human experience are essentially inextricable. So, that is a foundation of PAZNIA, something we strive to offer at Veritas at least a handful of times a year formally, though vetted self-liberators are welcome to visit whenever. These formal gatherings typically align with statist holidays, but are reappropriated to freedom holidays. This will be evident in the list below. Spring gathering, usually around the spring equinox, the true New Year. Voluntaryism Day weekend, Memorial Day weekend typically. Anarchy Day weekend, 4th of July. Agorism Day weekend gathering, Labor Day weekend. Vonu Fest Ethical Enclave Day, Thanksgiving celebration. Though, these events are not open to the general public. All self-liberators must be vetted, either by me personally, or someone already part of the PAZNIA network. In these wondrous gatherings, self-liberators still in transition from the first to second realm can enjoy time our agora, spending time with, learning from, and building with others of like mind. Not only is this about fun, but we strive to offer numerous self-liberational activities for those looking to expand their skill sets. As some examples, the assembling and testing out of a 3D printer self-defense training with our own Pat Henry, learning about our unique horticulture setups across Veritas, ranging from electroculture opportunities, learning how to process lambs and or chickens, experiencing and learning about the many unique offerings via our wellness center, mushroom identification and foraging hikes, rhino/four-wheeler rides through the wondrous wilderness that is our nature sanctuary, and much, much more. Interested in getting vetted and coming out to Veritas sometime? Join one of our committees of correspondence, introduce yourself, and start building your reputation. Please also reach out to Coordinator Ryo to see if there's an individual we both know in common that would vouch for you as a non-coercer, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Alternatively, we usually make it out to the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest in Michigan, and might work Mid-Fest into the future. Come meet us at one of these public events to expedite the vetting process. Overhearing the conversations in one of our clubs irritates the neophyte. Words and customs that are unknown in the filth of the first realm, and an occasional dispute spiced with curse words like statist, stotzy, or parasite. Nevertheless, the newcomer will be welcomed and taught, and given opportunity to prove himself should he show willingness and skill. However, not all of us live here all the time. Many lead a double life with only an occasional visit to our markets where they are greeted with their pseudonyms. Others operate their business half a day in the first realm, and open shop in the second after sunset. Still others are true ghosts to the first realm, having no footprint there except for traveling through it from one autonomous zone to another, some of them having perfected their livelihoods in our world, but others that just cannot stand the shallowness of the other side anymore. We are tribes of mind and soul, not defined by nation or race but by thought and substance. We are everywhere, and we are here to stay. Second Realm, Book on Strategy. Chapter 5, the PAZNIA Network. To try and paint a picture of the possibilities here, let's participate in a little thought experiment. Fast forward to PAZNIA Year 10, 2030. The public map and directory are not only available, but include 42 self-sufficient homesteads, 25 city squat spots, 7 guerrilla gardening plots, and even more regional homesteads to more efficiently facilitate trade. Let's also say the full vision of the PAZNIA Department of Transportation is in effect, and we have our own fleet app, much like the First Realm alternative does, and that we also have a dedicated Second Realm fleet of drivers to connect these disparate network nodes. One of the hardest areas to overcome in the pursuit of self-liberation is financial/economic. That is, either saving up enough money where a job becomes optional, or discovering/building up different income streams. If there's any way that we can expedite and assist in the transition from first to second realm, we must do it. Tom Marshall, hypothetical in this case, could begin to chart out trade routes and opportunities found on the map and directory, and might even plan on stopping at a guerrilla gardening plot or two to harvest some food. Or maybe to plant some more seeds for those coming after. Passing through self-sufficient homesteads, Mr. Marshall acquires most, if not all, of his food, water, and other needs, almost entirely not reliant upon the First Realm grocery stores or services. For those that he can't acquire in the Second Realm, he consults the map/directory again, and finds a fellow self-liberator offering proxy merchant services in Chicago. Not only can Tom have a nice, safe spot to sleep in a warm shower, but Warren will run a couple errands for him and serve as a mail drop for some deliveries Tom had incoming for a small fee. Tommy, then, might hit up a Second Realm Notel, that is, a nondescript empty house, rented pseudonymously, paid for via Monero, and unlocked via ghost phone. An internal reputation systems protects both renter and rentee. And finally, to conclude this thought experiment, Tom would like to visit some friends down in Ecuador. He returns to the wondrous map/directory to find a second realm private jet service leaving in 2 weeks for South America, putting him near enough to his destination. And without breaking the bank. He finds a freedom festival happening in the meantime, after a week and a half in the wilderness, soaking up the second realm with fellow self-liberators. Tom concludes this leg of his journey and sets his sights for the southern border. Such a network offers other advantages: a second realm underground railroad for those needing protection or escape, i.e. a network of safe houses. Then nomads could offer offline data mule services, downloading communications/data/etc. when leaving a homestead, and delivering it to another. Mail forwarding and permanent mailbox services could enable entrepreneurial opportunities for the offering self-liberator, and more options for the consumer in choosing residence and exercising other legal interstices. The stakeholder model. Beyond our public, free services, the PAZNIA network stakeholder model employed is much like that of a cooperative or a private membership association, only, ours isn't necessarily local, but worldwide. It's worth noting, these prices will go up in the future when we expand to our Tier 3 of fundraising. For current stakeholders, new tiers are 1/2 price. Honorary stakeholder memberships are available to anyone that visits the website. They are a way to gain access to some perks and benefits of the network, as well as contribute to the second realm, but not to areas that could degrade the safety or security of the network. $3 donation, stakeholder ID card, $55 donation, PAZNIA sticker, ID card, and digital self-liberation bundle from Liberty Under Attack Publications, $99 donation, stickers, ID card, digital self-liberation bundle, and PAZNIA flag, $333 donation, all of the above plus an official PAZNIA passport. Our founding stakeholder memberships are usually purchased when folks visit Veritas, but they are available to any vetted self-liberator. The benefits and perks are much greater here, and involve some participation in the building out of infrastructure. Discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the second realm network of non-coercers, access to the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness, healing devices and treatments. PAZNIA flag, ID, PAZNIA beach towel, and PAZNIA passport, access to the PAZNIA map and directory. Be a part of the alternative/decentralized energy rollout beta test/contribute to the building of various infrastructure projects, i.e. the PAZNIA library, ghost system, etc. Lifetime 25% discount to Liberty Under Attack publications and goods/services at PAZNIA, meat, eggs, dairy, chicks, etc. Early access to purchase items available at Veritas. Have questions? Looking to barter? We're always open to other possibilities. Again, just email coordinator@rayo.com. Chapter 6, The Coming Intentional Community. Back in year 0, 2020, when the vision of PAZNIA first came to me, the prospects for my desired intentional community were purely theoretical, not really developed in any real sense. Sure, I suppose there was 5 years of interactions and developing relationships with the core group of folks I invited to the first Vonu Fest. We'd all been going to the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest in Michigan for a long while, me since 2015. But still, relocating one's life is usually not easy, so it still seemed rather unlikely. Then my wonderful free wife Aura moved here in 2021, and something like 20 freedom gatherings have taken place here since, including 5 Vonu Fests. In that time frame, there is now one couple interested in constructing a wilderness structure, 1 individual, and 1 family. That's not to mention we've had a van nomad select Veritas as one of his home bases where he spends most of the year, and has, for the past couple years. One option we've been mentioning to folks is the Amish sheds that are everywhere around here. With some work, it would be rather easy to have a small, self-contained, comfortable off-grid tiny house shed. There would be room for a good-sized garden and plenty of opportunities to help around the homestead, which is almost more needed than money, i.e. rent, now. and when the nomads decide to travel elsewhere, they can rent it out as a PAZNIA B&B while they're gone. These options are still available to the right, vetted self-liberator. Needless to say, I'm extremely happy with the progress over the past 5 years and that this far-out possibility is actually coming into fruition. Here's to looking back come year 10. Chapter 7, Get Involved, Join the Second Realm. First and foremost, join us in our various committee of correspondences. If you're not super tech-savvy or are new to the realm of encrypted apps, Telegram is a good enough start, t.me/PAZNIA chat. If you'd like to join us in what more resembles the second realm, Simplex is our current go-to platform. The encryption is rock solid, there are no phone numbers/identities attached, and messages are routed through many relays, offering censorship resistance. Scan QR code below. Wherever you join, please consider an introductory post. Let us know how you found PAZNIA, a bit into your path here, your current, or desired, liberated lifestyle, and whatever else you like. Second, consider becoming a SDA holder. Not only do you get some great perks and benefits, but it greatly helps us in funding the expansion of the second realm, of the PAZNIA network. After getting your feet wet in the second realm, maybe you want to become a bigger part of the network? This would entail things like adding your homestead to the vetted map and directory, a van nomad squat spot, if you had one, or whatever other opportunity that could be of value to a traveling self-liberator. If this sounds like you, please visit PAZNIA.com/join and fill out the form. Or maybe you're a nomad, and are looking for access to all that the PAZNIA network has to offer? In this case, visit PAZNIA.com/join too and fill out the form. Let us know what you're interested in, and anything you're able to offer. Get vetted and come out to an event at Veritas. There are bigger freedom festivals, like the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest and Midfest. There's something about a tight-knit community of radical self-liberators who are already building liberated lifestyles. And for us all to be in the same place, it's truly magical. It's truly the only way to experience the second realm, in my opinion. Maybe you've got some technical/developer skills? If so, consider offering assistance in setting up the public PAZNIA LBRY on PeerTube, run Bitcoin/Monero nodes for folks in the network to connect to, help get the PAZNIA website set up on Tor. To name a few available projects. One other possibility, amongst a sea of them. Contribute to the development of the PAZNIA Department of Education. Much of this discussion has taken place in the Telegram chat, but a document is available for your submissions and contributions at PAZNIA.com/education. And finally, are you planning to attend a lot of freedom festivals, Monero conferences, privacy conferences, etc.? Become a PAZNIA ambassador. We'd get you set up with some merchandise and promotional material, and you would preach the good word of PAZNIA to anyone who will hear it. Other ideas? Just reach out, Cordiner at PAZNIA.com. Chapter 8, in closing. While I do get impatient at times about the seemingly slow development of the second realm, I have to remind myself that all good things take time, and the amount of work to be done is expansive. I mean, hell, we're talking about the complete rebuilding of society. That, and taking a step back, it's easy to see how many important connections, developments, and events really transpired in just the past 4.5 years. The right folks are finding the PAZNIA network and real headway is being made. And with the publication and release of this book, the vision of what we can build together is hopefully clearer. So much so, that you're ready to get involved, whatever that means for you and yours. I'll end with one of the most impactful quotes from my posthumous mentor, Bill Cooper. Like it or not, everything is changing. The result will be the most wonderful experience in the history of man or the most horrible enslavement you can imagine. Be active or abdicate. The future is in your hands. Chapter 9, Freedom is Yours for the Seizing. By J.T., May 1966 Innovator. So you want to be free? Then become free. All of the freedom is yours which you are able to seize. How does one seize freedom? By avoiding, evading, escaping, discouraging, overpowering, destroying, or otherwise frustrating anyone who initiates force or threat of force against you. But the oppressors ignore my pleas for freedom, you complain. Do you expect them to set you free? As you yourself point out, your oppressors have morals which would shame a beast of the forests. So long as you obey all their rules, no matter how onerous, and pay all their taxes, no matter how burdensome, why should they? And the oppressors dupe my neighbors, who are confused, unaware, and apathetic, you protest. Do you expect them not to deceive? The herdsman can milk only tame cows, the tyrant can drive only submissive slaves. We must overturn the oppressors, some of you proclaim, and rule wisely and justly in their place. Then go do it, if you can. But don't be surprised when the oppressors stampede their bewildered subjects against you. We must educate, teach increasing numbers our values and ideas, others of you shout. And someday evil will be banished from the earth. But as even you admit in your more reflective moments, this will take time, much time. So how shall you live the only life you will ever have? And how many followers can you attract and hold if you offer only visions of a paradise for their great-grandchildren? I do want freedom, you cry. But there is no way to get it now, no chance to elect, no means to revolt, and no place to go. I reply, if you want freedom, seize it. But my oppressors are organized into a powerful state, you object. They have thousands of agents and millions of police. However, each of the state's minions has only the same 2 eyes, the same 2 hands, and usually not so much brains as you or I. They cannot be everywhere, they cannot see everything. But they will collect a tax on my earnings, you protest. Only if you are so craven as to hand it over. Discover ways to avoid their extortions, trade with those who practice freedom. Or be a gypsy who sells, and flees. But they will confiscate my property, you quaver. Only if you are so foolish as to lead them to it. Convert your wealth to forms you can conceal. And rent your shops and homes, or mortgage them to the hilt. But they will throw me in jail, you whimper. Only if you are so careless as to stumble over them, they who have trouble apprehending morons and psychopaths. Make yourself hard to find. But that is too much trouble, you wail. I would rather follow their rules and pay their taxes, lick their boots and hone their axes, do everything they demand, and maybe, oh maybe, they will leave me alone just a little. Then tag along with the sheep to slaughter, you who expect freedom on a silver platter. For how long can you appease the tyrant who will demand more and more, until he has you? And what do we know of this utopia that some of you dream of? In every land, of which we hear, there are some who covet the lives and creations of others, predators who rob and enslave the weak, the foolish, and the cowardly. Sometimes the predators are alone, and slink about as criminals. So the free men go like tigers, armed and ready for self-defense. Sometimes the predators join together, and stalk about as rulers. So the free men go like foxes, inconspicuous and ready to hide. Occasionally the free men ally to put down the predators. But sometimes their forces tend to become slavers and looters in return. However, in almost any land, those with the courage to assert their freedom seldom need to fight or hide, for the predators live off the easy prey. But this will pass, you say to me, for now, at last I have the key, the elixir for liberty, for the first time in history. And once sufficient numbers see. Well, maybe. But in the meantime, all of the freedom is yours which you are able to seize. About the author. Shane/Ryo 2 founded Liberty under attack in mid-2012 when he was just beginning his research into the nature of reality. He began with an adventure down the conspiratorial rabbit hole for a while, focusing primarily on the work of the late Milton William, Bill, Cooper. In February 2015, Shane started LUA Radio, which was one of his goals for quite a long time, and would prove to be the most critical step in his development personally, as well as the point of origination for the now real-world connections in the second realm, by getting connected with the Michigan Peace and Liberty Coalition via the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest. Not long after launching LUA Radio, he adopted the philosophy and ethics of voluntarism, and shifted his focus towards solutions to increase personal freedom in the here and now. This manifested in the freedom umbrella of direct action, the digitization of RIOs, Vonu, the search for personal freedom, this book being another critical step. Naturally, in January 2017, he launched the Vonu podcast with Kyle Reardon, a podcast dedicated to promoting the philosophy of Vonu and developing the liberating strategy up into the modern day. This was about the time he began writing his first book, Vonu, A Strategy for Self-Liberation, and founded his publishing outfit, Liberty Under Attack Publications, which focuses on strategies and tactics for self-liberation, in addition to anarchist/agorist fiction. In addition to all laid out above, he currently resides on his 22-acre homestead in the Free Republic of PAZNIA with his free wife, Aura, raising his lambs, goats, and chickens, and publishing books and podcasts. He hopes to publish more of his own works soon, too many unfinished works in progress.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press.